What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Thorpe TV and ThorpeTube. It is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, 3:26 p.m. We are on day 4 of no smoking, but in terms of hours, we are on day 72 hours. As of 2 p.m. today, it's been 3 24-hour periods.
An hour and a half ago, yeah. They
Yeah.
say that's we want to do our stat thing.
Absolutely. Got an interesting stream for you guys today.
72 hours.
After 72 hours, yeah. Just want to let everybody know that I feel like you guys are going to yell at me today, and I'm prepared, but I'm also terrified, so... I feel like I've failed you. But let's start with our stats. Okay. Percentage of smokers who relapse, who fail at quitting within 72 hours, plus chance of relapse after 72 hours. Okay, let's check it out. No, it's not about smoking. No. I have maintained my purity. Okay, let's see here. Okay. 60 to 75% of smokers relapse within the first 72 hours after quitting. 2 out of 3 smokers fail to stay quit for 72 hours.
That's different than the stats yesterday.
It is different, because they said yesterday that 80 to... Wasn't it 80 to 85%?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. 72 hours. Yesterday it said that the 20... Wasn't it that yesterday
Yeah.
it said it was different? It gave different stats?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I thought yesterday we were in the top 10 to 15% of people, but I guess today we are in the top
15 to 20, I think it was. Wasn't
Yeah.
it? 80 to 85%.
Yeah.
With a 60 to 70% chance still of relapsing. Well, anyways. This is the problem, a lot of this stuff is inconsistent, right?
ChatGPT is gaslighting the Thorpes. I mean, okay, well, we're not as elite. They're calculating in how many times you check the stats as a factor in the likelihood. Okay. Thank you for the gifted sub, Damius. Okay, percentage chance of relapsing after 72 hours quitting smoking. All right, let's see what our percentage chance is. Once you've made it past 72 hours without smoking, your odds improve, but relapse is still common. Here's the data-based breakdown. Time period after 72 hours. First
70
week,
to 80%.
Yeah. Even after making it 3 days, 7 to 8 out of 10 people relapse within the first month.
I don't even understand. How would it be lower if you take it to 3 months? Anyways, this is, you can see where ChatGPT is not reliable. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have a brain, that's why.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to understand what I'm asking for. Anyways, whatever, we're in the top 20%.
Oh, well, here,
of
60
people.
to 70. That's what it says with nicotine replacement.
Yeah, but that's within a year. I want whatever. I wanted specifically.
It says you have a higher chance of relapsing within a month than you do within a year. That can't possibly be.
I see.
That can't possibly be.
No, doesn't that make more sense? Because no.
Oh, but it's including cold turkey.
Including cold turkey, yes. But doesn't it make sense that the longer it goes, the more the relapse rate is? Because
it would have to be, Grace. Yes, of course.
Right. So you're saying 70 to 80% within a month, 60 to 70% within a year. Yeah, that's
But that's
okay.
saying with nicotine replacement.
Yeah.
The first one doesn't. Okay. Well, whatever. You're still less than half of people continue.
We're in the top 50% elite, everybody. By the way, is the audio equal? Because I hear myself a lot louder than my dad, but a lot of people say he's louder than me, so just checking. Okay, so let's get right into it. So you are on strike. Is that right?
Well, obviously, I'm here.
Well, yes, but you are, I don't know what to say. You're on strike in a larger sense, except for figuring out why you're on strike. Right?
Well, I mean, in a certain way, yeah. There's been like a question posed that makes me feel like, okay, I'm not sure I want to continue participating in this thing the way it's structured
Right.
until like this question can be answered.
Okay, so let's delve into that. So,
Which is, I think we touched on before, but it just kind of like occurred to me, like, how does this make sense? And then as we were talking about it before streaming, I was like, yeah, this really doesn't make sense. So
yeah. Okay, so I'm super nervous, whatever. Because I just want to say before we get into this that, like, I have this problem where I feel like I failed chat because we, like, got momentum and now, like, we're back to desktop or whatever. And I just feel like a lot of people say that. And so I'm
but
slightly,
but okay,
anxious about it.
but okay, so I said you're compelling. That's also my experience with you, is that you're like, we get some momentum and I fail. And then you say, oh, I feel so bad. And I, like, in other words, that is a good sign.
Oh, that I'm treating them like I used to treat you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's positive in a way. You guys are getting the brunt of the emotional baggage at
I had
this
to deal with
point.
it.
Yeah, you had to deal
So
with it. Why shouldn't they deal with it?
why shouldn't they deal with it?
Okay,
That's if
now
you're compelling, you're also compelling in that you kind of think you're onto something, and then it's not that you but I would say it's not that you totally switch gears and say like that's no longer true, but you like will hit on something that, you know, like the previous thing wasn't like taking into account,
yeah, yeah.
which is, I do think it's interesting. But then again, if you're just not interesting, then you're going to lose your audience anyways, right?
Yes, yes. And of course, guys, I was considering, I even told my dad, like, you know what, I should just, like, we had this, like, conversation off stream, obviously. And I was like, I should just tell people, I should just have this conversation with my viewers without you because they're going to think you influenced me. And then I was like, well, even if I do that, they're going to know that we talked because I don't
Yeah.
really kind of like solve these issues on my own as of right now. And so I would just be kind of lying.
There's no avoiding it. Yeah.
There's no avoiding the fact that you have influenced me, let's just say.
True.
Everybody's going to know it one way or the other. So
Right.
I think you guys should appreciate the fact that I'm at least just being honest and saying this came from a conversation that me and my dad have been having instead of
And
pretending.
the conversation might lead to like a structural resolution that looks like me being on strike.
Yeah, it may.
Which,
yeah.
you know, we'll see.
So as you can tell, I'm very irritable, but let's get into it. Okay, Damius wants to know what the question is that Ben wants answered. Is it a question? Well, let's recreate
Well,
the
okay. I
conversation.
mean, if we want to frame it, the basic question is, I think everyone knows whether they think it's a good idea or not. that the deal between us was supposed to be that I do kind of intellectual content and you do whatever you want to call it. I would call it personal content or drama content.
Yes, right.
And that I can be part of what you do. You can be part of what I do. Um, and the way this started out way back when we were first on YouTube, which was just me being on YouTube, was that I was doing intellectual content. I was pretty successful.
Yes.
And then you were just like, at first, just a help, an audio or a tech kind of help. Then I asked you if you wanted to be on stream. Of course, like, I saw it as advantageous to have a young female, since my audience had become almost exclusively male, because I was interacting with people like Jim Bob and Crucible, which skews hugely male.
Yeah.
But also I think, he'd be an interesting co-host, whatever. Then you, and then subsequently your mother, from it was just weeks in, completely derailed what I was doing, got into drama, which was fine. Okay, in a certain way, fine. But we have never really pulled back to doing what I want to do in any way. And when I tried to do that recently, you pretty much kind of were like, I'm not feeling it, which again made it into drama, because here's the drama. I can't, help my dad do his stuff. Okay. Now, from my perspective, all of the drama stuff that's been in the Thorposphere has very little to do with me directly. It really is between you and your mother, and like somewhat John as her, backup, or her whatever, supporter. And doesn't really have very much to do with me. And yet, so that in a certain sense, I'm being used as a kind of intermediary for you to attack each other. But that she has, since like getting the restraining order, attacked you through me, and you haven't responded.
Right.
Because she attacked you and then kind of folded her hands and said, I'm not talking. And you have yet to respond to that, but you interact with me all the time saying like my life is so hard, I'm so confused, da 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 da. And I'm saying maybe that has, like, I should stop allowing myself to be used as an intermediary. You should deal with it yourselves. And no wonder I'm exhausted and you're confused, because I'm being asked to be part of something that's not really my thing. And you're confused a lot, which makes sense if you're doing something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I want to give an example of how this dynamic plays out.
Sure.
So let's say the storage unit, right? So here's the objective reality of the storage unit. That is marital property that I have been paying rent on for,
the objective legal reality is that stuff was put there back in 2022?
December of 2021, I think, actually.
Okay.
Right before we sold.
Right, okay. December of 2021. Part of the proceeds of the sale were used to pay like a year there. Okay, but subsequent to that year, you have been paying the rent. You have the lease. And yet legally, according to your mother, right, and I think it would legally hold up, that's considered marital assets, as well as the stuff in the unit below us here, which together are $2,000 a month, right? something like
Something like that, yeah. The storage unit is
$2,000 a month.
$900 a month. Mm-hmm.
And this unit down here is
1,000, something like that.
1,000. Okay, so near, well, plus the utilities, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's like,
It's about
let's say
2K.
$2,000 a month since approximately, let's say January 1st of 2022.
Three.
Three. So that's a year, all of 2023, all of 2024, and now getting close to all of 2025, coming up on 3 years, which would be, let's say, 34 months times $2,000 is $68,000, right?
Yep.
So you've paid $68,000. You personally have taken the responsibility financially and have signed leases. Although I think maybe I paid that one down there longer or something when we first. Wait, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not exact. It's
Okay,
less than 68.
so let's say
but
it's like
still
50.
several
Let's say it's
tens
50.
of thousands.
Let's say it's 50 instead of 68. No, it would be 12 less.
56.
56. $56,000. And by your mother's behavior, right? And I'm not disparaging her. She has said it is your obligation to keep that stuff, not to, and you can't sell it, right?
Yes,
On our behalf,
because it's marital
and we
property.
both are equally, right, as
Mm-hmm.
marital assets.
Yeah.
$56,000 you've spent, and with no end in sight.
Yeah.
Now, you have a right to say to us, like, I want the $56,000 that I've paid.
I do legally
to store
have the right
things
to do
that aren't mine.
I do.
Why am I
legally have the
storing
right.
someone else's possessions? I'm not marital anything here, right? But
Yeah.
not only are you paying, but you're continuing to pay, even when you don't really have the money to pay. You're scrounging to get the money to pay. And not only that, but like you have to somehow magically dispose of all this stuff and sell it, which you legally would have, like, but you legally have no right to do that, technically.
That's true.
Right? So,
Right.
so, and no one, I am happy to say, like, well, whatever you want to do, honey, I'll sign a paper, whatever. But I actually can't do that because it's marital property. It's not half mine and half hers.
Right.
So,
Which
how is it that
makes
you
me
are okay with
angry
that?
to think about.
How is it that you are okay with that and you don't deserve an answer from your mother or her attorney, who, like, actually her attorney has nothing to do with you, but like, why shouldn't she tell you what's up in that department? Right?
Yeah.
And if she
Well-
doesn't tell you what's up in that department, then you can, and you did have an attorney say, well, you can sue her. Or both of, I guess you'd have to sue both of us.
I wouldn't have to.
Because there's no way to sue
It's complicated.
just her or whatever, but like you can sue
Well,
in civil
you
court.
you both equally owe half of whatever I paid for rent. So
That's definitely true.
I don't have to sue both of you at the same time. Whatever. I did send a letter.
Well, but you
did.
would have to say, to us, you're right, that you got no response.
That's true. I sent it to my mother and her lawyer.
Okay, and that's an outrage, right? I mean, it's outrageous. So I sent you a response saying, sure, whatever. But because you're dealing with property that's co-owned, it's not like this half and this half. You need to respond. And I think it's reasonable to say, like, okay, both people should be able to give you a one-sentence response.
Yeah.
Because it's an unjust situation, obviously.
Yeah. Right. So it's complicated, I think, a little bit because So here's the problem, right? So I've paid that money, and
Yeah.
there's this idea that, okay, Grace, you kind of took it up the ass, but you can make that money back selling things out of the storage unit
But
and
you were actually
considering
never
it.
asked. You were never asked if you wanted to do that. You know, in other words, when the rent was like when the lease was expired, which I think was in my name, okay, but
Yeah.
on behalf of both of us, so they're marital assets. Um, you shouldn't have been assumed to take it over. We never really had the conversation. But
Yeah.
why shouldn't we have? And why shouldn't it be addressed now?
Well,
Why
I
should you
think
just take it up the ass and
when I
say, okay, well, I didn't clarify it then. Well, why should you clarify it?
well, when I took over the lease, I think the idea was we were all still talking, and I was like, okay, this is my family's stuff. I want to hold on to it, and I'm sure we're going to work things out, and this will be useful to all of us because it's all of our
Wait, can I
belongings
just
and it's worth the
can I just
investment.
interrupt you? I've asked RD if he wants to come up. I know that sometimes we bust his balls, but like I don't have any problem with saying like I won't do that. Um, but if you, I don't know. I always am like happy to talk as opposed to talking in chat. And RD is someone who has done that before. But you're welcome to like try to make this argument. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about you, Grace.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, I would welcome him. He's generally pretty like he can make a good case. He usually does twist things, but like I think he doesn't really know the details here. And he's usually like okay if you tell him something that's a fact. So, anyways, you're welcome. I'll send it out.
I don't know what marital assets there would be. I have a couple thousand in my
It's a
bank
little
account.
complicated. Wait a minute.
I don't know.
It's a little complicated legally, and I think RD would recognize like maybe he doesn't know Rhode Island law as far as this stuff goes, but we have what's the word? By talking to actual lawyers, we have like gleaned the basics here, and it ends up being like, well, on paper this, but in reality, you know, right?
Yeah.
Lawyers kind of go like, on paper it's this, but in reality, this situation, it's kind of like someone's going to do something and hope someone else doesn't sue them, right?
Yeah, it's all kind of gray, I would say.
If no one
Weirdly
acts,
gray.
it's just kind of like looks like it would go on forever.
Yeah. But
And obviously, at some
I
point,
guess
someone's just going to act and presume the other side is just going to allow it. And you would have to do it through suing each other later. You know?
yeah. By the way, is the audio equalized, guys? Because I turned
You
my
just
echo
got
cancellation on.
much louder in my ears.
Okay, am I too loud now? Because I upped the volume. So people were saying I was really low. I don't know, guys. Let me know.
But I can adjust that in my ears, no problem.
Audio makes his ass. You're peaking. All right, let me turn it down a little bit. Okay, you're a little louder. Oh, here he is.
Hey, there's
okay.
RD.
Hold on a second.
I'll just pop him up. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, RD.
what's
We're
up?
just working out the audio.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I even now?
I just want to address what you're saying about assets. Okay. So, and I'm not super clear about this, but the idea is I believe the way the law works is that when you're married to someone
Mm-hmm.
legally, you share assets.
Mm-hmm.
Then when there is a divorce, it can be at the time the divorce is filed or what they would call the time of separation, which in this case, I think the divorce was filed late in 2023, but
Mhm.
clearly when the restraining order was served to me, that would be like So I would not say it's the divorce being filed. You know what I mean? Before that, clearly that was a split. And the judge early on said, like, yeah, I mean, she named that as the time of separation. So from the time of separation
Hmm.
until it's like resolved in court, um, those assets are supposed to be like kind of frozen, if you know what I mean. Not
Right.
necessarily frozen, but like you have to like communicate if you're going to sell something, and it should be split. Like if you're going to sell a car for $5,000, you each
Right.
should get 2,500, right?
Right. Right. Hmm.
But prior to that time of separation, the idea is, well, you both spent money, and with two exceptions legally. One is called dissolution. If you were kind of like egregiously spending money, like just to kind of fuck over the other person, like, so if you just like blew $1 million at a casino,
Mm.
it has to be pretty like very, very unusual behavior. And the other one is that you gave the money to someone like an affair partner or something like that, or like so like hiding money
Mhm.
in a way that you could kind of get it back, or you gave it to your mother or something like that, right?
Right.
Transfer an asset in a way that was just to protect it, that you would then get it back. And
Yeah.
so early on in this whole proceeding, I was asked to, and I'm not really supposed to, well, I don't think this matters. It has, like, this doesn't have to do with like something that's scandalous to the kids. I was asked to give an account from when the house sold of that, the proceeds and how they were spent. I
Mm.
said I don't have access to those accounts, but I kind of came up like with my best guess of it,
Mm.
which included me transferring something like $100,000 to Grace at one point.
Right.
So that's not so that's not hiding that, right? If I'm saying like, if I'm saying openly, yes, that transfer occurred.
Right. I
I mean,
remember that
you
stream
could say
too.
it is transferring it in a way, but I'm not in one sense. It's not like taking gold bars and digging a hole in your backyard and hiding them in that sense, right? Because I'm
Hmm.
being open about it. You could say one, the amount transferred was way higher than that, and
Right.
that would be that kind of hiding. But also that amount was transferred prior to the separation, and Grace's mother was informed of that transfer,
I
and
remember.
subsequently, and you
Right.
can question this, and subsequently um, acknowledged that transfer and said she was glad about it to Grace personally.
Right. Right. There was a.
So,
Right.
um, so then go ahead, say whatever you want
Yeah,
to say.
I just for the people that don't know, and I could let me know where I'm wrong. There was a stream a long time ago where Ben was like, "We should pay Grace what we owe her," and
Yeah,
Courtney agreed. I'm sure if I assume if Courtney were around, she would say she was manipulated or she wasn't in the right headspace. But
yeah. She
that's
said we owe Grace. In fact, she said we owe Grace like millions of dollars.
right.
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 And I understand you're saying like she may have meant that rhetorically. She wasn't like saying it
Hmm.
like, I was not asking her, do you agree to pay the Grace this much money tomorrow on this day? It wasn't specific, but she did say,
Right. I mean,
that. Right.
it's like it's kind of like silly to me because it's like you guys live together and share everything. At least that's how I perceive it. And
Grace and
so,
I?
yeah. And so it's like she's not going to sue you. At least I don't think she is. Like, I
Who?
don't, Grace, I don't think is going to sue you for the storage space fees. I mean, is she? How would she
I
be?
have no problem with her suing me, and I would see myself as owing that money. I
Right.
don't have a problem with that.
But like, I think to many people that would listen to it, they'd go, "Well, you guys live together, and you're like you have a partnership or whatever, a friendship. So there's no
Mhm.
way that like Grace is everything's shared. So it's almost it doesn't make any sense. Like, so, but it just seems silly. I guess is the way I would see it. Of
For her to
course, you
sue
guys.
me?
Yeah, 'cause everything is shared between you guys. So that's how I
Well,
see it.
are you saying that like I do think it's kind of interesting. Like suing someone doesn't necessarily mean you hate them. You could just say
Right.
like I no bad blood, but like there's a legal thing that I think has to be worked out this way. But I
Right.
would admit that usually it should be like it. Lawyers would generally tell you like, well, just work it out informally
Wait, I have a question.
on paper, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question for RD. So,
Yeah.
knowing what you know about, let's just say, the storage
Oh, you're
unit.
coming through like super peaky.
Okay,
Do you
hold on
hear
one
that,
second.
RD?
Yeah, I do.
Like you're blowing out the mic.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let me ask you a question. In terms of the storage unit, putting my dad aside, whether I sue him or not, like just move that out of it for a second.
Hmm.
Let's say my mother owes me, well, this is actually my question. Do you think that my mom owes me half of the rental costs for storing her marital property?
I don't. I
I'm
don't
just
know
wondering.
because it feels like. Well, to me, it's more like. To me, the way that I see this is that your dad put the storage space in your name. So really,
No,
if
no,
it's there's
no.
no.
No, it was originally in my. So it was moved out, and I will give Grace's mother credit and Grace's siblings. They were the ones who, by and large, moved that stuff out of the
Hmm.
properties to allow them to be sold empty, right?
Hmm.
So they did get trucks and move them and put. I got the space and arranged it, but that was all paid for from marital assets, clearly marital assets. Okay. And
Right.
only went, and I think it was prepaid for like 12 months
Hmm.
because we had plenty of. Oh, I think what happened is I paid like a month and I was like, I'm going to get, when these houses sell. And then we had plenty of cash. So we paid 12 months. Okay. When
Hmm.
the 12, thinking like, okay, that should be enough time to, to like
Get it out or
get a
whatever.
breather and then deal with it. So nothing happened in 12 months.
Hmm.
And then the lease was up from the landlord. And Grace, at that point, negotiated a lease with the landlord, Andy, that had nothing to do on paper with myself or her mother.
See, like I just don't. I don't think Grace does anything without you knowing what she's doing. That's just my opinion. You know. Like
Okay,
I think.
but you agree that her name is on that lease.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Okay. And so you believe that she is legally responsible.
Right, but I would say that it's more. To me, that's kind of the hidden thing. It's like I really think it's your storage space still, and that's the way I would see it.
But who is you? You mean that in the plural, like
Just
her mother
you,
and
then
or
I think
me
it's
personally?
or at least I would say that it's even though Grace signed a lease, I would say you are the one really who's paying rent on it, or you know what
How
I
am I
mean?
paying
Like
rent on it?
it's just the way that everything is shared, and I would say that you're in control of all the money in this situation, even though you would, I assume, say that's not true. To me, it
Okay,
just
but
seems
let's take last
okay.
like this last month, October. I think Grace had said to me, I don't know if I can pay for October.
Hmm.
She went to the landlord. I don't know exactly what happened, Grace. You're not obliged to say what happened. But if she ended up paying him $800,
Hmm.
clearly that didn't come from the funds that were transferred to her back in 2022. That would come out of the money we earn on YouTube on by streaming. You would
Right.
admit that, right?
Yeah, yeah. But to me, it's
Okay.
like you guys are a partnership, and I would just say, in my mind, you're still in control of all that. If you told, that's just the way I see it.
Okay, so legally, and this was by her mother's doing, she made a claim to that property as marital assets, right?
Right. Right. Yeah.
By forcing us to go there and open the door, as well as this place down here.
Uh-huh.
So what that would mean that she's saying legally, in some sense, there's a weird thing going on. So legally, that's her and my property equally, but also legally,
Hmm.
the leases of both of those places are fully in Grace's name. And you can say, well, they're in name only, but really you're a partnership or whatever. But you will admit they
Yeah.
are in her name,
Yes.
not
Yes.
mine.
Yes. Of
So that
course. Of
she
course.
could say, at least up here, she could say, like, I don't want you here and have me trespass today. That's
Yes.
definitely true from a legal perspective. The
Yes.
other two properties are problematic because it is marital property from the eyes of the state, but she also has been paying the lease and paying the money, which you could say, well, the money she paid came from that 100,000, but that was her money and she didn't have to pay it, right? You understand? You agree with me there?
Yeah, but that's why I would just see it as I don't I think emotion I don't think Grace does anything without your approval for the most part. That's just maybe that sounds mean, but that's how I've seen it the last 2 years. And ultimately, though, I think you could like I'm sure there's cases of
You don't think she does anything without my approval?
I'd say mostly like that's how I would see it, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But back to like legal stuff. I'm sure there's cases of people getting divorced, and there's like a storage space that someone can't pay anymore, and I don't know the intricacies
But
of how all
if I
that
could just
works.
push you just a little bit on this.
Uh huh.
So currently, she's been talking with Lalo, Big Patience, Adam, and Adam's dad about possibly going to LA again at the
Uh-huh.
end of this month.
Uh-huh.
And my take on it is like, yeah, like I can see that being something you'd want to do,
Hmm.
but it's up to you. I
Yeah.
understand that you're saying if I was vociferously in some way opposed to that, that she would factor that in.
I mean, I
Are
think
you
it's
saying that
beyond.
I am actually making the call?
Well, no, I mean for that, and this is where sometimes I actually relate to Grace. Is like Amelia and I haven't been apart from each other more than 5 times overnight in 13 years. So
Mhm.
I know the feeling when Grace talks about like being away from you makes me feel bad to say the least. So to me, it seems like
Yeah,
if she did go there, she'd probably feel anxious and
yeah,
not. I mean, that's what happened last time, but that's a different story, I
yeah.
guess.
Okay, you recognize that. Okay, that she has some degree to which you could say it comes out of an unhealthy place, but she genuinely would say like, I would like to be with my dad, not so
Hmm.
much like I would love not to be with my dad, and I just have no right.
Hmm.
Oh, a
Which
Yeah.
you
quick
can say
response to
is
this. Hold on a
agency or
second.
not.
Titus says, I can't wait for court to get a forensic audit done on Grace. My mother actually did try to sue me. My sister told me she went to a lawyer to try to sue me, but the lawyer waved her away because the money was legally transferred to me. So, just to
Yeah,
Hmm.
answer that
I
question.
actually met with the lawyer and told her mother about it. And part of the meeting, I met with like a $350 an hour lawyer. Was like, would this be legal? And she said, absolutely, that's totally legal. So, and I've been open about that transfer. We talk. If I'm trying to, if I'm trying to hide something in a classic sense, I'm really bad at it because I
Right.
openly said these transfers were being made to Grace. And when I was asked to provide information that I really couldn't specifically provide, I did provide it. And I've had
Right.
transparency on that level.
I mean, I think you did transfer the money to Grace and you were open about it, but
Yeah.
you know, you understand my opinion is what happened with Courtney and all that stuff was really at least verbally abusive and manipulative. So in my mind, Courtney agreeing to that was, at least under kind of duress, but that's
Okay, but
just a different.
if she had as an adult murdered someone,
Right.
wouldn't that be if I had like kind of intimated it or something like that? Wouldn't she still have agency as someone? Unless you're going to say she's mentally ill and has no ability to tell right from wrong, there has
I
to be
think,
some way in which
right.
even a female,
Right. That's like the
even
Patty
a
Hearst thing.
female
Right.
who's an adult has some agency and should be held accountable for her actions. Correct?
Right. To me, it reminds me of Patty Hearst, whenever she was in trouble for robbing the bank with, that group. You
I
remember
don't know
that?
the whole story there.
Right.
I
Well,
think that she
it's,
fell in love with the robbers. Is that
right.
correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of
Okay.
conflicting things, but you
So I think if
essentially
she
right.
fell in love with the robbers, then she fell in love with the robbers. I don't think that has anything to do with her being a victim of anything.
Well, of course, for people that don't know, she was kidnapped and held in a closet for months. It's complicated, and it's a whole
Yeah.
thing for the dawn. Everyone's going to argue about it, but I think that that's what makes all of this kind of
Yeah,
like again
here.
complicated,
Patty
right?
Hearst's brainwashing claim was rejected, and she was convicted.
Right.
I
She was
mean,
pardoned by I think Reagan or something.
one I know better is like
Or was it George?
I do believe there were young women who were involved in killing the Hollywood. What was it? Sharon Tate, right?
Right, the Manson
Is that the
girls.
right name?
Yeah,
Sharon Tate.
yeah.
Okay, and they said like, oh well, Charlie Manson was back because he was not there. I think at the murder scene,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that true? But he, kind of intimated or whatever and whatever. Like, okay, but like they're guilty. You agree, and they deserved to be harshly punished.
I think the Manson stuff is like it's a little different, but I would mostly say like what we're talking about is Courtney agreeing to $150,000
No, no,
being
no, 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 no. Can
transferred,
can you
right?
answer the question before moving on?
Right.
Because we can't have a discussion if
If
you just go, if you
somebody
just wave away every point I
okay
make and go, okay, that's it.
if somebody murders somebody, they have to deal with the legal ramifications of it, and even in that's just a court case, and there's defense lawyer. People argue about the complexities of that,
Okay, right.
right?
But what I'm saying is morally, can there be a person like Charlie Manson who is in some sense charismatic? I understand older, charismatic, where your agency, because you're a young woman under the whatever of a charismatic older male,
I would
are
say the
not
Manson girls are.
really like I understand maybe 10% less
I
culpable,
mean,
but
I would
you're
say
basically, if you're an adult, you're close to 100% culpable for your actions, and you
well,
can't attribute culpability on any significant level to someone unless there's like some real kind of like mafia type shit, like you're gonna get killed if
that's
you
why I'd
didn't do
compare it
this.
more to Patty Hearst because I think the Manson girls were a little more actively. Some of them said they. Anyway, it's complicated how they viewed Charlie,
But what
but
I'm saying is, if the truth is, and the truth is that they could have simply gone on whatever this mission was and then just not done it and just walked away from the Manson family,
right, that's the
then they're pretty close to 100% culpable for whatever they did.
okay. So the Manson girls are guilty, and I mean, that's totally fine with me. But to
Okay.
me, the more interesting cases are like Patty Hearst or kidnapping cases like J.C. Dugard, where people are like, why didn't she just leave? She was kidnapped when she was like 11, and with this
Right.
kidnapped for 18 years.
Sure.
Um, and I think I don't even like using the term Stockholm syndrome because I think it's kind of bullshit, reductive or something. But I
It does
think
refer to something, but actually, do you know the actual Stockholm case?
wasn't like a bank robbery or they're hostages. I don't
It
know
was a
exactly.
bank robbery in which some of the hostages, I mean, it's maybe the syndrome means something different, but some of the hostages acted friendly towards their captors because they thought it was safer to do that.
Right. Right. Okay. I think that's interesting. I think
But
that's a
wait, wait, wait,
better.
wait, 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 hold
Right.
on.
Okay. Keep going.
But as
Sorry.
soon as they were released, it's not like they had an ongoing, like, emotional connection with the robbers. They just
Right.
used it to get out of a situation. In much the same way, I think you would say that if you were an Israeli hostage, whatever you felt about the Gaza thing, it would make sense for you to be friendly when you're in tunnels with people who absolutely are controlling your life.
Right. So
That doesn't mean that you've been brainwashed. But
right.
it would make sense until you're in the hands of the Red Cross to be friendly towards those people,
Right. So I would say that maybe a
right?
good. Yeah, I would say a good
Okay.
example would maybe be Courtney might have felt, and I don't know for sure that her means of surviving within the family was to agree to certain stuff. Maybe that's just I don't know because I haven't talked to her about that. But that's just you could view it that way.
Right,
Survive.
but why wouldn't she be capable? Why wouldn't she be culpable for
Or
making whatever agreements she made? Why
well,
wouldn't she be?
legally she
Why
is
wouldn't she
right.
be like? Why wouldn't it be like? Well, okay,
She
you
gave
did
the
what
money
you
away.
did, and you were an adult, and like, what is this exemption? And why couldn't I make the same exemption? whenever I felt like it.
I think well, I don't think Courtney is in court right now arguing about that 150,000, but I
Well,
would
she absolutely is. That's it. That's the one thing. She doesn't care about abuse or anything like that, because I have
well,
full access right now. I have full parental access to every single one of my kids as much as she does. There's no because we went
like
actually to the local police department when I picked up Joe, and he was like, well, what do you mean there's no what do you
right.
call it, after a divorce you have custody? There's no custody situation because there's no divorce. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like
I think the idea
up in
is
the air. So wait,
right.
hold on a minute. So the idea that she's like really concerned about her kids being abused by me is ludicrous, because
I
I
right.
offered her a custody agreement and she
Right,
doesn't
right.
care. She
Yeah,
just
I
wants
don't
money.
right. I
Why
don't
does she
know
want
about that
money?
stuff.
Why does she want money?
Well, I would say okay. So going back to the 150,000 thing, when I think
It's
about
not
it, if that was
150. I don't think it's
whatever it
150,000.
was, if that was the last of the large amount of liquid marital assets, I assume. So maybe she's just saying like the money
That's
that
true.
you
That is
gave.
true. Yes,
Okay,
that's
so the
true.
money that you gave to Grace, you lived off of still. Grace paid you, but you lived off of it. So I'm sure to her, you still essentially had access, and she feels like that money is just gone, and she is
So
owed part of it.
if
So that
okay,
makes
so
sense.
but wait a second. So let me give you an analogy, because this actually happened. There was a guy named John Feeney
Uh huh.
that was hired to help us, like, and he was a friend. We both had worked with him, but he essentially was hired as a kind of like substitute husband to help keep her calm so Grace and I could sell the houses before they were foreclosed on, which I don't have any problem with because I didn't think I was married to her at the time. So, like, I wouldn't have even cared if it was like sexual, if just hiring a man to pretend to be your husband. But like, I don't think any of that happened, but it was this idea, someone to calm you down and talk to you so we can sell the houses. He was paid something like $40,000. Okay. And if he had subsequently taken that money and given some of it back to Courtney, what would the problem be?
I guess that would be her. That I don't know that I. If you're trying to compare it to what happened with you and Grace, is that what you're saying? I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
if Grace, this is what I
If
don't
she
understand.
lived
If
with, if
Grace was given
uh huh,
legally
uh
and with both people fully aware a certain amount of money, and she chose to use that to help us by paying to store our marital assets, in what sense has Courtney been scammed? I don't get it.
I think she would probably argue that she agreed on that stream under duress and disagrees with it now, and she feels that the Grace just
Yeah, but
it's
on
not
that
fair.
stream, and
Right.
then for months later, but she met with Grace and said, like, I know that Dad gave you this money. I'm glad. You should leave, and da 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 da. Okay,
Hmm.
so
She didn't ask for the money back.
so, but what I mean
Well,
is
so
like,
she's
so you're saying over the course of months,
well,
that's
Wait,
so
hold on
someone.
a second. Hold on. Smokey Guru,
mhm.
thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Very nice. Thank
I
you.
guess some people would say that giving Grace that money was a way of hiding your last
But
liquid
you don't
amount of
understand.
money.
You don't understand what I like. Just try to listen for a minute, because I do think you
Right.
really are like. Let's just take this aspect of it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this stuff was stored. It was marital assets, therefore equally her mother's and mine, which she asserted by forcing us to drive overnight 20 fucking hours to come open the goddamn door for her, right? Okay,
Hmm.
so she's paid $50,000 that she didn't have to pay a cent of to keep those assets there on behalf of both of us.
Uh-huh.
How am I scamming in a way that her mother wouldn't be scamming her? Like, she got fucked in the ass, not her mother. No?
Well, I would say it's more honest to say like if you said you got fucked in the ass because you had to pay for the storage space, because that's how I see it. That you have kept paying for the
I
storage
didn't
space.
pay for it.
But I would say essentially, like in a kind of broader sense, that's how I would
Okay,
see it.
let me try another angle on you, because I
That's
just find this fascinating. Okay, so things were said under duress because supposedly there was like an abusive situation. How far back would then this abused person have a right to say, like, I need to be repaid or renegotiate things that were done in this situation? So we were married in the year 2003, right? So could someone say, like, oh well, I now disagree with investing $50,000, which we did, in rent for the restaurant. I want now half of that back. Like, why not? Right? You were under like how like this
I
makes
don't
no
know.
sense on some level, right? You'd have to admit.
I'd say that I wouldn't be able to have a definitive opinion on that, but because I saw the stream and and my perception of what the stream was what was happening there, it seemed
No,
pretty
I'm saying in
obvious to me.
theory.
Yeah, in theory, someone could try to do that, but it probably wouldn't fly, at least with me, because I wouldn't have known the context of what
Okay,
occurred.
but I have been consistent. Grace can attest to this. My personality has been consistent from well before I met her, and she was attracted to that. Wouldn't you say that if you don't want to be married to this person, you shouldn't get married to them? And if you don't like the marriage that you have, you should get out of it as soon as possible. Now, I gave her the option of getting out of it as soon as possible, and she did not take that option.
Right, I think
Okay,
she
so
was in love with you.
how
She
is
loved
it
you,
that
right?
someone could be in the situation that you are sympathizing with them when they didn't opt out of a situation that they could have opted out of? They refused to opt out of it, but also claim to be a victim of. Make
Well,
that make sense,
Well,
right?
I mean, from what I've understood, it's not just Courtney, but over time, it seems like your behavior maybe changed after Abyssinia ended, and things shifted whenever, at least from John and other people, that you and Grace
RD,
got.
wait, hold on.
But it's not making
Let
any
me
That's
add
sense.
there.
something.
If
Let me
you
add
Yeah.
right
something
now
here.
say, I'm a victim of this conversation,
Uh-huh.
you're a victim of this conversation with me, but I
Right.
say, like, you're free to go.
Mm-hmm.
Those two things are not compatible. You would agree, just like it's not possible
Well, that's the
for you
ultimate
to be a
question
victim of
about.
something that you're freely engaging in. Is
That's the
that
ultimate
correct?
question, right, about abuse and cults and whatever. However we see this, it's you'd think that
But
someone would just leave.
you don't, like, you don't see that as common sense? Like
It's
in
common
this
sense, but when
literal situation, right, that you and I are in,
there's people that
you are
don't leave.
not, you cannot claim to be a victim.
Right, but when you're in a relationship with somebody and you have kids with them and you love them and you want to make it work, and also then things, at least from the point of view of other people, become kind of abusive and cult like, then it's even harder to leave. And
The
that's
incest culture?
No, but it would be even easier to leave if the leaving was just leaving the relationship and still trying to maintain relationships with your kids, right? What it would be, wouldn't you recognize at some point it would be an obsession of the person not willing to leave,
well,
and therefore at the very least a mental illness, no?
well, no, I disagree. I would say that like there's times when I want to get. Can I quickly ask what Grace? What were you gonna say? I'm just
Yeah.
curious.
I was just gonna say, if you were gonna say my dad's behavior changed, I just would bring up the story that he's told where my mom was in the car with him when they were like before they were married, and she
Right.
said like, am I the prettiest girl or something? And
Right.
he pulled over to the side of the road and what was it? Hit her with a
Took
belt.
my belt off. And whatever, did a light kind of.
I
Right.
mean, I would say that's, consistent. I don't think, you know what I mean? Like, that was before she committed. So I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've
he's
never
been this guy. I
I've
don't know.
never.
She married him after that. And,
Yeah, I've never heard. I don't know Courtney's point of view on that story, but all I can say is that from like the videos I've seen of the last, whatever it's been 6 to 8 years, that's the stuff where it feels like this is beyond just like I don't know BDSM or abuse, whatever was going on there. It felt like it seemed to me it was cult like, and that's just that's how I see it. Yeah.
I agree. There is a cult-ish dynamic,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes like a cult will also make someone who's leaving the cult feel like they're part of a cult, right?
Hmm.
Like you're part of the secular evil demons who are trying to attack us, right?
Wait, say it again. So sorry.
So say there's a cult,
Mm-hmm.
right? And someone's saying, I just, hey, you know what, guys, like I'm not buying it anymore. I think this is sick. I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
What that cult will say to that person is, oh, you're with evil, satanic
Mm-hmm.
people who are trying to attack us, who are a cult, right?
Right. 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 The opposite cold. Okay.
So
Yeah.
you always have this question of, and you know, from like, I'm not trying to shame you. I don't think you would find this a
Uh-huh.
shame thing. BDSM,
Uh-huh.
there is a legitimate question. If two people voluntarily are engaging in BDSM, who has the power? Because the instinctual thing would be, oh well, of course the dom is into having power, but in many cases, especially like where you have safe words and stuff like that, it's actually the bottom that has the power, and you've
Right.
admitted
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So if you can say like, oh okay, well what's going on here, if it's about power, it's complicated because in many ways the sub
I
has way more power.
Right, but I would say like we see on like streams when Courtney tries to leave, she's told like if you leave, we're gonna call the cops on you, or they took, the car would get taken away, or you guys would try to get her 5150 sometimes, like it seemed like it was when she would leave, or there was the whole thing about her abandoning the children, so it's like,
Yes.
Well, hang
So
on a
so
second. No,
well,
I
can I
want to
just
talk.
make
No, I want
can
to
I just
talk
make
about
one?
this one.
I'll make one point and then I'll hand it off. I promise. Here's the thing: from around the year 2020, when she met with a priest who told her like, I don't really think you're like marriage material. I don't think this marriage is healthy, and I think that Ben is the more competent parent, and you should do what you can and not be angry. That has been always consistently my I've been making that case, always consistently making that case, which means you're absolutely free to, I'd love it if you could disconnect from this relationship with me while not using the kids um as weapons, right? And so that's what I was opposed to. You can't just do this to our children. Okay, so that offer has never been accepted, which is just like a very reasonable offer. And I was super happy. I was the one who encouraged her to get a restraining order because like I was like, the two of us should not talk. I don't care if it's me or you. But she's the one who added the kids to it. So keeping adding the kids to it was my objection to it. But
mhm.
I'll leave you,
Okay.
Grace. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I lost the point I was trying to make. What were we
Okay.
talking about?
I
Oh,
was
the
talking about like,
leaving. Oh, yeah, no,
right.
I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
just going to say that running off without coming up with any kind of co-parenting situation and leaving me and my dad in charge of the kids is not leaving. That's just abandoning your responsibilities. Like, I don't think
Right.
you could say, like, well, she tried to leave. And what you mean by leave is, like, get separation as a mature parent. But what she really did was just take off randomly and leave me and my dad in charge of the kids and have no plan or for co-parenting or a living situation or anything. I don't really
But
think those are equivalent.
but there was a lot of Ben would talk to her about like how she was abusive to the kids and how she needed to kind of stay away from the kids, and there was a lot of stuff like that over and over again. So I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
to,
there were a lot of different like living arrangements,
yeah. So
sure.
maybe to her it was, well, they say
But when
if
she ran off, it wasn't that she said I'm abusing the kids and I just need to get away from them. That's not what she said.
Well,
okay,
I do think
so
there was some of that, but I think if you look at, for example, we both Grace and I said, I think it might be good for you to get some time apart from us. But if you could stream it, then at least, you'd be building our career.
I mean,
So
yeah.
first I suggested the RV, but she didn't want to like read the manuals or learn anything about it. So she just took Grace's car, basically cleaned it out over the course of 2 days and said like, I'm going to stream myself going. I think the idea was to end up visiting either Hormax or Provo Kid or someone on like near the West Coast. And I was like, okay. Right, Grace?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, because like you're still contributing by like streaming your experiences.
Hmm.
And she made it 10 miles, parked at a Walmart, and just screamed on Discord for 3 days. I
Well,
don't see how that's being controlled.
well, I mean, I don't know. I've never talked to her about that, but maybe she just was afraid to leave or didn't want to leave, just like how sometimes Grace is afraid to be away from you. I don't know, but
Afraid of what?
You're
gets
you're conflating two things there. I don't want to leave because I get alienated and lonely. Are you saying that's not really being afraid to leave in the sense of being afraid of my dad? It's just a fear of the
What would she
unknown.
have been afraid of?
I mean, I think she was probably. I don't know. I don't know the exact her side of that story, but I can only imagine that
Even
she didn't want to
theoretically,
leave the
what
house.
could she
Maybe
possibly have been afraid of?
being away from her kids. I'm sure she obviously felt that
What
you
is
were
there to
abusive
fear
to
of
her, but
being afraid away from her kids?
I mean, we're talking about this one trip thing, so I don't think I can talk on it enough to know what happened there. But all I can say is it's like there's two. It's what stuff you said is why didn't she just leave? She could have left at any time. And then when she did try to leave at times, she was told to come back or that she was doing it the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I think that
Do you think there are right and wrong ways to leave a family with 6 kids?
I mean, I think with the situation that she was in was pretty crazy. And I can see just when thinking the only way
So
that I
can
can
you
do
answer
this
the
is just,
question? Are there right and wrong ways
of course there are,
for
but
a
when
woman to
right,
leave a
but when someone's
family where
being
there are
abused,
6
I
kids?
think that's broader. When someone's being abused, bless you. I
Thank
think
you.
that's a broader thing, like
I don't know. No, I don't know. You say you know. I don't know.
okay, you don't know.
And I
Okay.
don't know what broader means.
There's or sorry, I guess it would be a situation that's a little more complicated than you left the wrong way. If we've all seen, at least in
I
the
said
chat,
are there right and wrong ways to do that?
I don't think she did necessarily the wrong way when she left and lived
Okay,
with
but I'm asking you, are there right
yes.
or
Yes.
can you just sit there
Sure.
and say she tried to leave and you had a problem with it? Does you understand? Just saying she
Oh,
tried to leave and you had a problem with it would assume in every case when someone says I tried to leave that means you're a bad person for saying I have a problem with it. I'm saying you can have a legitimate problem with someone doing that in certain ways. Is that true or is it just whenever you feel like it in whatever way you do it, you should be able to just do whatever the fuck you want to do, no matter how many kids you have, and no matter what the situation is. Right?
I
Can we establish that?
yeah, of course there's wrong ways to do it, but I don't see how it was
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
see how, okay, so I would
So you're
disagree.
saying that in some cases,
Uh-huh.
someone can do something like get away from a situation that they're not able to function properly in a way that is wrong.
Right. So an example that I would make is if you felt that you needed to get away from a house for whatever reason and you just left your kids there and there was nobody there to watch them, maybe
Right.
you had a medical emergency, that's leaving your kids the wrong way, but when she left, you were there. You're their dad and you were there.
Okay, so
So,
the only
that's fine.
condition is when there are children who are literally abandoned with no parents. No, aren't there other? I mean, like
But you were
if
their
I
parent,
if
you were
I if
there. It's
I if
okay.
I light this apartment on fire and walk out, don't you think that would be a wrong way for me to get away from Grace? I mean, are you
Yeah.
retarded? Do you
Wait,
even
but
have a
she
fucking
left.
brain? Are you
Wait,
even
no.
like on planet Earth?
Wait, but she left with
It's
you, the kids with
unbelievable
you
how
there.
stupid you act.
Wait,
You're
but
not this stupid. But
wait,
okay,
but
you
I'm
want to
trying to be
make the
good
case that you're
faith.
the dumbest fucking retard on earth. Keep going.
No.
Keep
Okay,
going.
wait.
You're
I'm just
so
saying.
fucking stupid. But you're not. You're quite a smart guy. You're quite sensitive. But you just play these
Oh,
fucking games. But go ahead. You want to look like an idiot.
no. I'm trying to be
I don't
good
know.
faith.
Like
I'm just saying she left and you were there
there
with
are
the
right
kids.
and wrong. If you feel like, hey, I'm 16 years old. I'm a 16-year-old girl. There my parents like this fucking family situation is no good. There are right and wrong ways for me as a 16-year-old girl to get out of that situation. Wouldn't you agree?
wait, if you're, I'm sorry, if you're
I,
16,
a 16-year-old girl feels like, this situation at home is no
uh-huh.
good for me. I want to get out of this situation. There are right and wrong ways to do that,
Yeah.
right?
So what would be the
So,
right
for
way?
example, if she lives in Minnesota and it's January and she's just going to walk out of the home and keep walking and she's going to run away from her parents, that is the wrong way to do it because she's likely to freeze to death.
Uh-huh. But that's her choice about if she's going to take that risk, isn't, for herself.
Okay, so you wouldn't say, okay, so this is perfect. You're this person who's saying, like, I cannot judge whether someone who is a 16-year-old girl who has no preparations and just walks out of her Minnesota parents' home in January into the freezing cold is making, you can't adjudicate whether that it would be a good decision or not. You wouldn't say, well, that would be stupid.
But
Okay,
that's
then
her
you are the
choice.
biggest
Yes, it's
fucking
stupid.
idiot on planet Earth.
Okay. It's stupid. Is it wrong, or is it just unsafe for the girl? If she freezes
It's
to death,
wrong to do something that's.
uh-huh.
What
It's
about if
wrong to
she
do
says,
something
I'm
that's
just gonna
stupid.
put a bullet in my brain? You wouldn't say that's wrong?
It would be bad for her health. Let's
I
say.
think the larger point that RD
You
is
think it would
making
be?
here.
You would think it's not right or wrong to kill yourself. Let's say because she just had a fight with her parents, and she like wants to get out of this situation. So she puts a bullet in her brain, and it's like relatively minor. You know, the kind of thing that like 16-year-old girls can about whether her boyfriend can come over or spend the weekend with them or on a trip. They say no. She says, I really want him to come. She kills herself, and you go, well, that's neither right or wrong. So then what the fuck are you talking about? Anything having
You're
to
talking
do with
about
abuse
morally
or right or
wrong.
wrong?
You're
You're
saying it's
disqualified.
morally
You're
wrong.
DQ'd. Never, ever, ever, ever utter another word having to do with right or wrong or morality, because any sane human being would say, of course she'd be wrong to do that. She'd be stupid to do that.
Yeah,
That would
she'd
be
be
a bad
stupid.
decision.
Well,
Anyone
yes,
could say that,
it would
except
be
you.
it would be
So
bad for her
enjoy
health.
being a complete moron. I have nothing more to say to you.
All right, it'd be bad for your health to kill yourself.
It would
I
be
don't know.
bad for your health to kill yourself.
Yeah.
That's it? That's the only reason?
It would be a, yeah. I don't know. If we're talking about morality and moral questions, I guess.
But you are. Wait, so are you saying you have no objective belief in
Man,
morality
this
one
doesn't
way or
even
the
make any
other?
sense. How are you then judging my whatever as a parent? How?
What What do you mean? Like, because I okay.
You
So
don't
if a,
even believe you could you don't believe you could tell if a 60-year-old gets in a fight about something relatively minor with her parents that it would be wrong for her to kill herself. But you could sit here and fucking judge me about subtleties from the internet, what you've seen on the internet, subtleties of whether I'm abusive or not to a woman who obviously has like serious mental illness. What the fuck? Make it make sense.
I think for me, what I'm saying is it would be, if I was talking to that girl, I would say that this is a terrible idea to kill yourself. You shouldn't do it. Your life's worth living. So, but when
Okay,
we're
so then
talking,
wouldn't that apply to everything? Let's just say if you have criticisms of my dad, that it's just unhealthy. It's neither right nor wrong. Wouldn't you have to say
it's
that?
wrong.
No,
It's,
no,
in my
he's
opinion,
agreeing. Okay, this is a terrible idea. That's a judgment.
it's
This would be a
wrong.
terrible idea.
It's
A
wrong
terrible
to
idea is something that
abuse.
is
It's wrong
wrong
to
to do.
abuse your family. It's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong to abuse your family. Yes.
Is it wrong to kill
You should
yourself?
really consider whether anything you may say makes any sense, because you just totally changed your view because you realized how stupid it sounded. So you
I mean,
only
I would
say
say it's
things because
wrong
they
to
sound
tell.
convenient to you in your fucking little
I would
F
say it's
slur
wrong to
emotions
tell
tell you to
somebody
say
to
them.
kill
But then
themselves. I would.
you could
That's
say things
bad.
that are totally incompatible the next minute and then go back and forth
Well,
like a fucking bitch, which is what you are. You're a fucking
we're
bitch.
talking.
You don't have one fucking iota of masculinity in you. You're
Oh.
totally inconsistent.
So
You're
I
totally
think to me,
inconsistent. It's just you
like
and your
there's a
feces.
stream
It's just you
where
and
you
your
told
fucking
Courtney to
feces all
kill
the time.
herself. I would say
My
that's wrong.
feelings.
That's
Fuck
a wrong
you.
thing.
I agree with Ben Shapiro. Facts don't care about your feelings. And I say kill yourself. It would
Oh.
be healthy for you and everyone else in the world.
Oh, okay. So You're saying it's good to tell someone to kill themselves. They're the wrong type of person, right?
It's not good. In your case, it's fantastic.
Okay,
I
so
will bring
depending on the
you to
person,
your
it's okay.
location. We can find it. We'll find you a bridge. I'll fucking Uber you there. I'll throw
Okay,
you off myself.
so I think like there's a stream. There's been probably a couple streams. One where we talked about where you told Courtney she should kill herself, and then you got back on and said, "Okay, we're calling the cops." You took this seriously. I think that was wrong to do that.
But
Um,
you said that you don't think suicide is wrong. You just think it's unhealthy. So you would have to say that you just think it's unhealthy for him to do that, and not that it's bad
no,
or
no, no.
good.
We were having a separate conversation about like autonomy
The question is that
and
no,
and
the
the
question is
person.
whether something is whether you make moral judgments or not. And if you
Okay, so
can't
I
say that
do make
suicide
moral.
is wrong, then your whole morality is retarded. Everybody understands that. Everybody would say suicide
Okay,
is wrong. You're
so
hurting
is
yourself and
suicide.
other people.
What about if somebody's like dying of cancer and they're gonna die in
Thank you for the
5 days?
gifted sub, Jedi.
And they're in
Sorry.
and I mean
Thank
this is a
you.
whole other conversation about like if somebody's dying of horrible, painful cancer and they decide to kill themselves 5 days before, I don't think that's wrong. I mean that's a whole other conversation, right?
Oh Lord.
Right.
Okay.
I don't
I
care. We
mean,
don't care about that conversation, right? Who cares?
I
Whatever. It's
still
fine.
think it's wrong to kill yourself, but like you're
Okay.
talking about dying from an extremely painful illness
Yes.
versus killing yourself. I mean, I'm not really
Yeah.
interested in this, honestly.
Yeah. Neither am I. Neither am
What
I.
I'm
I
interested in is considering everything that has happened. My question is, why, if my mother thinks that I am in a bad situation,
Mhm.
why hasn't she responded to my multiple letters and emails asking her to give me some idea of what she wants to do with the storage unit? Why won't she tell me I want to get some of it? I want to pay some of the rent. I don't want to pay the rent. I don't think I owe you. I do. I don't
It could.
understand. Putting my
Right.
dad aside, if
I don't know.
everyone can objectively understand that I'm in a sticky situation with that whole thing.
Right. I think
But if
maybe her
she wants
lawyer
some
has
of the
said
stuff
to.
in there,
I don't know. All I can say is maybe her lawyers like only communicate through me. There's all kinds of complexities to that. I don't know. That's but I think it's even more complex because back to my original point, to me it seems like Ben still controls the storage space. Your name just happens to be on the lease. You know?
but even if that, okay, even if we agree that that's true, I objectively legally am in a sticky situation.
Right. That's not well then
So
you could say
why
it's
wouldn't she
unfair to
help me?
I think
And if
again
she
when you're
doesn't
dealing
help me,
with
if she refuses to help me with this, then what do you think I should do? Whether Ben's controlling it or not.
I think I'd say give the storage space back to your dad and he should handle it and you shouldn't worry
He's
about it.
not going to take over the lease. He's not going to take over the lease. He doesn't have the money to pay for the lease, and he wouldn't even if he wanted to. Even
Well,
if
I
he had
mean,
the money. He's
but
not interested in taking
but
over the
that's the
lease.
thing.
Nobody's interested.
But that's the thing. Like I would say that you and your dad share money, so it is his money partially. In the same way, like Amelia and I share money. You know.
Okay, but even if that was true, so transferring the lease to his name wouldn't work. Like, that doesn't make a
Because
difference.
he
It's
would
just a
refuse
different
it.
name, same problem.
Okay. Well, that's shitty. I would say it's shitty that he put you in that situation where you had to like hide money, like do that for him. That's not fair.
What? I'm not hiding any money. I have a storage unit full of marital property that I can't sell.
Okay. Well,
And my dad has
I
given
said
me
that wrong.
permission to my dad has given me permission to sell it. My mother hasn't. And so I'm putting myself in legal jeopardy by selling it. But I also do you understand? Like, I don't want to keep paying rent for stuff that I can't sell.
Uh huh. Well, it
And
seems like your dad should
I
tell
just
the
feel
court
like I'm
that,
getting
and your dad
sorry?
could tell the court. Your dad could tell the court that, and the court could figure it out. Like, hey, how do we make this storage
He
unit
has
thing?
told the court that they didn't do anything.
Okay, I mean, I just think he put you in a sticky situation. He should have
But
been the
take
one who
him
dealt
out
with
of
it.
it. Just take him out of it for a second. What am I
Okay,
supposed to do? Because he's not the one preventing me from selling it. So she is. She's the one putting me in this situation, objectively speaking.
well, I don't think it's I don't think it's wrong for Courtney to say, "Hey, that's half of my marital property, and I don't want it to be sold without my knowledge or I don't know. That's there.
You don't
Like your
think
dad's
that's
saying,
wrong? So you think it's okay for her to insist that I keep paying rent for something that I can't, that I'm just
well,
losing money on?
well, to me, it's really Ben that's paying rent on it. So if Ben's paying rent
No,
on
but
it, that's like a whole
you
legal.
have Ben derangement syndrome. Can you focus on
Okay.
what I'm saying is they're two parts of the pod. He said thumbs up. Do whatever you want with that stuff. So he's out of the picture at that point. But if she doesn't give me the thumbs up, then I'm stuck. So it's her at this point. He said, I don't care. Just do whatever you want with it. I don't consider it whatever. It's abandoned, whatever.
Hmm.
Do you understand how that takes him out of the equation?
Okay. Well, all I can say is that
It's
I
up to
think.
her now. She could free me from this situation, but she won't even respond, even just to say, no, I'm not paying you rent and you
Well,
should
I
keep
think
that stuff. She
divorces
won't
are
respond in
div-
any way.
divorces are like famously very complicated when it comes to people's shared property, and so I don't know. I guess there has to be some agreement with the court. I mean, what would happen? So, what would happen if you stopped paying the space? What would actually happen?
If I stopped paying for the space and I didn't do anything with that stuff, I would have
Uh,
a I would have a terrible relationship with my landlord there. He would be forced to pay to remove that stuff and may or may not sue me for not removing that stuff.
right. And so that's what kind of upsets me about Ben. In my opinion, getting you to take on the lease because he had to have known something like that could happen, and like it's all on you. That's unfair. That's not fair.
Well, whatever you think about it, what's done is done. The situation
Yeah.
that I'm in now is that he's released me to sell that stuff and she hasn't.
Okay. That's. I think that he
She
has to
hasn't
take
even
on the
said that
responsibility.
she hasn't even said if she wants some of it. She never
Well,
sent
that's
me a
something
list
that
of anything she
lawyers.
wants.
That's something that like lawyers
I
and stuff can
contacted
figure
her
out.
lawyer. I'm not part of the divorce in the sense that
Right.
I can't stand up in the courtroom and say, hey, I have an issue here. I'm not allowed to do that.
But
So
see,
I've
that's
tried to
not fair. That.
contact both her and her lawyer, and I got no response from either of them.
But see, that's not fair that your dad is making you deal with all this and be under that stress. He should take the responsibility.
He's not
And
making me deal with it currently. It's legally my responsibility. It doesn't matter whether he wants me to deal with it or not. He's not going to get an answer from her any more than I'm going to. He literally can't contact her. He
okay,
told the
but
courts. He told the courts and they didn't do anything about it.
I'm sure
Do
that
you
I know
understand?
this. I know that like the court has been dragging and dragging, but from other people I know that have gotten divorced, they fought over stuff, and they got a judge ended up,
But they're not
lawyers
even
figured it
fighting
out.
over it.
They can
They're not even
mediate
fighting over it.
mediate
It's
it.
not brought up in the court proceedings anymore. She never responded to me.
Okay, so
Her
then your
lawyer
dad
never
could
responded
bring
to
it
me.
up with. I know your dad doesn't have a lawyer, but I think he could
But
message
he
Courtney's
did
lawyer and
bring it
say,
up. He has
"I just."
messaged Courtney's lawyer.
Okay, so then I'm sure it'll get figured out.
How is her not responding my dad's fault? And in a larger context, if she thinks that I have been a victim of abuse, why does she want to keep me in this situation where I'm sort of like caught in a catch-22? He legally cannot give me leave to sell it or get out of the situation. Like, what's done is
He's
done.
right, and
He
he put you in
can't.
that
It's marital
situation.
property. If they both gave me the thumbs up, yeah, but what's done is done, whether that's bad or
Okay,
good.
that's insane.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about the now.
Okay.
If they both gave me the thumbs up, then I could do whatever I wanted with it and take my losses. But with him giving me the thumbs up and her not responding, I'm stuck. On the one hand, I get sued by my lawyer. On the other hand, I get sued by her. And if you want to tell me she wouldn't sue you, she's already asked a lawyer if she could sue me for the money that my parents gave me.
I
And the lawyer told her no, but like to tell me like she's not interested in suing me is a lie.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's gonna see you, but I have no idea. Um, All I can say is
So wait a
you're in
second.
a
So you don't
really
think she'll?
bad
So
situation.
you don't think she'll sue
I
me?
have
So
no
do you think
idea.
I should sell the stuff and just
No,
tell
I
her to
don't.
go screw?
I don't think you should sell the stuff. I think you should wait. I think your dad should take on the responsibility, put the lease in his name, and go from there. And it should be just done between you and your parents, and you shouldn't be involved.
But it doesn't. You have defeated your own point because if my dad and I share money, then it being in his name or my name doesn't matter. You're the one who says, "Wait, Dad, hold on. I'm just gonna remove you because this is good." You're the one who says we share money.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so it doesn't matter whose name it's in.
Well, okay, so if you share money, then he has to take responsibility for it. Maybe he has to go get a job or something. I
But
don't
why
know.
shouldn't my mom, by your logic, why shouldn't my mom take over the lease
It
just as
just
well?
it seems
Neither
like
of
this
them
is
are
something
taking
that
over
could
the lease.
okay, then it seems like something that could easily get figured out eventually with like lawyers.
And until then, I should keep paying $900 a month? Is that your answer?
Well, because really, Ben's choosing to pay $900 a month.
No, my mother is choosing to make me pay that because if she gave me the thumbs up, I could get rid of that stuff and be out of there and no longer have to pay that.
True.
He gave me the thumbs up. How do you not understand that?
Well, no matter what, I just think it's unfair you're in the situation.
You're not
And
answering the question. You're just telling me get fucked up the ass continually by your own mother because it's her stuff. Why
well, did
shouldn't I
you?
sell it? If
Well,
you think, do you think she wants any of that stuff? Doesn't this just seem like a way to torture me? Because she, like, I went through the unit, right? Most of it's tools and stuff. She doesn't want it. She doesn't have any place to put it. If she wanted something, she could have emailed me or texted me or called me or DM'd me or anything. It seems like she's just not giving me the thumbs up because she wants to fucking torture me, doesn't it, RD?
no, I think that probably her lawyer said like, don't talk to uh, Grace, don't talk to Ben directly. I mean, I've had lawyers that have told me that stuff when
I don't
family
care
members
what
have
her lawyer
decided.
said. I don't care what her lawyer
No,
said.
she doesn't have a lawyer in regards to Grace. That is not
No, but
that's
like
not her lawyer. That is a charity lawyer having to do with the divorce case. So I'm
right, but
sure
I'm
the
just
lawyer.
saying.
Hold on a minute. I'm sure the lawyer gave her that and said like, "This has nothing to do with me, but you should be aware of this." That's absolutely what happened, and she decided to ignore it. Of course,
Whenever you
which
guys,
she has a right to
whenever
do.
you guys separated, did you consider Ben that this was?
Your mic cut out. Jennifer, it's not about the court. It's about my landlord.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Well, what I'm saying is like, did you, it seems like this was bound to be an issue because I guess, in my opinion, Ben chose to keep paying the rent on it. But what's done is
But
done.
you
I just
can't
don't.
just keep saying when you want to, Ben, Grace. It's like I or out of the proceeds of the sale of the houses, I paid for 12 months. But I would say I paid it on behalf of the family or her mother and I. Okay. That's true. Subsequent to that, Grace paid every dime of that. She had no obligation to do so, but she did it. Okay. So I understand that you're saying, well, whenever I feel like I can just say it's Ben that did that.
Well, okay. How about
But
this?
that
In
can't
in
be
divorce court,
true
boring
in the
stuff like this
same.
gets figured out
You'd
all the
have to
time.
admit it's not true in the sense that it was true of the first 12 months. It's significantly different in that Grace could have not signed it or not paid the rent. I mean, it's different.
It seemed,
But
yeah.
I don't think it matters why I got into the lease. I
It
assumed that
doesn't.
we were going to work things out amicably and that I would take responsibility for those items. They were mine to deal with, and I was going to take a loss if eventually I never dealt with them and I just had to get rid of them. But now there's an added layer where my mom is doing something that I wasn't expecting her to do, which is both claiming that it's her marital property and I can't do anything with it, while also saying that she doesn't want any of it and she's not going to contact me.
Well, Grace, can we just skip to the like what I'm trying to say the core issue here, like that is this struggle session is about. And RD can disagree with me, but I don't know that he would. I believe that these issues have really very little to do with me. that these are issues between you and your mother, and that I'm being used as a kind of surrogate
But I
for
don't think
those
it's
issues.
fair. You allowed Grace to take on this responsibility, Ben. Like that's
So
not
wait a
fair.
second, hold on. If try to
Okay.
listen, RD, instead of just like immediately like imposing your own thoughts. What
Okay.
I'm saying is the core issue here is between a mother and a daughter. And I may be wrong about that, but I do think that a mother and a daughter can have a beef. You would admit that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So a mother and a daughter could have a beef in which the husband and father is actually not really, it's just being used as a kind of surrogate or whatever to get at each other. Right? You would recognize that's possible.
Yeah. I just disagree that that's happening right now with the storage space.
Okay. And so, like,
Okay.
so there's a lot of evidence that that's what's going on. For example, at the end of the last court situation, Grace expressed that she fantasized about pounding her mother's head in the concrete. So she had homicidal rage, which is perfectly fine to say on YouTube, and people experience that. Doesn't mean they're going to do anything. But so she experienced that. I did not, as a result of her mother's, sort of refusal to just wrap things up. Now you'll admit that. Could you admit that that is true? Like that's what happened, and I didn't really have that response.
I just say it's all you. Like it's on you. Like this is you. This is
Okay,
your
so
issue.
you're saying it's not theoretically possible that Grace could have an issue with her mother that is in any way differentiated from whatever issues I may have with her mother? You're saying that's not theoretically possible?
Theoretically, but I think in this case, you put your daughter in a bad situation by allowing her to take on the lease.
Okay, but
The
I'm not talking.
irresponsibility.
Okay, we'll get to that. But I use see, whenever I use an example, it doesn't work for you. You just ignore it. I really don't think that's very good
I was just getting ahead
conversational
of.
behavior.
Okay. It's
Like you're
theoretically
just going to
possible.
skip to something else.
No.
But
Okay, it's
I'm saying
theoretically
you
possible.
agree it's theoretical. I do think you are genuinely interested in things. Although I do think what you did there about saying like killing yourself is not good for your health. It was a flub. It was like Destiny level kind of crap. Like I just
I was
think
just thinking.
whatever. It's just garbage thinking. But we'll move beyond it because I don't think
Okay.
you really think that's true. I think you
Okay.
later said it's a terrible idea, which is like restores you into like the
Okay.
human family of normal people. But okay, so what I'm saying is you think it is possible theoretically that a daughter and a mother can have a problem in which the father and husband is like really not the core issue. You did say that that is possible.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm trying to make that case here. And I use the example of Grace's very strong reaction to her mother refusing to just like sort of wrap things up. Right. And this is like, and you can understand why Grace is frustrated. It's like 27 months in. You're basically being given almost everything you want, but now you're adding $10,000 to it in cash, which from her perspective, you have no right to. But like, if you really cared about like protecting your kids or whatever stuff you said you did, what you're doing here is you're just like kind of refusing to wrap things up. Okay. So that was her take on it. My take on it was like, fuck it. Right. I don't mind coming here. It's like, whatever. Okay. Can you admit that we had a different experience there?
You and Grace had a different experience. So you weren't
The judge
mad.
was super. See, the difference is like the judge was super. He listened. So I felt really validated. He listened to me and he kept asking, the plaintiff, like, so why can't you do this? Right. And she's just first said, we need to have another hearing so I can consider the offer that was made. And he was like, well, that doesn't really make sense. It's a simple offer. And then she said, no, I want $10,000 in cash. Whereas before she had said, I just want a $10,000 judgment. I told the judge, you can give me a $2 million judgment. I don't give a fuck because I'm never going to pay it. Right. We understand that. Right. So,
Yeah.
so
I
then
just
she
think
still
that
said no. And he was forced to say, okay, because a judge can't make a judgment until there's a trial. right?
Yeah, I
But
think
he's
that could
just
all
trying to
be
bring
true or
parties
not
together.
true, but
So
you're in charge of
what
Grace's
I'm saying is my
finances.
emotional
That's the
response. Hold
kind
on
of
one second.
this.
So what I'm saying is trying to say is my emotional response to the judge was finally like, yeah, he seemed to be saying you guys aren't making much sense here. Whereas the last judge screamed at me and said, whatever. So I was kind of like on cloud nine. Grace was furious. Okay, but you have to admit that those are different responses.
Yeah, of course they're.
Okay, so that you can't just equate every experience she has with me, right?
So yeah, Grace is frustrated that the trial, whatever this court thing hasn't ended, and you were okay with it that it wasn't ended.
She felt like her mother should have been decent and said, "Let's move on." After 27 months, that she should have just because what was interesting about when we were there, we've been at many of these things that were always for some reason last on the list. I think because they don't want to deal with pro se, stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So usually there's some contention, but every single person before us, it was amicable, both sides, both parties, whatever issues they may have had, they just like said, yes, I agree. Da, da, da. You know what I mean? So and the judge was super nice. And you know what I mean? Like people were acting maturely, I would say. In other words, just kind of compromising and just to move on to get closure. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, but not
Right?
all. Yeah, but not all. Divorce cases go that easy, right?
RD, like, is that really? Do you think that I'm saying that all divorce cases go that easy? Do you think that's what I'm saying, or do I? Or do
I
you
don't
think I'm saying?
know.
Or do you think I'm saying that psychologically, Grace sat through these and saw all of these, like that it just happened to be smooth, 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 and it made her think like, why can't my parents just do the same here? She has literally sat. She has literally sat with me and each of her minor siblings, and each of them said, like, sort of many times with tears in their eyes, I just want closure. I just
Mm-hmm.
want this to be resolved, right? Not really I'm on one side or the other, but I just really want this to move on, to be moved on. And you can understand,
Maybe,
as someone who's been dragged into this.
maybe back then when you gave Grace the
Well, hold
150,000,
on.
you
Can
should have
you
given
just stick
Courtney
with me?
half the
Like,
money. I don't know.
what I'm trying to do is like just get an answer from you. You understand that I'm saying, like, in many ways, she was hoping that her mother could be reasonable and just say, okay. And whether she had a right to be or not, whether she had a right to that expectation of not or not, you can understand that psychologically because people previous had just been like able to compromise. Okay. Including a guy who's like, whose daughter took her mother's name, right? Which is something like the judge was like surprised. Like, I've never heard that before. The guy's like, whatever. Okay.
I
So he was
yeah. I
people
mean,
were willing to be flexible. She saw that, whether it's me or her that's not being flexible, but she was very frustrated with that.
okay, she was
And I'm just
frustrated
saying, like, you
about
can
court.
understand that.
Yeah, she was frustrated about court not going the way that she thought it would go or wanted it to go.
Right. And specifically because her mother was behaving in a way that didn't match up with her prior behavior.
What didn't match up with with Courtney's prior behavior?
Didn't match up with Courtney's prior behavior and also with the expressed desires of the minor children who should be seen as front and center here.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, but to me, what does this have to do with like finances and that you control Grace's finances, in my opinion?
Okay, because I'm trying to make a point, and you can say I don't want to talk about this. It's fine. That this issue is at core between Grace and her mother, not about me. And
Okay,
you can
but
say
the issue
Grace
with the
is
storage
wrong
case?
and Courtney is right, or Courtney is wrong and Grace is right. But you can't say they're both victims of me. That's my point in this whole thing. They've
Okay,
never
but I could
once in
say
all
that
of this
I do.
time had a rational
I
conversation with each other.
I mean, I would say that I would say that you victimized them both in different ways. I've
Okay,
seen it.
so let's take it back to the storage unit because you're saying like I can't see the point there, which I think is just like crazy. What I'm saying is, in actual fact, Grace's mother
Hmm.
knew that she wanted her to say, okay, let's just resolve this. She knew that, and she said,
So you're saying she should
fuck
have
you,
done it for
Grace.
Grace?
And wait, hold on a minute. She said, fuck you, Grace. And Grace
I don't think
responded by
so.
saying, I want to fucking kill that bitch. Okay, now you can say, no, that's not what Courtney was saying. But that's how Grace took it. I was like pretty happy with the court results. Okay, so Grace maybe would be wrong to see it that way, that that's what her mother
Why
was
were you
saying.
happy about the court results? As a
I
side note,
just
why were you
explained
happy
that
with
to
the
you in
court?
great detail, but I already told you, because the first time I've been in court where a judge says,
Oh, because he was on
like,
your side.
he
But weren't
wasn't
you
really
upset
on
that?
my side, but he seemed to be like saying like, okay, this, I mean, first of all, he said like this case 27 months in is
Right.
a really, really long time for a case to be going on, especially when there's no real assets. And the custody is not really in contention. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
But
I was willing to give her custody.
what were you? But were you upset that it didn't end? That she said she wanted to think about it? Were you upset with that?
No, I was super happy because I was like, okay, if this goes to trial, I can absolutely slaughter her.
Oh, okay.
And
So you.
I kind of want to do that. I want to
Oh,
slaughter her. I want her to have zero custody. I want her to face civil and criminal charges. And I want her to be publicly humiliated and have herself exposed as the abusive mother she is. So I'm all for it. I didn't really
oh,
want to lose yet again. Lose. It would be basically losing from my point of view. But I was willing to do it just to kind of move on. You see what
all
I'm
right.
saying?
Okay. Okay.
And I'm saying if Grace had my mentality, she would have said, all right, let's fight it. Great. Fuck that bitch, right? But like she
But
was
aren't
kind of
you on
like,
similar
I want this to be
places?
over with. I don't want to fight it. So
Oh,
we
okay.
had a kind of, but then underneath it, she's like super, super upset because her mother, she saw it as a personal kind of fuck
But
you to
didn't
her,
Courtney
which I
just say,
think
"I want
is
to
what it
think
was.
about it"? But didn't she just say, "I want to think about it"? Like, doesn't necessarily mean I reject it, right? I'm just saying.
Go after having like a week to think about something, which is a basic yes or no, to come into court, to force everyone to come into court and to say, I need another month to think about whether the answer is yes or no, when there's only like one thing in contention, which is this $10,000, is absurd. I do think it's obviously just ridiculous.
But I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know the details, but theoretically, you haven't gotten a definitive answer still. So that's all. I don't know.
Okay, but it does seem like a kind of dragging out of something,
Oh, okay. That's what you're upset by.
right?
My mother won't respond to his offer. She won't respond to my questions about the storage unit. And my dad doesn't really care, but she
Which
knows.
Grace,
No, let
like
me
if you
say
just
this. Let me say this. My dad doesn't really care. He sees it. He's not. He doesn't really care. He's made that clear. But
and
I
RD,
care.
wait, RD, these monthly requirements to be in the city of Warwick at the courts hurt Grace's career, right? Because she can't really travel, and she's the traveling half of this. What I do, I can do here, or I can do I can do anywhere, but it's obviously impeding Grace's. Like if Grace is saying like, oh, I have this opportunity to collaborate with someone in LA. Now she doesn't technically have to be in court.
Right.
Okay. So she can say like, but like, if you look at the storage unit thing, right? If you look at
Uh
that,
huh.
if you look at the way that whole thing went down, her mother wanted her in the storage unit with her.
Mm, okay. She did.
She didn't want me there, except to be like this kind of impotent guy
Oh.
in a car trying not to get arrested, right? So she clearly took the opportunity as soon as she could to fuck with Grace or
Well, I
whatever.
mean, she
You
had.
can say
I
Grace fucked with
mean,
her, but that's the core
no, I
dynamic.
was just saying, like, back to the gold coins thing. I remember when you guys were selling the gold coins. Like, I remember that last year.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying,
So
like,
what?
part of that was about the gold coins and where they were, and like, I'm just saying, like, I think most of us know that you guys probably sold them, or at least we saw you guys sell two of them. You know?
Grace, yes, obviously, it's not probably. Grace sold gold coins that were part of that transfer. There's no hiding of that.
Oh, so the gold coins were part of the 150,000 or whatever it was,
You
100
keep
something
saying
thousand.
150,000.
Sorry,
Why don't you just
I don't know what.
instead of doing this thing of twisting things a little bit,
No,
why don't you say 1.5 trillion dollars was
okay.
transferred? Why don't you just
Okay.
start there? Because then you might go like, well, maybe it wasn't 1.5 trillion.
I don't know what. I don't know why I heard 150. I
I've
just keep thinking
corrected
back
you
on
like 7 times so far, but you keep
how much was it?
adding
I'm sorry.
50% to it. I
It was
think the number
100.
was 100.
100,000. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so if you're going to keep saying 150 and then going, oops, I don't remember. Like at some point, you know what I mean? You're just not being a sincere person here. Write it down. Get a fucking tattoo on your fucking wrist that says 100K.
I'm going to get a whiteboard.
Get it now. Imprint it on your wrist. Write it in Sharpie marker so you don't keep doing this.
I'm going to do it on a whiteboard. But,
very good.
Okay, I'm going to hop off, but I just, in my opinion, I don't think it's fair that you put Grace in the situation of having to deal with this lease. And
okay, but who put her in that situation?
I think you did. I think you control the money.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's just stay there. How didn't her mother put her in that situation as well?
Her, because you're the one who got Grace, in my opinion, to take the lease. Courtney didn't.
Okay, so that property was left there by both her mother and I equally. Would you agree?
Not equally, because you took control of it. She left it to leave you. But
okay, so she left the assets to me to do with them.
I wouldn't say she left the assets, but you guys separated, and I don't know. Were there any conversations about what would happen to the storage space?
Well, if you recall, the means of the separation was having a man with a gun serve me a restraining order, which has never been lifted. I can't say one word to her, not one emoticon since that time. Can I say to her, okay, so if you're saying, maybe there have been really good conversations, what the fuck is wrong with you? Well, like, what are you on?
Okay, so you didn't have it concurrently. So you didn't decide. Obviously, there was no conversation about what to do with the.
But she can have conversations with Grace as much as she wants to.
Okay, but in the end, what I originally made my little chat was just, I think that you're really in control of this. This is your responsibility, and you guys share money, and that's all. That's what I think. That's all.
But that doesn't make any sense because it sense what you're saying. He can't get out of this storage situation any more than
those marital assets she claims to have a right to whenever she wants to. Okay, as much like what was it this summer, she didn't say like I've abandoned it, right?
No, she said it's
so
mine.
Then how is she? But you don't think that she's responsible for paying Grace to
pay? Well, in my opinion, it would be, you're saying she needed to pay you half of the money that you made for this.
Nothing.
Okay, but I'm saying that's how I see it. But
I think it's a basic responsibility if you're not paying rent for your possessions, that the person whose possessions that is either gives them to someone else or pays them rent to hold on to them. I think that's a basic kind of
you took all the money. You took all the money. She had no money. I mean, what could she do?
She has no money?
Well, when she left you, she had no money. She had to get a job, right?
And I had no money. When she gave me that separation.
No, right? That's the thing.
Had any assets.
Grace had the $100,000, right? And
you're not understanding something. She could have gone in the 12 months and done what Grace is seeing as her job to do, which is to sell any assets she wanted to. I don't understand.
I think maybe she thought she'd get in trouble legally, and so she didn't do that. She said, "Hey, I'm not going to sell them either." I don't know. It seems like this.
That's not true.
Oh, she did sell them?
She didn't do anything. She dumped the stuff there, and then she insisted that we go there so she could take pictures. Guess what happened to those pictures she took that day? Of the items that she wanted to, have for herself, that we had to drive overnight from Texas for some reason to open the lock for her.
Because that was
Guess
partially that
what
was about the
happened?
gold coins.
No, I want
that
you to
guys
tell.
sold.
I want you to let's just answer this question. Guess what happened to those pictures
What?
of what she wanted to say, like she wanted to name as her property and that she would claim. Guess what happened to those pictures?
I don't know. They're on her phone. I don't know.
Do you think she gave them to her lawyer, who then listed them and gave them to me?
Is that what happened?
Do you think so? I'm just asking.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if you had to bet on it, what do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it was just for her records, so she could see what was still.
No,
in
it was
storage
told.
place.
It was told exactly what was going to happen. She's going to take the pictures so that she could. Nothing, right? And you know the answer to this question. The answer is, I haven't heard a hair, hide nor hair, because all she wanted there, which is a sign of mental illness, was gold.
Well, right, because anybody would be upset if gold coins that you guys had together were then sold and she didn't get part of the money. I could see being upset about that. It seems normal.
Well, no. They were transferred to Grace, and she knew about that. And then Grace sold them.
I don't
So
know.
I don't think it makes any sense to say that.
So
And we've documented to her lawyer all of this stuff.
I don't think that. Why would? Okay, so if she knew that they were transferred to Grace, why would she be asking about the gold coins? I don't think.
Because
That,
she
You know
lives
what?
in a
Hold on a
fantasy
second.
world.
The money doesn't matter because at the last court hearing, my mom's lawyer said, we have no expectation of getting any of that money
I've never
back.
heard that about the gold coins.
And we think it's gone anyways. So that's not what we're interested in. That's what her lawyer said.
Okay, so that's a new thing. But I was just saying we're talking about back then.
So
No,
her,
and she lied to Grace and said that the court told you to hand over gold coins. The court never had mentioned anything.
Wasn't
about
there
gold
some kind
coins.
of? I remember you guys talking about saying there was some kind of conversation with.
It's
the
just a
court
way to
about-
fuck with Grace, is my point.
No, to me,
And
it's
Grace
simple.
felt fucked with. And I'm saying, like, okay, so
Wait.
they have a dispute. And she feels like let's be honest, RD. She feels like Grace manipulated me into giving her assets by using sex. That's what she
No, I
really,
guarantee
that's
she
what
thinks
her argument is.
You're in control
That's
of everything.
absolutely what her argument is. And she's like, fuck you, bitch.
You're
not going to
saying
take my man and the assets. That's obviously the dynamic that explains this.
Okay, so there's two different things. I would say 100%
because your
you're the one
titties and your titties are perkier and your pussy is tighter than mine, right?
No,
that is the obvious, and you actually agree. You won't even say it. No, no one thinks that I'm a rapist. You don't think I'm a rapist. You think Grace is a whore who manipulated her dad sexually into getting money and and having control over him. You obviously believe that.
No, I don't. I don't want to get in. We don't have to get into that.
You just won't say it because you're not allowed to.
I don't think Grace did any. I think Grace is a victim of you.
If you thought that, would you say it?
Yes, I would. I've always said I think Grace is a victim of you.
Because you don't think, well, do you think it's possible for a 16, 17, 18-year-old girl to be a predator of her father?
Absolutely. Well, no, it's not, but I know you told John.
Okay,
you told John
you wouldn't say it because you can't say it. Even of course, a 16, 17, 18-year-old girl can be a predator. Of course, that's true.
Okay, so from my understanding, you told John that Grace orally, meaning like with her mouth.
Wait a minute. Let's just stay with this. You don't think an 18-year-old girl can use sex to predate on a man?
Her father?
Let's say a man.
No, I don't think so. No.
So you don't.
Oh, give me a
so
break.
all the stories about
her father. No, not her father.
No, he said a man. He said a man.
All the stories about 16, 17, 18-year-old girls who had got in a sexual relationship with a man and then got him to kill her father or her whatever, her parents, right? You don't think that that occurs?
Wait, we were just talking about this. You said the Manson girls, nobody can force you into murdering anyone, right? No one can manipulate you into murder. You
Yeah,
just said that to me.
I believe you're. You know, a lot of these cases, like Scott Peterson, who was the guy who
Right.
killed
Chris
his
Watts.
entire family. There's always a woman involved who's like saying, "I don't want to deal with your wife and kids." Okay, he's fully responsible. Unlike you, I think that the people who commit murder are fully responsible for their
Okay.
murder.
Right.
But I do think that that is a factor. There's always, almost always, a woman who's inspiring a man to wipe out his family so that
Okay,
they
so
can have. Right,
then
you would recognize that's
so
true.
you're saying that it's their responsibility for the murder, but the woman like manipulated them, so there's some responsibility on the woman.
I think the man. I think any adult who engages in any behavior should be fully responsible for their behavior. But
Okay.
I do think, I do think that. Well, I don't know what you like.
No, I was
I
just
don't.
saying like
Maybe
you were
we're close. I do think that there are cases where women manipulate men.
uh-huh.
And they're wrong to allow themselves to be manipulated, but there are cases where women use sex to manipulate men,
Okay.
and the man is fully responsible, but the woman is also responsible. And those women can be 18 years old. Believe me, they
But
could be
what? But
18
how
years
does
old.
this relate to Grace and you? Like you were.
Because I think if you agree with Grace's mother, then you agree that she's a whore who
No, I don't
manipulated
think
me
that
into stealing her money.
Courtney believes
That's
that.
the only way this makes sense. All this bullshit about Ben
Grace
this,
didn't
Ben that
manipulate you into stealing your
doesn't
money.
make any
Nobody
sense. It
believes
just
that.
doesn't make any sense.
No,
It does
no, you.
the dots
The
don't connect.
wait, wait. I'll just say this. I believe, and
You
many
can
people
say I
believe.
manipulated her with my big dick or
No,
something
no,
like
you
that, but
manipulated.
you
You
can't
told.
say really anything beyond that
Okay,
because
well, I would
I
just
have
say
no
I gotta
power.
run, but I would just say that I think you manipulated Grace into thinking to take care of you, to save you. She needs to take the money, and she needs to take on these leases because that otherwise you'd be fucked. And that's my opinion. That's her wanting to help you, wanting to save you. She has a lot of responsibility on her shoulders to help you all the time. You know,
She doesn't though.
that's a
I mean,
lot.
you're saying psychologically she feels this.
What? I can't hear
Yes,
you, sir.
he's saying psychologically, not legally.
Wait, did Ben's?
Well, but how
Oh,
would
there you
you?
go.
What I'm saying is, you're saying one person manipulate. I think one person is manipulating the other person, but often in these situations there's like either a co-enabling, or it could be the opposite, right? But you said yourself you would never say, even if you believed that Grace was manipulating me sexually
I
to
don't
get
believe that
our
she
family's
manipulated.
resources. So no one can trust what
I've
you
never
say
said
because you
that.
would
I've
never
never
say
said
that.
that
You
Grace
would never
manipulated.
say
I've said
that.
the opposite. I've never said that Grace manipulated you sexually, and I don't.
No. You wouldn't say it if you did believe it.
If I did believe it, yes, I would say it. If I really believed that, I'd say it. But I
Okay.
don't believe it.
Well, let's say I'm not gonna take you places, like I'm not gonna be like a jerk about this. But you got in a relationship with your wife when she was 19 years old, right?
Uh huh. Right. Right.
Let's just say in a circumstance like that, do you think, and I'm not saying there's anything, I don't
Well,
have really any evidence of this,
but
but
I was
don't you think
24. She was 19.
you were significantly older, but not super, okay,
Yeah.
and you had a trust fund that she was
No, not
aware of.
then. Not then. No, I was broke. I was a junkie. I didn't get
Okay,
the
but you were
money.
coming into a trust fund.
No, not that didn't happen for another year that we were together. But I lived
Okay, but
off of like
like
nothing.
obviously that, like, your dad had died much earlier, and so there was something being set up for you.
No. That actually, it was my grandpa died a year later, and then I surprisingly got money, and it was such a shock that my whole side of the family on his side cut me off because they're upset about it. Anyway,
Okay,
so
so
she did
somehow,
not.
but let's just say, okay, in this circumstance, let's say she was vaguely aware that you might be coming into a lot of money in a year, even if that's not true. Okay, so let's say, could she have manipulated you in order to have access to that money so that you would never have to work, which she hasn't had to because of the money, right?
I don't think that she did that. No, I think she could have done that. But,
Well, I mean, she's much better looking than you. You must admit that.
yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't, actually, I
but
don't
you're not saying
his mic is
theoretically
totally
that can
cooked.
happen. I'm not saying in your circumstance, but you don't think a very attractive 19-year-old could manipulate a man who's 24, let's say in this circumstance, I'll just stipulate this, not you, a man who's got like a trust fund that could set her up for life. You don't think any woman on earth would you be willing to admit that there are some women who would manipulate that guy into having access to his resources by using sex, her sexual attractiveness?
I think his connection is out or something. I don't think he's gonna. I don't know. His mic was cutting out and now he's gone.
And not give him any children.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, everyone would say that that's possible, except for him, because he's an internet retard who says like it's not possible.
I mean, I think generally speaking.
So
when
let's
people
read
look
between
at-
the lines of what RD is saying. He agrees with your mother that you're a whore who sexually manipulated me into giving you lots of money that belonged to your mother, who was properly married to me and to whom I should have been faithful. That's how it is, right? That's the only actual reasoning here.
Is he wrong? Just kidding.
Does my eye look red here?
Yes. His phone
Okay.
literally overheated.
Maybe Amelia was like, connection needs to be cut here. No more thinking along these lines.
No, I think you're right that that's the only way that the story makes sense, because otherwise, why would my mom be punishing me? It doesn't really hold up.
She knows that I sort of like going to court. And I
Yeah.
do this thing of walking right by her.
Yeah.
And she loses either way when I do that, because she should run, scurry away, and tell someone with a gun, like, protect me from him. But she knows no one's going to do that if I just calmly walk to the bathroom by her. She's furiously on Discord doing whatever the fuck she's doing. And so I'm down for it. Like, I don't care, because in some ways works for me. I could take or leave the traveling part, but it fucks you. Who was fucked over by us having to race back here to get to that storage unit? Me? No,
Me.
you.
No,
Your
I
collab
wanted
in
to say
Texas
something
was
about that.
fucked up, and then you had to deal with her in the storage unit, which was really hard for you. I sat there in the car.
Yeah. I wanted
Right?
to say something about that.
And
when
you
were saying
kind of
that my
wanted to see that too. The two of you wanted to do that. That is like what you want to do. You want to get in the ring and have a cop there who's totally fucking confused, have me over it like somewhere like impotent, right? And I'm saying it's like ultimate cat fight, and I'm here for it. I think your chat would be here for it, but like, why the fuck is it still? Why am I getting dragged in as if either of you are interested in me? You're not. She thinks I'm a cuck, and you think that I'm a cuck, right? And how am I not?
Well, I was gonna say that when you said that the divorce thing dragging on stops me from being able to travel, there were people in chat saying, well, Grace could travel without you. But my point is, she knows that I like to be around you, and so I
You
feel
could
like
have
it's a
stayed in Texas, and I
punishment.
fucking screw up there. But like, I needed someone obviously to help me with directions and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah,
why I'm
sure,
saying it just
punish
seems
me
like
too. But I just think, why did she say that she wanted you in the storage unit, or imply it? See you then. Why? Just to
yeah,
fuck with you. That's what you two live for. And so I think you should have it out.
yeah. I mean, I don't see how this whole storage unit thing, whether somebody thinks that I made the wrong decision in taking over the lease, or whether you convinced
Let's
me. It doesn't
replay
really
that footage
matter
from
at
the
this
storage
point.
unit, and then tell me, people in chat can tell me that you two weren't like absolutely like the hatred, the tension wasn't like maximal. And then you can watch me emerge from the car and talk to the cop and see if I had really much of an investment in it. Well, to respond in chat saying like I could have driven back by myself. True. But also, we said to her mother, you can just open the lock. And if you want to get bolt cutters and open it, you're welcome to. What do you need us there for? Right?
Yeah. I told her,
have one of our kids like get bolt cutters and snap the lock. No problem. We're not going to say anything's wrong with that. But no, it was like, no, we're going to play these games now.
Yeah. Well, my point is, she doesn't.
And it's not, the thing is, it's not about the money, because she had in her hands silver pieces that no one was going to like have a problem with her taking. And she put them, every last one of them back.
Yep.
And said, I need the gold, right? Which is crazy. And then didn't even bother to make it look like she was taking pictures for any reason, because the pictures were probably all just like garbage pictures of random shit. She had no intention of even making it look like she was interested in anything in storage. It was just to fuck with you.
Well, yeah, that's my point. When I'm looking around the storage unit, I don't think there's anything in there that she would really want. I know who, like...
She's had 3
there's nothing
years
in there
to take
that...
anything. She has not taken one single object out of that storage unit. Not one, like, pebble out of it.
No. And she hasn't contacted me either and said, I want something out of there, or I want to take another look. Nothing.
No, and she loves that it's fucking you over. And I would say, like, okay, yeah, I get it.
I mean, if you want to put it this way, Sissy Hypno, at least you could... I don't agree with that my dad's tormenting me with it, because he's allowed me to, like, do whatever I want with it, but I believe she is ignoring me to torment me, yeah. Because on the one hand, I get sued by my landlord, or I have to pay for removal costs. On the other hand, I'm in legal jeopardy if I sell these assets.
With your landlord, who you have another relationship with about the studio. Yeah.
You shouldn't be involved is not relevant. I'm legally involved. I have the lease. What I don't understand is Grace has known for months that Courtney is after her head and hasn't wanted to do anything about it. What's expected to change now? That's for you.
That and I have a response to that. That's this like going on strike. Like, what if I just dip and I say like, I refuse to participate in this any longer.
Right.
Because it's not.
Then I'd have to deal with it.
Because what I'm saying, Grace, is like, so the reason that we're going again to court is like, it has to do with $10,000 supposedly, which I was told by my lawyer was like, not a few months ago, was like, they know you're never going to pay this, but just sign something. And then the offer is reduced to $5,000, right? Far as I know. Yep. $5,000, when clearly all the minor kids want this resolved. And you want this resolved. You want this resolved, right?
Yeah.
And now it's changed to like, you need to bring 10,000 cash to the next court hearing. Okay, so now the deal is changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your experience of that is, I want to kill that woman, whereas mine is like, you know, whatever, same old shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying, I think you've been resistant. But when I say like, well, what is underneath all of this? It's obviously this contention of what you did. You're the whore, right? Like, why does John scream at you and refuse to talk to me? It doesn't make any sense. Why does she not protect her kids from me?
I've never understood Mom or John's anger towards me, because if they claim that I've been brainwashed and abused by you, then why would they be angry at me? Doesn't
But
make sense.
but it does make perfect sense, but they can't say it. They can't say she's a whore who manipulated our dad into leaving his wife and offending the family with behavior which is offensive to a family. Like, that's obviously what it is.
Yeah. I do think that was the overall.
She took our
attitude towards
dad,
me.
she took my husband, she took our money, she took our resources to get herself into a position where she's like the victim on the internet of everyone. And we're going to make her fucking pay for it. And they can't say that, so they say, well, actually, he kind of did it, right? But it doesn't make any sense. She's already
Well,
admitted
I mean,
what
there's
exactly happened there.
there's obviously just mean things she's done that she didn't have to do. Like when I got the screenshot of her asking her Discord whether she should tell me she loves me or not. Would it be funny?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense if you think that
Or saying to you, hey, it's been a while, I really miss you, let's talk. And then having you haul ass over there for her then to say when you arrive, like, actually can't do it. And then have your siblings openly say, she's here. And then she says, let's do it tomorrow morning. And then you again show up. And she says, I'm busy. Right? It's just torture. Right? It's just like
that was
you
torture.
can easily read between the lines and say, like, that's torture of you. I didn't fucking care. I
No,
wasn't
that
gonna have
was just
breakfast with her
straight
or
up
talk with her.
cruel.
She's a
Didn't make any
cruel
sense.
person. Yeah.
So
why am I being put in this position?
I think I've wanted to avoid this for so long. I block it out. I don't deal with it. I've said this before. I
And even
agree.
like you privately texted me like, Dad, you're not supposed to talk about this. What do I care at this point what I talk about? Like, what is she gonna do? Hold me in contempt? And then have judgment in her side? I've already said you can have the kids, you can do all the things you want, and you can like have a judgment against me for $2 million. She's like, no, that's not what I want. Right?
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I want to torture my daughter for stealing my husband sexually
And my money.
taking our money.
Yeah.
I want to make her fucking pay. And I think you should say, okay, so let's do it. She wants to be interrogated by you. And I think it's brilliant if I claim to be mentally incompetent, which I think everyone in chat would be happy to send a letter to the court saying, yeah, he's toast. What do they call that? Friend of the court. Oh, he's toast. He's crazy. But eventually, it's just going to come down to, go ahead, play it. Tell me.
Sure, I'll play it. I have it right here.
Tell me your experience of this, because I don't think you ever like dealt with this.
No, I didn't. I did not deal with this. Siblings to help me clean this out, but this is my dad's high school diploma.
Okay, right there. What is your
Hold on.
visceral reaction right there? I just want to know.
Fear.
Isn't it like a horror movie?
Honestly,
Where
was
the
fear.
Baba Gadusha or whatever comes in, and she's got the cop there to further intimidate you, right?
It was fear, yeah. I was scared she was gonna yell at me or the cop was gonna yell at me for streaming. That was what I felt in that moment.
Right. Well, like, let replay it again when she shows up. It's just like a horror movie.
Wait, watch.
You should actually
wait.
like.
Hold
you
on,
should
wait.
actually
Hold
add-
on.
It's like a jump scare, right?
Look at my face.
No, I want you to tell me your physiological reaction As soon as she comes, and because you anticipated something was going to happen. Okay.
Yeah. So partially I was like, just as a little, like 10%, I was like, okay, this is good content. Like, this is good framing. I'm glad
Sure.
she's in the frame.
Yeah, no.
But 90% is like, okay, there's a pit in my stomach and there's fear. I just got scared and I don't
And
even
then
know the woman.
what happens when the actual, door is darkened?
Oh, leading up to it, incredibly anxious. When the door was darkened, no, like then the fear, like the pit in my stomach, and like.
What I'm saying is, you had probably an adrenaline rush. Like, okay,
Yes.
now it's fucking. This is a fucking super right.
Ding, 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 ding.
I get right, and you're saying that like I saw her approach or whatever. I didn't really care. I'm sitting in the van out there with my dick in my hands, going, "Oh, I don't understand this," right?
Yeah.
But it's on you, and she didn't try to fuck with me. She didn't say anything like to the cop, like, "Get him out of here." Doesn't care.
No.
This is about two women, and you play like, and I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but like you're playing like, I'm good. This isn't bothering me. And you're terrified. And she's maximizing it, right?
Yeah.
East Greenwich High School. This certifies that Benjamin.
And then I never actually even saw that. Look at what she does.
She takes a picture of you.
She takes a picture of what I'm doing.
Why?
I don't know.
Because you guys want ammo in case like shit goes down, right?
I guess she wants proof that I'm streaming, even though obviously the stream in and of itself would be proof. Or videoing.
It's sort of
what would the picture be for?
paranoid behavior. I would say it's paranoid behavior.
Yeah.
This certifies that Benjamin's.
But what would be the problem with you streaming?
I don't know.
She
There's no
doesn't want to be on stream.
She doesn't want to be on stream. Yeah, she wants this to be a private torture.
Yeah. We want to do this privately. It's not fair. You're exposing me. I don't want to be exposed. Yeah. And you're like, fuck you, bitch. You're going to be exposed. I love it. That's why you say great content. Okay. From her point of view, this fucking whore who's taken my husband, sexually manipulated him, ruined my family, and stolen our money is now further humiliating me by forcing me to be on her fucking stream and to act like a victim. I get it. I get it. But it's not. And
wait, hold on a second. Do you understand the layers here? Because I'm in a storage unit that I've paid for however long. And she has not said like, hey, I want stuff out of there, or I think it's my stuff. Then she says, actually, half of it is my stuff. I'm going to go there with a police officer.
No, all of it is half my stuff.
Well, yeah, all of it is half my stuff. Yeah, that's the right way to say it. And then I'm going to go there and take pictures of it with a police officer. And I'm hostile towards Grace, who has paid the money towards keeping all of my quote-unquote belongings that I really want here. Because she's live streaming me. Because...
No, but let's be honest, Grace, and say, like,
am I missing something?
You're kind of saying it too. I do want to fucking humiliate her. She's been hiding from me. She's been pulling this like, I'm not, right? And so you're fucking happy to have her crazy fucking loser ass on your stream, right? I'm saying from your perspective. Let's fucking go,
was
bitch.
Willing to make content out of it, yes, but I did not want to do this. I want her to be exposed
as crazy. No, Grace, it's like
I did want her to be exposed.
You two are doing this on purpose, like with each other, and it's got nothing. What I'm saying is, it's got nothing to do with me. That's my point.
Right here,
this
it has
two females. This is two female. It doesn't mean you're equivalent. Obviously, I'm on your side, but like this is two females, like who want to kill one, like and like murder is in the air here, right?
It's
It's
extremely
super
tense.
amped, where
Yeah.
you're saying like, okay, we need a police officer, but we kind of both want to be here. You were not like, oh God, this is boring. You're like, okay, let's fucking go, bitch.
No, I didn't
Right?
think it was boring. No.
You're like, okay, let's fucking go. You're not going to avoid being on stream. And I can say,
Well,
no,
I
no,
was.
wait. And I can say it's just so that I can document. Okay. But it's a little more than that.
I was saying if she's gonna do this to me, then I'm going to do this to her. That's true.
I don't
going
have
to
any
pay
problem.
her
like,
back
yeah, like I'm just saying
for
like,
doing this to me.
this is a kind of like cat fight. And it's the cop doesn't give a shit. And I am largely not the main dynamic here. This is two females who, you know, are going to like each try to play their game to make the other look bad. Which is totally fine.
I'm gonna say something here. I could be wrong. I resent you calling it a cat fight because I think it's an abuser showing up to the person she's abused and intimidating her, and the abusee trying to fight back.
Okay.
I don't think it's a cat fight.
Okay, but
But
what
I'm
saying
on
is-
edge here, so I understand. I'm like, I just
Okay,
think
but
that's
my
a little
point
bit
is,
unfair
it's
to
a
say.
female and a female. The two males here are largely irrelevant. I agree with you in the
Sure.
sense. I don't know. I think just a cat fight just means there's two females. That's the main event here. I don't think it means like, oh, it's silly. There are women who get into it like who have real issues. A lot of times about whether someone stole their man, and that doesn't mean you're equal. But I'm just saying we've been watching a lot of Lifetime movies.
Yeah.
Okay. And they often end up with a female and a female.
Yeah.
And the guys are usually just like sort of pawns, right? Like,
Sure, yeah. No, it's between me and her. I agree with you about that. I'm not thinking about you. She's not thinking about you.
I'm just
We're
saying
both
this
thinking
is
about
not
each
a
other.
2-on-1 in any way. And the cop is largely irrelevant. He's just there to say, like, for her to say, like, let's amp this up. And you have your stream on to say, let's amp this up. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
That's
you're
important.
for you to say like, oh no, this is daddy putting me up to this is like, that's really not true. You were fucking invested here personally.
I absolutely was. Yes.
Personally. This was maximally tense, and it wasn't about like, hey dad, I don't really want to do this. I don't really have a beef with this woman. I'm caught in the middle. It's like, no, bitch. Let's fucking go. I'm just saying. That's what I meant by catfight.
If you want to say I turned my stream on and I had the mentality that I was going to come out looking better than her in this, that's absolutely true.
I mean, you could have just sort of walked out of the garage.
I didn't have to do. I could have just walked away.
Just said to the cop, like, let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I could have. Yeah, I absolutely could have. I could have just walked away, turned my
because you
stream
hadn't
off.
quit at that point.
Don't mention it. I want one right now. Real bad. Okay. Yep.
Well, I'm just saying.
Sounds
I'm
fun.
just saying here. The question would be, Grace, is instead of you and me having this conversation, including like whatever contention, that you think that I'm like belittling you by saying it's a cat fight, which I do understand, but I just think like for you to say like that after all the conversations we've had, that's what I'm doing is like, I just think you don't want to do this. The point here, the better place to take your attention is to say to chat, do you agree like that this is between me and my mother, and that my dad this isn't really about my dad, and I'm not a surrogate for him here?
Yeah, I agree. I should have that conversation. Yeah. And I am acting really poorly right now because I am super stressed out. And maybe you should just dip off the stream and I should just have this conversation with them. Because I am not handling this well. So
Well,
I
I'm
think I have
happy to
something
be
to
a
work out
resource.
with them. Sorry, go ahead.
You're saying I'm not handling this well. Like, in what sense? Because you don't want to do this? Is that what you're saying?
I understand that I need to deal with something here, but I am getting stressed out because the fact that I'm unresolved and that you are sort of helping me along with this is making people say that you're gaslighting me, which is making me more stressed out, or brainwashing, whatever you want to call it. And
Yeah, I have no problem if you want me to blip off. I just want to be supportive. Like,
I know you do. I know.
but if it's doing more harm than good, then I have no interest. But they'll be saying like, "Oh, he's texting her behind the scenes." It's
I
just
know
like,
there's no really way to get away
I don't
from
really
this.
think it matters. But like, whatever you want to do. But I do think it eventually. I've been carrying the kind of argument with RD and everything, and you've been kind of saying,
No, yeah, no,
you're observing, but I mean, ultimately, if I'm making the argument that you're invested, you're not making it.
Obviously.
It's a hard argument to pull off.
Yeah,
Although I
obviously.
do think it's fine. It's fine. I don't fuck them. I can make the argument. Why can't I make the argument? Who cares who makes the argument?
Because I want chat to be on my side, and if I can't convince them of this and you're convincing them of it and I'm just passive, they're not going to agree.
Well, but that would even make the argument better in a certain way, that you're so fucking wound up about it that you can't even really draw it out. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand the logic. I don't agree with that logic.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is I have a relationship with them and they're saying we don't think you're right. They're saying that you're being gaslit. If a father was to say,
listen, wait a second. If a father was to say, my daughter was abused, right, in a different situation, and she says, like, I don't really want to talk about this, and I say, like, you should talk about this, but I'll be there with you to make the case when you can't make it. That doesn't, like, that undermines the argument. It doesn't. It doesn't.
It doesn't undermine the argument necessarily.
It actually ups the argument, right? Now, when I'm saying, like, what did that viscery feel like? And it actually is so cinematic. You and your mother are very good at this. And you're very good at capturing it because you knew she was going to come in through that door. And her coming in and then the cop coming in, it's like cinematic, okay?
Yes.
And when I'm saying, like, what was your reaction to that? And you're like, oh, I was immediately, like, in fight or flight mode or whatever. I was amped. They believe that that's true.
I think they believe that's true, yeah. Sure. I agree. They believe that that's my experience, yes.
And I think it's easier for you to go through this with me here because you don't really want to go through it by yourself. And, like, okay, so either way, you're going to have a problem. One is you're going to want to, like, kind of say, like, I can't deal with you fuckers, right?
Yes, right.
And you're just going to go, they don't listen to me. And you're going to click off and go, Dad, fucking chat drives me crazy. I couldn't make the case.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, it's not as much of a W as people think it is. This is part of your mother's thing. Is like, you won't, you know what I mean?
Not really. I want to understand.
It would be a sign that's like, no one, let's say, I'm not saying this is the case precisely, but like someone who's been like a rape victim, everyone would understand that the lawyer is going to support her, and when she loses her nerve, she's going to look over at her family and they're going to say, stay strong. And they're going to, like, tell her beforehand, like, the lawyer's going to prep her for what to say, what not to say. And it's going to be really hard, and she's going to be crying and crying. And then afterwards, they're going to take her out to dinner. And sort of say that was a wonderful thing to do. Think of all the other girls that he could have done this to. Okay. Or something like that. Okay. Everyone
Sure.
knows
Yeah.
that. So why do you have
Yeah.
to be like, no, I got no lawyer on my side. I'm just naked there in the stand. I don't want him to point and say, look, she needs her family or her family made her do this. It's just going to be there no matter what. So I would say it's up to you. It's not like, but I do think at a certain point, if you just go, I don't want to do this, and you act tired, okay, like all that, like at a certain point, you did react, right? Like it's been months since this occurred. You kind of quickly went over it, but like you were kind of like, ha 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 ha, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because you wanted to stay cool to make it look like she didn't hurt you,
Yeah.
right?
True.
And I
yeah.
do understand that. I think that's what you're reacting against when I'm saying like it's a cat fight, and you're saying like, okay, you're exposing that I actually am hurt by this. And I
Yes.
think you should admit that you're hurt by it.
I will openly admit I am hurt by this, and I'm embarrassed that my mom got me to feel this emotionally, but also understanding. But like, yeah, I wanted to seem like it didn't have that much of an effect.
Why should you be embarrassed?
Because I'm 22 and I should be over it is kind of, I guess, the mentality.
Well,
I've made fun of her
I was
so
fucking
much,
pissed.
you
I
know?
had to. We had to drive from Dallas to Rhode Island for no reason. At the threat,
Right.
a gun to our head of a $400 an hour lawyer doing this if we didn't show up, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
So why shouldn't you say it was fucking scary, but this is what I want to do? Do you know what I mean? And I was fucking invested.
Yeah, I get what you're
Who
saying.
wouldn't be
yeah.
invested? Because you think I fucking stole your husband, which I didn't do, and manipulate him sexually, which I didn't do, to steal your money, which I didn't do. So I want you to pay for this. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying like, yeah, I was invested? What's embarrassing about that? Why should you get over it? Why should you get over someone who is currently torturing you? Because you can't really go travel if like you miss the court date, right? And you feel like you should be getting discovery and stuff ready for her, and you can't bring
Yes.
yourself to do it.
Right.
Okay, so what's there to be embarrassed about?
Well, right now, right now, like, I'm freezing up, right? Let's just say that. I'm freezing up.
Yeah, you want to smoke
I'm
a
freezing
cigarette
up.
because you want to like do what I say we do, is like sort of kill yourself instead of dealing with, whatever.
If this is really about me and my mom, then I don't want the chat to be able to blame you one way or the other. I would
Well, what
just
I'm
like to
saying is-
just have it be
Grace,
me
Grace,
and my
Grace.
experience.
Grace, if you just look at our affect, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, I'm loving it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm loving the way you two, and does not mean I sympathize with your mother. I'm just saying.
I know.
There is something about something like this that's like, it's like epic,
Yeah,
And the darkening of the door, I'm like, holy shit.
if I was in a more chill place, I would be more chill with it. Like, yeah,
But okay,
it's
but
good
that
cinema.
but that's my whole point. You shouldn't be in a chill place about it. Why
Right,
should you
I
be?
understand that.
Why should you be? Why should you
I don't
be?
have an answer for that.
Why do you think you should be like in a chill place about it?
I guess because I say like, okay, if I make fun of my mother and stuff like that, then like I shouldn't be so wound up about her, right? I guess is that's what I think.
Well, let's like, why not just be the vibrant, invested, troubled, confused young woman that you are, and say like, okay, maybe there's nothing embarrassing about this. But if you rewind, put the thing back up, if you don't mind. If you rewind, but what I'm saying is, no one's going to say we're in the same place here, right?
No.
Diploma?
And chat's welcome to say, like, Ben's eating this up.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why I'm eating it up. The reason I'm eating it up is because I've been put.
I just think
Yeah.
this is funny. You can't let it go mid-rape. Thanks,
Right,
twin.
that's real. Like okay, so but we're getting somewhere. It's like I'm eating it up because I think I'm forcing you to say that this actually isn't about you, Dad. It's about me and this woman who is my mother. That's why I'm eating it up.
Yeah, I understand that.
I want to take the role of spectator
Yeah.
here. I don't want to keep getting used as a sort of punching bag
Right, I understand that.
for people who have an issue with someone else.
Okay, Ben forcing Grace to relive this while she's dying inside. Okay, well, at least you acknowledge that, like, I don't enjoy reliving it. That's true, because
But I think you can get to that point.
it was
Okay,
a
so
bad
she
experience.
She shows up. Okay, let me just keep going, right? Okay, and part of it is this. You're hoping she shows up looking like, you're hoping she's like 50 pounds overweight. Her hair looks bad. She looks dumpy, right? It's part of it. As a woman, you're saying like, you've been fucking attacking me and haven't been honest. And one of the reasons that I became close with my father is because you're fucking mid and you don't even try not to look mid. And that's fucking true. So you envy me for being attractive. Fuck you. Right? Because the correct response to homicidal rage, the correct response to envy is, the normal response to envy is homicidal rage. Right?
Yeah.
So if a mid woman is envious
but
because
hold on a
you
second.
are top tier woman, that makes you want to kill the mid woman, right? Because what the fuck is wrong with you if you're, you know what I mean? You have to deal with the fact you're mid. Shouldn't make you unhappy that I'm attractive, especially if I'm your fucking daughter, your blood daughter. The fuck is wrong with you? You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
You should fucking own it. Your fucking stupid bangs hanging in your glasses. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying.
Okay, but I'm not at that point right now. Maybe I should own it, but I'm not in that place right now. Like,
Well, what
I
I'm
have
asking you
I
is,
have different personas when it comes
asking
to my
you is,
mother.
if she showed up 50 pounds overweight, it would have gratified you.
That's true. Yes, I would have felt more confident. Mm-hmm.
And that
is
is
true.
Kind of. That is, I do think it is, like, if you want to call it, like, it's sort of a cat fight, okay, in the sense of two women, one of whom is making one claim and the other who is making a different claim. But I think your claims are coherent, which is why you can point it out here on YouTube, whereas this other woman has recently deleted everything she could delete off of YouTube.
Yeah.
And so why not enjoy just doing what you can do? And she's perfectly free to do as well. She's perfectly free to come on and say, look at that slut with her slut lipstick, with her slut blonde hair that her dad likes because he has this kind of thing for Nordic women, right? Why not? Like, because I'm a little, because I'm shorter than her, because I'm, whatever. like you do look pretty fly right here. You know what I mean? You're tanned. If you're the other woman, you're mogging. Right? You're tan, you got the blonde, you're looking, right?
Yes, I don't understand why I'm uncomfortable saying that though. I'm uncomfortable saying that.
Ben wishes he looked like
I don't even
Grace.
like you I don't like you saying it either. I'm not sure why.
Because I think you're saying like, oh, that's some like low level shit. That's not what this is about.
No, I'm not saying it's low level. No. There's
No, and it
definitely the
is. It
dimension where
is.
it's
It
about
is
like
low level,
looks.
Grace. It is low level. It's trash talking. It's trash talking to say, look at you, you show up in that fucking bedraggled fucking jacket, you know? Like I think it is low level, but it's fine. You know? And don't tell me, okay, and you're not going to, that both of you weren't trying to look at the cop to say like,
Oh no,
you
we
were
were.
trying to win him over. You were
We
trying to
both were
say,
trying to
this
manipulate the
bitch is
cop.
crazy.
We
And
both
she
were
was
trying to
trying to tell
manipulate the
him,
cop. That's definitely
she's
true.
dangerous, right?
Yeah, we
Don't you look
both.
at her ass. She would have said that if she caught him like staring, which you know he might have, right? He's a man. You're looking good, right? If he had been like looking at your ass, she would have said, "Don't look at her ass." She would have.
Well, I don't know if she would have said that. She might have thought
Well, she
that.
would have thought it. She thought the two of you thought like we're fighting over this guy. His like, even though he didn't really give a fuck, he wasn't invested. But I'm sure he was like, he went back and told the boys in the station like that was fucking crazy. These two
I'm sure he
just
did.
about, I
I'm sure
just
he
about
did.
witnessed like a massive, right? It got
I'm
a
sure
little
he
tense,
did. It was
right?
pretty crazy in there. It was pretty crazy.
And
The
I
poor
have no doubt
cop.
that the boys in the station were watching your live stream,
I
maybe
do
because
think
you know what I mean.
they do know
They're
about
like,
us.
oh damn,
They might have been
it's
watching.
about
I'm
to blow
sure.
up.
Wait. Watch what the cop does to the camera. Hold on. When I walk away.
Coin collection I can show you guys.
Look what right here. I always love that part. He knows. He knows what's going on.
Right, but it's all low
I
level
mean, I don't know
stuff.
if he
I'm not
knew what was
imputing
going on, but
I'm not imputing anything to the cop. Like largely for him, this is just like something I got to do in this boring town.
sure,
But
yeah.
I'm sure he made it like obvious that like, yikes, right? Like this is like
Yeah.
this is not really what it's supposed to be. And
Yeah.
she told him off at one point, right?
She
And I think you were like, oh, good. Yeah, look crazy. Keep saying that. Keep acting like that, Courtney.
yeah, I think
Because
she
your
told
angle on this guy, in a minor way, I don't think it was super important, was this bitch is crazy. This bitch here is crazy. Right? And you wanted him on your side. Which is totally
I wanted
natural.
him on my side. That's
He,
true.
in
Well,
some
she
sense,
no, she told
was a
him to do
substitute
something.
for chat.
She told him to do something that he didn't do, and like it was to tell me to do something, and he didn't do it. So,
Like, oh, bitch. And
and
you're
I was like, yeah, I
yes,
got a
fuck
dub.
you.
That's true. Yeah, I did.
But I'm just saying, you know, he was like a fairly tall, good-looking guy, right? So it's kind of like, but I'm not saying it's a big deal. But I'm just saying the two of you were. I understand you. I know both of you very well. You
Yeah,
were both trying to mog each other,
that's true. Yeah,
right? And
She was-
you know that when she was walking around and it was looking fucking crazy because the lights weren't on and she's going further into like the dark corners, that he's going, this bitch is crazy. This doesn't make any sense. And you're like, yeah, it doesn't. Does
Well,
it?
we
You know
both
what I
had
mean?
we both had two different angles. So she was gonna say like I'm hostile and I have the court order to
She's right,
validate
yeah,
me, and then I was
this-
saying
right.
this is my crazy mother who is like vicious.
These hoes out here, am I right?
And like I'm getting wrapped into their divorce and she's taking it
Right.
out on me. And her strategy failed when she didn't actually have the paperwork to back it up. So I would say I took a dub on that one.
No. But then she was like, oh, okay, well, it was only 22 minutes and I got a fucking thing from her lawyer. I didn't have enough time. And then she also tried to get you on the whole, like, we didn't go to the other place, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah, she did kind of take an L, but then she tried to take a W. And then
True.
here's the fucking thing about it. Neither of you fucking give a shit.
About
There's no follow-up on any of it.
No, there was a follow-up from me. That's not true.
Okay, but I'm saying there's no real follow-up.
I don't really think that's true. I texted her and
Stress
emailed
me the
her.
hell out.
I
No one
emailed her
does
a
what they say they're
formal
gonna do,
legal letter.
and then it's dropped, and then it's like, hey, I just want 10K. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
And no one says like, hey, what about that whole fucking thing?
You know, it was just dropped. Yeah, Alicia seemed to drop it. The court dropped it. Yeah, it was just dropped.
No one cares. Get dad to drive. And look. I'm. This is not throwing shade on you. Get dad to drive there on pain of having a gun to his head, so we can fucking have this kind of thing that we both want to do, but we don't fucking give a shit on following up on. Because it was too painful. It's traumatic for both of us. Until it builds up enough that we're gonna fucking do it again. But I understand you could say I'm complaining. I am complaining.
Yeah.
Why don't the two of you have it out?
No, wait. It's not exactly equal in the
Have
sense
it
that
fucking
I'm.
out.
Hold on a second.
Have it
I'm
fucking
losing.
out.
Hold on a second.
We all know what's going on here.
Hold on a second. You lose both ways. But so she uses you to hurt me. So she forces you to do X, Y, Z, go to court, yada yada yada, file all this paperwork, and I'm, of course, because I'm friends with you, and I'm literally have the lease, right? So she wins that way. What I do is I take out the stress of that on you. So
Right.
I don't win. It works for her because then you get stressed out. I get guilty or whatever you want to say, frustrated,
Drive me crazy.
drive you crazy. So she sort of sets
What
it
I
off.
want to do is I want to move to a permanent position of saying like, okay, ladies. When are you going to have this out? This isn't
Right.
about anything. She can't say in court what she really is intimating. But whenever she gets a chance to, she says, and that fucking daughter of mine is sucking his fucking dick every night. Right? Even though that shouldn't be on there.
Well, that's what John said. So, yeah.
And she has her fucking ally son say it. No, but I'm saying on the affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She basically says that. And she's taunting you. What does that have to do with anything about a divorce?
It doesn't. I
22
asked a
years
lawyer
old,
about it.
It has nothing to do with it. But she wants to put it in there just because she knows that'll get to you. So that's what's been going on. I don't mean that makes it trivial, Grace. I don't mean
I don't
that
think you're
makes
saying it
trivial.
makes it trivial. No, I don't think you're saying. I obviously don't think you're saying that. Hold on, I do have to pee really bad.
But
I'll
what
just
it
be
does
right
do
back.
is make it great content.
Yes.
And I want to say to chat, you go to the bathroom. Go.
right.
Go take your little fancy fucking ass in there that you've used to manipulate me and steal not hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands, 6 figures that belong to our family, and go do what you got to do and come back. And I want to see this played out. And I want chat to understand something. You want content? You don't like my thoughts and my ideas about the Israel-Palestine conflict or anything else? Okay, I get it. That's why you're here. But this content between me and Grace is just sad, pathetic, same old, same old. What you want to see is that shit right there. And you can get it. And you should say, yeah, we want to see that. Because that's fucking content. That's gold. Am I right? One's in chat. That's gold. That's the core here. Hell yes. Well, don't you want to see her mother say, you fucking whore, right? Don't you want to see it?
I will say, I heard what you said. The content between me and you is sad. I will say that. It's just sad.
But what I'm saying is, Grace, you make like you're going. I don't want to do this. I want to have you're literally doing this thing. It's like I don't want to do this. I want to have a conflict with you, and then I want to tell you you need to get lost so I can do this. Then you're not going to do it.
True.
Then you're going to blip off and you're going to say I didn't do it. Can you help me?
True.
I'm
doing
saying,
the whole cycle.
No, bitch.
Yeah.
No, bitch. If you're in the right, then you should want to do this to prove it. But you should want to get her to say, you fucking slut. Right?
If I'm in the right, yeah.
Just get her to be honest about it. But you can't do it in court. But you can do a lot in court. But if you don't want to do it, I'm not that inclined to do it. So it's just going to be this thing. Like until you want to get a W instead of an L. Like.
I hear you.
We're both going to take L's. But we'll get some W's because it's interesting content. But I want to situate myself on the sideline saying like, come on, ladies.
I understand that.
I'm
turning it into something
YouTube.
with you.
Have it out on YouTube. It's got to be on YouTube. People will be tuned in. This is like fucking better than a heavyweight, you know. I think you should both agree to have one of those things attached to you. You know what I'm saying?
The Shrew's cradle.
That'd be epic. You've got to have it out. You should, and why?
Okay.
Here's the thing. Why?
She's not going to talk to me though. She's made that perfectly clear.
Oh, you have means though, Grace. You have means.
There are ways
conversation.
to force a conversation, but she's not going to talk to me out of.
Oh, but if you're representing me because I'm mentally incompetent in court, you can ask questions that you can't dodge, and even
obviously, yes, that's true.
But you don't want to do that.
You're right. I don't want to do that.
But don't you?
Part of me does.
Yeah. Part of you want to do that.
Part of me does.
Or let's go back. Let's continue this. Let's go over it. Okay, you say. Okay, so I looked at her showing up and darkening the door. All right, let's go over that again. Okay.
Convince my siblings.
All right, wait. Hold on a second.
Clean this up.
Hold on a second. Are you looking good here?
I don't think so, personally. I mean, I look tan and blonde, but like I think I don't have makeup. My face looks a little bloated.
You have lipstick on.
I don't think so.
Really? So that's natural you without any makeup on.
I don't think I had any makeup on.
Well, that's okay. So without makeup, you are mogging. That's like supermodel who's not wearing makeup. Are you kidding me? Come on, chat. Can you?
I appreciate the compliment, but I just think I look.
No. I'm not sitting here saying like I appreciate compliments. Fuck you. No, I want to know if without makeup, that's mogging. One's in chat, it is. Two's in chat, it isn't. You are looking very good.
Two.
Yeah, but that's people multiple. That's people multiple voting.
1, 2, 1, 2, 2.
Oh, tell me, like, and this is like obviously an awkward moment, but try to get a better looking moment of you.
Out, but convince my siblings to help me clean.
I don't know.
They all look
Okay.
maybe look a little bit crazy.
Here?
Maybe because you're nervous. All right. A person without makeup, women would kill to look like this without makeup. Are you kidding me? Do you want to go through look up Hollywood celebrities that are caught without makeup on compared to when they have makeup on? Oh, come on, Grace.
I'm not saying that I look bad. I'm
You're
just saying
mogging.
I I personally think I looked puffy and bloated. I look like a 5 out of 10 right here, personally.
This is someone without makeup on who has just driven like 20 hours in a row and we got there at like 7 a.m., remember?
Yes, yeah, oh yeah, yes,
And we'd
yes.
been like
5 a.m.
freaking out, right? Not getting much sleep, sleeping on the road, whatever, right? Okay, this is called mogging for someone in that position.
Okay, well, you can say I'm mogging, but let me just tell you about how I felt at the time when
I don't care
was
about
doing
how you feel.
this
No,
stream.
mogging is about how you look, bitch. Not about how you feel.
Well, I don't think I mean, of course I look better than my mother. I'm younger, I'm taller, I'm better looking, I have better hair. That's obviously true. It's not like yes, of course. I look.
All right, let's rewind. Let's rewind, Grace. No, I'll do this with you. Rewind.
Where do you want to go to? All the way to the beginning?
Do you have yourself here at all?
No, it's just my feet.
Okay,
Until this
you don't
point.
have like a body shot?
No.
I mean, you were in good shape here. Wasn't this the summer?
Yeah.
You were in good shape. I remember. You had a nice tan.
I'm not saying I was super ugly. I'm just saying I think I look a little bit like a fat baby. Like a little bit, but like of course like I'm young, so I have baby fat and I don't have any makeup on it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, so now see now what you're doing?
What?
Now you're forcing me to say you're mogging that old hag, right? And you're taking her side and saying that Grace is ugly. I disagree with you. I'm not doing it. If you don't want to throw punches in the ring and you want me to fight it for you, like I'm not doing it. Fine. You're ugly, you're fat, and you're a loser. And your mother is gorgeous. Fine. Fuck you. I agree. Why
well, maybe
don't
this is
you,
actually
if this is something you want to do, and you just admitted it. This was a competition. This was a competition. This was a brawl using words and gestures and subtlety. You just admitted that.
Mm-hmm.
And yet now, oh no, I concede.
No, I don't concede. Maybe we're mixing two different things here. Objectively, yes, I'm very pretty without makeup. I personally have low self-esteem. I think I look kind of fat without makeup.
You're such a liar, Grace. You are a liar. You tell me privately that you think you're a banger, and I agree.
Yes, I do. I think I'm pretty.
Body, face, what is it that you're... I'm talking tits,
hair, face, ass, titties.
Titties. Okay, so, but now suddenly, I'm the one who has to make that point? And what does it make me look like? What does it make me look like? A pervert, right?
But I'm not, look,
you got a great pair of titties, Grace. No, that's true. I can tell you, like, from what I have seen. Okay, like, it's like, what,
look at me right now.
This to me? I don't want to do it. Fine, you're a fat, ugly, droopy-titted, no ass, overweight loser. Okay?
Fine.
Then
look at...
Then can we just say we're going to be in court forever and I'm never going to have $10,000 and you're just going to keep it a stalemate forever. So don't complain. Don't complain.
I don't think we're basically disagreeing here.
Every time you get paid, it's going to go there. It's going to go to her. The one who darkened the door, the winner. You're a loser. I agree.
Tootsie, thank you for the 500 kicks. You are mogging, Buki. Thank you. I have a problem saying that I look better than my mother. Yes, I have a problem with that. I'm not sure what it is. I guess I'm worried that I'll be seen as, like, self-important. I do. I don't think it's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
I don't think it's not true that, like,
You don't think it's not true? Can you say a sentence that's not... I don't have to go, like, what does that mean? I don't think it's not true. That's acrobatics. You're fucking with me. Stop it.
I think
it's true. You think what's true?
I think it's true that I mog my mother. Obviously, look at me. I obviously am better looking
Tell me the
than
ways
her.
in which you mog your mother.
I have better hair, better body, better face, better personality,
Taller.
taller.
No. Just physical. Or
Okay,
whatever. The things that attract a man, right?
bigger boobs, better legs, smaller nose, better hair,
Less ethnic.
less ethnic.
Better
No, nose is
skin.
not hooked. Better skin. I tan better. I'm taller. Uh,
Right.
okay,
And have you
yes.
experienced, do you think that your mother wants to hurt you for that? That she wants you to suffer because of those physical realities? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
She envies you.
I do think that is true.
Okay. Now, the normal response to envy
Because let me just clarify. Wait, hold
is
on. Just 1 second.
homicidal rage.
Just 1 second. Let me just say this. I said in my letter that she stopped seeing me as her child, which means she's not proud of the fact that I'm pretty.
Hey, wait.
She started
can,
to
can we invite Reza to come up? He usually does the stupid stuff, but he's her best buddy, or was. So Ben is crazy. You could tell me how I'm crazy. You could tell Grace how I'm crazy, but
I think he's gonna say the same thing as RD.
I don't think he would identify as someone like RD.
He literally said "Good job, RD" in the chat. I think it's the same thing, but he said he's not coming on tonight, anyways. So
Okay. Well, anyway, anyone.
I
could
was
come
saying
on. Anyone could come on. In my opinion, because like you're just not rolling with what I'm doing here.
I'm not rolling. Yeah, no, I'm not rolling. I'm not rolling. Damia said 5 subs to not be worried anymore, Grace.
Okay, but can I
5
stick
subs
with
to
my,
not be worried. What am I supposed to do?
can I stick
Have a
with
drink?
Can I stick with my point?
Yes. I was saying something about your point. I was saying that my mom sees me as the other woman and not as her child. And if she saw me as her child, she'd be happy that I'm pretty and all these other things. She'd be proud of me. She'd be proud of herself for creating me. But instead, she sees me as the other woman. And so any way that I look better than her in is an insult to her because it's you choosing me over her, in my opinion.
But actually, let me just say, I think there's an interesting twist to this. I think she sees me as the other interest, the challenging interest.
I dumped her for you.
Yeah. I'm not saying sexually exactly, but like psychosexually. Because how do you explain the lesbian behavior?
I explained it as
She hated you. She wouldn't want to suck your titties. Right? Suck on your nipples.
Yes.
Make out with you. Like, why would someone...
True. I
to
explained that
explain.
as her identifying as you to try to like see what was so great about me or something. But I never really have explained that to me. I've never really understood why that happened.
Maybe you should
Why
think
she
about it.
wanted to do that.
Because I know that when you were born, she had an ecstatic kind of like out of body kind of like unbelievable reaction to your birth and having you in her life. It was like it solved all of her problems. And she completely ignored me from that point on as a partner, pretty much. And she didn't care. But she always had like I think that you made life worth living for her. So I'm not saying it doesn't get mixed up, but I think maybe you see her as accusing you of being a whore, but maybe she sees you as betraying someone because then also, how do you explain that she said, hey Grace, could you and me kind of like split the wife duties? Like, how would that make any sense? If a woman is threatened by another woman taking her man, she wouldn't like make a deal like that, right?
Yes. Well, unless she was so low self-esteem that she was like, okay, I'm willing to compromise with the other woman so that I can.
Yeah, but if she's like one of these ride or die, like crazy, right? Like, and that is the idea here, right? Ride or die, like just absolute fucking loyal, right? Wouldn't it
Yeah.
make sense that she was saying like, well, you're getting closer with your father, and I imagine all sorts of things are going on. I just want, and okay, so but also think about this. You send her a picture, a porn. As I understand, I think I saw it. You send her a pornographic picture
Of a blowjob,
of
yeah.
a woman servicing a guy
Mm-hmm.
that clearly wasn't you. I think the guy's face wasn't in it, so I guess you could have said like maybe it was me. Isn't that right?
You could have, but the girl's face was in it, and it wasn't my face.
And I think the guy looked a lot fitter than me, probably.
I don't remember. Yeah, probably.
But whatever. Okay, what's her response?
She said, "Now that you've got that dick, what are you gonna do with it?" Something like that, implying that I was the girl
Okay.
in the picture.
Right, and she's saying like you're sending it like as a girl. She's taking it as like, okay, I'm a girlfriend saying to my girlfriend like, OMG, I'm sucking a dick, right? Which is kind of like I get that it's crazy,
Yeah.
but like, wouldn't her thing be like, what is that? How do you explain that?
She thought I was kind of like trusting her, I guess, with a theoretical picture of me filleting you, and wanted to say like, okay, girl, I'm in this with you. Like, damn, you got that dick out. Now what? That's my interpretation of it.
Right. So it's kind of like we're girlfriends. Like, you suck dick and so do I. Love it. Right? It's like,
Yeah, which is also why she told me about how
but
much her jaw
how is that in
hurts.
some ways? How is that in some ways seeing you as the other woman? No, that's not what's going on there.
No, that's not what's going on there. Cause otherwise she'd be like, "Fuck you. Why did you?" If she thought it was me
Or
in the
even like,
picture.
hey, Grace, that's inappropriate. Like, I don't even know. Right? Like when you say like, Grace, I'm concerned about you. Right? Or, right? At the
Yeah,
very least, like, even if you're losing it, right?
yeah.
When you say like, you shouldn't be doing, like, he's making you do this. It's terrible.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Right?
she wanted to bait me into admitting to incest. It's the picture wasn't of me. I don't know how to say that. I looked up blowjob on Google Images and
Well, what I'm saying is
found a
there's a
random
pivot.
one. It
There
wasn't
needs
me in
to
the
be
picture.
there needed to be a pivot here, right? To either take your side or take my side against you. And I can say like she never once had a conversation with me about how, like, right?
Yeah,
When I said like Grace seems to be kind of like sexually like being a little bit inappropriate. She was like, "Oh, she just sees you as a teddy bear."
yeah,
Now, if she had any like this kind of intimations, she would have like intimations that you were a threat. She would have said, she could have easily like stopped you at the door and said, Grace, you need to go to your room, like, right? And you would have.
yeah,
But instead,
yeah.
she has you there. She falls asleep. Okay, because in some ways she must have said, like, I just like having Grace here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Why would a
yeah.
woman have like an
She liked me being there.
obvious threat that her husband is saying, like, I don't feel comfortable with this? Why would she like just facilitate that? Because she didn't want you to feel bad. She didn't care
No,
about me.
no. I think
She wanted to, like, what I'm saying is her priority was keeping the connection with you, not keeping the connection with me. I can prove that.
You think my mother's priority? She's not jealous because she wants to, like, she wants her man back, let's say. She's jealous because she wants her daughter
Because that
back.
also makes sense of the fact that, like, she and I basically had broken up, and she knew it before you ever entered the picture. Like, she knew
Yeah.
it. She will say that. Like, there was no activity happening. It was dead. So why would she be so concerned? It was the and why would you then say, like, okay, well, I'm going to pivot to, like, having a kind of weird kind of threesome, and I'm not going to leave. Why didn't she leave? Right? Why did she want to hang around? You could say it's because of me, but I think it's because of you. And she feels betrayed by you as a kind of mother.
But she wanted me out of the house
And in a
a
certain
lot.
sense,
She didn't want you out of the
she
house.
treated you like her mother, right?
Yeah, she
I don't know
asked
how
me
many
to
times
help
I saw
fix
her,
her.
like,
Yes.
flip it and say, like, you got to help me, Grace.
Yeah.
I mean, how could a mother dip in front of her family for 5 years in a row, right? Because she thought you know, I'm saying in an unhealthy way, we're going to cover it, right? And you did.
She knew I would because she had parentified and spouseified me. Yeah.
Exactly. So you're going to cover it and you're going to help me out. And you're here because we're blood. She didn't think she was blood to me. She didn't think she was married to me. I had said, I don't think I'm married to you. And she had agreed at one point.
No, I don't think she was like in love with you or whatever.
Mm.
Well,
No.
Mamacita, no, I literally remember my mom ran away this one time, and she said she'd come back and take care of my siblings if I left. My dad could stay, my siblings could stay.
Yeah, but wait.
Is that not true? And
Wait.
let me tell the whole story. So she said that. I was desperate for her to be the mother to my siblings, so I said yes. I drove 45 minutes to the other properties we were renting. I was sick at the time. Then when I got to the other property, she said, "Actually, Grace, I'm not going to go to the house."
Yeah, okay, but that can be taken one of two ways. But it's not like she then came and was with me, right?
No,
And who got fucked?
me.
You got fucked.
I did.
Right, but it could be interpreted as saying, oh, she wanted you out of the way so she could be with me, who she trusted. Not true. She fucked you over.
Yeah, I had a fever.
And didn't come to be with me. And also, like, I won't get into the details, but, like, there were many offers that I made her privately to say, like, look, you know, we can have, we can, you know, get together without anyone knowing. And I even offered her money. You know, she's into that sort of stuff, supposedly. And she was like, no. Nope.
Yeah, I know.
So
she wasn't interested in you.
But always the door's been up. She's never even so much as blocked you.
Yeah, but she won't respond to me. But she hasn't blocked me, that's true.
No. And I see, this is my thing, is like, test this out. I think if you go over there and say you want to talk to her, I don't think she'll call the police and have you trespassed. I don't think she'll do it.
No, she absolutely would.
I don't think so.
If I go over to her house and I sit on the porch and I ring her doorbell and she won't answer the doorbell, she'll text me to leave, and if I don't leave, then she'll call the cops. She would.
But then if you walk out to the sidewalk, you're not trespassing.
No, but all of Chad agrees with me. She would call the cops. I mean, I just think that's true. She likes using power over me.
Well, you've never done it.
She
And it
called
would
the
be
cops
easy
on
enough
me
to do.
for hanging out with the guys multiple times.
Yes.
She doesn't care about calling the cops on me.
Well, she called the cops on me, technically. You've never been in a situation where the police told you, anything other than like you're not in any trouble here.
I mean, I've never gotten in trouble with the cops.
Well, okay. Well, you on camera assaulted her.
Yep.
I never did that. Well, but when she wanted to get someone, she wanted to do the restraining order. Why didn't she do one against you? It's right there in the clips.
I don't know.
I never
She could have
assaulted her.
claimed. No, yeah, look, no, I.
But the one time she did accuse me of assault, it was a time, of course, it was fabricated, but it was based on an actual situation in which you were present.
Yeah, it was a conversation we had the night that John went to the police, and
Right.
you didn't
But
punch
why
her.
not just make up something else when it was just me and her? Why include you in it? Because she wants to fuck you over because she feels like you betrayed her. Right? I mean, you could just make something up. He kicked me in the ass when I was, whatever. He just fucking hauled off on me. But she picked something where it would just torture you because you could have been a witness and said, that didn't happen. I was there. But she's right. She tortured you, and you've never actually spoken the truth about that night in court. Right?
But that's true.
She intimidated you.
But
She
I
likes doing
can't
that.
speak the truth in court.
You could have said when that order came through, you could have said, I'm a witness to that. That never happened.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah.
I'm a witness
yeah.
to that event. And I even have like recordings of what happened afterwards. That's a fabricated, and the restraining order, I don't think would have gone through.
Yeah, I could have done that. I did not do that. Yeah. I didn't do that.
But the fact, don't you understand the fact that you didn't do that when you could have done that is especially like just a kind of fucking knife in you.
Yeah.
Like, why
yeah.
not just say, like, I lived with her for 19 years. Why not just say, like, he punched me over the course of years? They wouldn't have cared, right? They just take whatever you say. Why say that specific incident that she knows that you could document and also be a witness of? So that you could sit there with the fucking guilt for 2 years and have all, that like the reason that, and then also that it makes me, that literally made me end up going to jail because they, and get arrested because they looked at that as a reason to arrest me for shoving you on a, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another one. And then she told you about that. I'm glad your father got that, right? Another knife to your heart, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad he got arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
She said that.
Right, when you went to jail for like 12 days.
Because she's trying to own you. Trying to
I understand.
ultra-dom you
She's
and
winning.
own you. And she's winning. You are
She's winning.
absolutely 100% hers. And you have really basically no relationship with me. Because you haven't solved your problem with her. So, how's that make you feel?
Like killing myself.
Well, someone's going to feel like that. Someone's going to feel like that. But it's not going to be me. I'm just going to die of exhaustion. But one of you two is going to end up feeling like you want to kill yourself. And right now it's you.
Yeah. She's winning. I'm humiliating myself and you on live stream. And she's
Grace, don't over
not
fucking
saying a
do it.
word.
Don't fucking overdo it. But okay, I'm here with you in your pain. But don't fucking overdo it. Let's go back. Because I think you can do this. Let's go back to the storage unit, okay?
All right.
You'll get through this because you'll find each time we go through it, it gets a little less whatever, okay? And I think you should actually put horror or have one of your guys do this like with that kind of eerie music, and then when she shows up, like that jump scare kind of, and even maybe jump a frame or two where she just shows up. Because even I am like, oh. It's brilliant. I give it to the Lord, but to you, you facilitated it. it's brilliant, you know, like this white light out there, and then she darkens it, and it's like, it's fucking scary, right? Go ahead. So, like,
At various points to convince my siblings to help me clean this out, but this is my dad's high school diploma. East Greenwich High School.
right?
This
And she knows
certifies
she's
that
on
Ben-
stream here, and she stops to let you know, bitch, I'm documenting too.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
And you can show the text where she, like, there's no reason you have to be here. But she wanted you there.
Yeah.
And you kind of wanted to be there.
Look, these niggas are just as crazy as her. There are no gold coins, Shamu. I didn't hide anything. There's no coins. You're both wrapped up in this.
No,
in
no,
this,
I think it's important to say
in this.
things
Wait,
like
wait.
this,
I
like,
just
no,
want to
no.
say this fantasy that I have a stash, or me, or my dad, or whatever, have a stash of gold coins that we physically hid from my mother. It's
Well,
amazing.
you may have gold coins, but they would be gold coins that you got outside of that. You know what I'm saying?
I may have whatever the fuck, but I just think it's funny that Shamu, who claims to be like the lol cow documenter, genuinely believes that there's a stash
But I
of
think you should
gold
say-
that
but
I'm
I think you-
hiding away.
But I think you should say to these guys like Shemu, like, it's totally fine. You got to come make a case. You can't just, because this is the way this sort of thing works, is just to say these things that don't make any sense. Like, make the case. We're open to it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Where are the gold doubloons? it's just fascinating.
But the thing is, like, yes, I understand. You're saying it's ridiculous.
I'm saying
Because we were open about having gold coins at one point. We've been open about telling the court system, like, yes, gold coins were transferred. Of
your
a certain
receipts
value.
for buying those coins were sent to her lawyer. Like,
Yeah.
all of it was documented. The emails, the receipts, PDFs,
And the receipts of you
sent
selling
to the
them, and
lawyer.
you getting cash for them.
Yes, I mean, it's literally on stream, obviously.
Why
Yes.
would we be hiding something that we've been open and honest about? It's just a fantasy.
There's hidden gold stash. This is some gypsy drama. I mean, you know, even if you thought that I still had gold coins, you don't think I would have sold them to pay my electricity or something at this point? Like, why would I be holding on to money? It doesn't even make any sense. If I had access to money, my electricity wouldn't have been shut off. Unless you think it's all this elaborate
It's fine.
scheme
We can
to
take a bunch
keep
of
a few $1,000s in order to make it look like I don't have a few $1,000s and lose all the utilities and various insurance. I wouldn't have paid the
But
insurance bill.
Grace,
Are
shut
you
the fuck
kidding
up.
me?
Okay, so the important thing here is one word. Do you know what it is? Here's another person.
Delusion?
No. It's the word they.
Yes. Okay.
I never had, I don't know if, I guess I received the gold coins, but you had the gold coins. You sold them.
That's true. Those
So-
receipts are in my name.
Those receipts are in your name, and we've been
Yeah.
very upfront about that those gold coins were transferred to you
Yes.
with
It's
your
not a
mother's
secret.
knowledge and approval.
It's not a secret.
So
I spent them.
it's a sign of paranoia that you are manufacturing like things that make you a victim that don't exist. Like, there's no evidence for it. But I mean, do you really think in divorce cases people just say, like, I know he's got gold?
That's what I'm
can't
saying.
you can't just say that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You have to make a legal case.
Right.
Like, you have to have some evidence. And we gave them all the evidence of any precious metals that were purchased. And she was aware of it. She sat there, and I remember she sat there and held them in her hands when
Yes.
they first came.
Mm-hmm.
And all of you guys did. There wasn't. In what sense is there some sort of secret here?
I don't know. It's just like her lawyer claiming that she's never seen a penny of the money that came from the houses. When she wrote $7,000 checks to my brother to get a new car, she wrote the rent checks every month.
No,
but somehow she had no idea where no idea where any of that money went. No idea.
I don't think I sold a single gold coin. I purchased gold coins, which were marital assets that then I transferred to Grace. And I also purchased other stuff that I transferred to her siblings. I don't have a record of all that stuff, but certainly the gold coins. Yes, I listed them on a court document as things that were purchased before the separation. And then I also listed that what was transferred to Grace and a lot of other people. But anyways.
But Shamu thinks I have gold coins up my ass right now. I just want everybody to know that. I'm hiding them in my snatch, guys.
The key
Come
here
find
about
them.
this, Mamacita, is after the time of separation, you have to be very careful about that. Prior to the time of separation, you know, it's much like harder to prove, but if it's a massive amount and there's no approval, then you can make a case that there was an attempt to hide assets. But in this case, there was approval before, after, and since it was on YouTube, but she had abandoned the home at that point, but she certainly was watching it on YouTube and never said a word.
Shamu would like to clarify that he does not actually believe that I'm hiding gold coins up my own asshole. Thank you for clarifying that, Shamu. Please continue documenting other lol cows. Thank you.
John is welcome to come up, if you'd like. Although he hasn't said anything coherent, I don't know, in a very long time, but, you know, it's always fun. I'll drop the link. But John, you can go over this thing with Grace if you'd like. I'm sure she'd be happy to do that. This storage stream, you might find it interesting. Right?
Sure.
It's not really any skin, and he doesn't really have any skin in that game. I don't think.
Hold on a second. So chat is saying, you know, there's this whole theory. Okay, so Shamu says, Grace, you swindled your family.
John says he's a victim of something. John, the fact that you're chatting indicates that you're not banned. I don't even understand what.
Oh, I think he was banned on Kick. Let me unban him. I think that is true. Jerome? No. John? Nope.
Don't you think it's weird that you're chatting
anywhere.
you've been banned, John? Make it make sense.
No idea. Set up the IRL with John and Lalo. I would like to see that in the storage unit. I think that would be fun. StreamYard? No, we don't have verification on, so we can't ban people. Anyways, what was I saying?
This is the kind of reaction you get from these people. Cap. Oh, here's what he's saying. I am banned on Kick.
You're not banned, John. I mean, I don't know. Jerome? Yeah, it's not banned. You can check it. Okay, there's someone backstage. I'm going to put them up, but I'm going to full screen myself.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what do you have to say?
You're kind of fat, Grace, and you probably stink. Why do you have a moldy fucking couch in your stupid ass storage container?
Okay, it was just checking you weren't a troll. Well, I mean, like in the sense that you're just gonna end.
What do you mean I'm not a troll?
No,
What?
obviously, I just mean, why do the guano couch?
The moldy fucking couch thing that you had in your storage container. Did you breathe it in too much? Is it fucking with your head? Do you have Alzheimer's because you breathed in so much mold?
That's what happens to leather when it's there's too much humidity.
Bro, I didn't talk to you, Ben. Why don't you stop fucking stifling your daughter's career and go do your own thing, okay? Everyone's
You-
just here for Grace.
Do you even have a
You
real
fat
German
piece of
accent? Or are
shit.
you pretending to have?
You're a
German
fat
accent?
old guy. Why are you talking to me, okay? I'm
Do you
not
even
talking
have
to
a German accent?
Bro,
or are
I'm
you
not talking
pretending
to you right now. Can
Yeah,
I
you
talk
are.
to your daughter for a minute? Can
You're
you
literally
just let me
talking
talk
to
to
me
your
right
father
now.
for like 2 seconds?
You're literally talking. You just asked me a question.
What? I didn't
See?
listen to you. You're kind of annoying. So
But
I don't
you
really want
just
to
said
answer your
that to
question.
me.
I don't really
You're
want
not
to
very
answer your
good
question,
troll.
bro.
But you just called me.
I mean,
bro, so
why
you're
are you
talking.
shackling down your daughter? Your daughter could actually had a chance at a career, and you shackled her down for like 5 years.
Are you
Why?
still
Because
not
you're a
talking to
fucking
him?
Shackled
weirdo.
her down.
Yes,
I'm not
you
familiar.
fucking were at the anchor in her career. Why the fuck did you shackle her up and turn
Shackle
her
her
into
up
whatever
now?
she is now? Yeah, you shackled her to you. Because
I
you're a
I'm
weird
shackled
not.
her
old
to
guy.
me.
Nobody wants to see a weird old guy watch fucking 2016 era fucking feminism debates. We want to
Now,
watch Hard as Grace do fucking funny IRL content, not you.
let me engage. Let me engage and tell you like what the answer
Yo,
is.
shut up, Unc. Why are you stealing the show? We want to hear Grace, not you.
You
You got to
just
make it
asked him a
all about yourself.
question.
You
Again,
asked me a question. I'm.
I
Gonna
don't want to hear the answer, though. This is your show, Grace. Take back your show. Why are you letting this guy run all over you? You take the show. You answer the question.
But wouldn't that
Why
apply
do
to
you
you?
think?
Why is she
Why do
letting
you
you
think
run
he
all over
wants
the
to
show?
shackle himself
You're not
to
even
you so bad?
responding in a way that's like.
Why does he
rational.
need you to fucking prop him up on the internet so bad, Grace?
Why does she need
Answer that
you to
question.
prop her up on the internet so bad? Isn't this like? Don't you
Nobody
understand?
needs me for anything. I'm just
That
here.
is
I'm just a
True.
guy.
That's true.
I'm
Yeah.
just a guy. Okay, I don't have anything to do
I
with
I
either
I,
of you,
I
okay?
don't agree with you. He's helping me get through something difficult, and I'm having a hard time with it.
But
It's
wait,
not
let
shackled.
me just say, I think her mother has shackled her.
Yeah, I
for
think
5
you're
years.
right. Goodbye.
Bye.
I don't think that was a real German accent.
Somebody said he's from Holland.
Hausmeister?
I don't know.
Doesn't that mean housemaster?
I think so.
Master of the house? Okay.
All right. Well, that was disappointing. It means janitor. It sounds a lot fancier in German. Hausmeister.
Okay, so then he is from one of those countries because you'd have to be pretty sophisticated. It just sounded like a fake accent, but.
All right, let's keep going over the video.
All right.
Benjamin Svensson Thorpe has satisfactorily completed.
Okay, so
the
now
course of
I'm saying
study.
that you're at 10 as soon as she arrives.
Mm-hmm.
She's at 10 as soon as she arrives and sees you.
Yes.
The cop doesn't really care. It's just whatever, right? It's a 2 for him.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what is it for me?
With me and her in the storage unit, you out in the RV, I don't know, what is it for you? A 6?
Yeah, I would say it's a 6. I'm definitely interested, but, you know, I'm not going to be, like, there's not even a theoretical way in which I'm going to be having to jump in. If anything, the guy there would have to jump in, and he did.
Oh, I remember. Wait, before we go over this, okay, I just wanted to say, okay, so people say I stole from my mother. First of all, that's not true. Objectively speaking, she agreed that I was owed money for all the work I had put into the family. She may have changed her mind later. Obviously, she did because she tried to sue me. No, let me finish. Let me finish. But on top of that, I also, assuming things were amicable at the time, from that money, paid for the rent for the house that she was living in several times, and paid for the rent for your marital property.
That's right.
Because
which
I
was like
wanted to help out my family.
$10,000.
Yes,
And for here too. No, it was more like $30,000. So the idea that she didn't know where anything was, right? Plus, she also, here's an interesting thing, Grace. Why didn't she say he bought a $50,000 RV?
I don't know.
I didn't really like have her write down this is okay. I bought a $50,000 RV, and I think something like $25,000 of boating equipment. So that's $75,000. Why are we just hearing about you? You know what I mean?
What, like,
Why
as if
wasn't
you
that
didn't
like if
steal
you
that
say,
stuff from
well,
her?
that money was spent in a way that I didn't approve of. Okay, well,
Well, she doesn't, for some reason, she doesn't care about the fact that you spent lots of money renting stuff or getting the RV. She only cares about the money that I was given. I'm not sure why.
I am.
I mean, it was hundreds
I'm
of
sure
thousands of
why.
dollars from the proceeds. You listed it out. It was like, whatever. There's different expenses, various cars, food,
Yeah, much of it was
rentals.
like luxury items, right? Like we didn't need an RV.
Yeah,
We
or
didn't
two
need two
boats
boats,
or
two
a trailer.
motors, trailers, and all the rest.
Okay, so but she never says like I don't appreciate you buying that stuff. She only says I want to sue Grace for the money she was given.
Yeah.
She doesn't even want your assets. She's never been like brought that up.
Well, here's another thing with the RV is like she could have just taken the RV. They're marital assets.
Well, she'd need the key.
Okay, well, I mean, I think it's difficult because it's registered in my name, but like
I mean, I
I
guess what
believe
I'm
she
saying
can
is
come and like smash the RV. Like even still, no, not now, but like there's really nothing preventing all kinds of shenanigans. But she
what
only does things that hurt you,
what I'm saying is if you say like
right?
Grace swindled her family, it's objectively not true. She and you both agreed at the time. I don't understand why I should be punished for taking a gift that you both gave me.
Right.
I don't understand why, but even
Why
if
are
you
all
were
the other
hold
things
on a
let
second,
go?
hold on. Only, but on top of that, it's not like I spent that money on myself. A couple of fucking
Right.
takeout items, but like it's not like I've wasted this money on drugs or shopping.
No, right there you prove
Or
56,000
anything.
$56,000 of the money you were given was spent to
What?
store our belongings, which you didn't have to do.
Yeah, and you could say like, well, that was a stupid
That's the
way to spend your money,
majority of it.
Grace. I'm inclined
That's
to
the
agree that it
majority
was
of
a
it.
stupid way for me to spend my money, but like, okay, but nevertheless, like, I it's not like I went even if my mother was angry, like she knows that all of that money was spent storing the marital assets, getting housing,
Right,
and
and she
going on
knows you have
trips.
no money
And wait, hold
now.
on a second, and going on trips to further our career. It wasn't like I just randomly spent tons of money for no reason.
Well, wait, here's just a simple question. The boat, I've encouraged her many times. She has a car that can tow that boat. Why didn't she take the boat? Not once has it been mentioned.
I have no idea. It's like a $12,000 boat.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No interest, never been brought up. It was listed as an asset. No interest.
I don't know.
No
She
interest.
has an SUV. She could tow it away. I have no idea.
She just wants
She's
to go
never
after
brought it
something
up.
which she knows she can't get from you, which is gold coins, which were, like it's that. I gave it. She perceives that I gave it to you, even though she actually co-signed on it. But if you recall the last conversation you had about that money, she said, I know that you got some assets from Dad. Then what did she say?
She said, that was when we met at the mall during one of her runaways.
Mm-hmm.
She said, I know you have that money, Grace. I'm glad you have it. Get away from your father. You don't have to suck his dick anymore.
Right.
And that's what she said.
Okay, so you didn't do that.
No, she didn't say give me the money. She certainly did not say that. I had a sit-down conversation with her at a mall, and she...
No, but what I'm saying is you didn't use it to get away from me, and that's what you're getting punished for through me.
I'm being punished for having a relationship with you. I am being punished for that.
Yeah, for saying like, no, I'm friends with my dad.
She didn't ask for the money.
Whatever
she didn't
that,
say give me money.
Whatever that means specifically.
She's never so much as texted me like, "Hey, can you help me out with some bills? You know, I know you have money." Honestly, she's
It's
never...
not about money. She had like, I think.
Wait, let me say something. I texted my mother. I told her, this was maybe a couple months ago. I was trying to be friendly. I said, send me your Cash App and I'll give you some money. I'm making money now. I literally sent that. Like, I can show you guys, but I said, give me your Cash App. I'll give you some money. You can get a flight somewhere or take a vacation.
Yeah.
I literally, and she didn't respond. And if she had just sent me her Cash App.
The day before I was served a restraining order, or like 2 days before I was served a restraining order, I was like, let's see if we can all go on vacation in California before the end of the summer, including her. You've offered to hire her as, to stream.
Yeah.
It's not about money. It's about punishing you for betraying her. I think that's what it is, Grace.
It's all about the money? Well, then why didn't she take up my offer to Cash App her money?
The money is a symbol. Well, look, at the end of this storage unit thing, she's got a container that is filled with precious metals. I don't think there was any gold in it, but like probably was worth. And even if you say like, well, she's too lazy to sell a boat. Well, she's too lazy to like sell silver. It's not about the money.
There's a precious metals dealer in town.
She knows that place. She drives by it all the time. She might not get a great price for it, but like what? Why would you not? If you're into money, why not take the money? It's just about torturing you.
Riza, she wants money from Ben, not you. He doesn't have any money. He doesn't have any money. She knows that. She could get a judgment against him for whatever. He's not going to pay it.
Yeah. Clearly.
She knows that. What are you talking about?
Anyways, she could have gone into that storage unit and taken anything and everything she wanted to at any time. And if we had said, called the police or whatever, she would just say, like, it's marital assets.
Yeah, he gave you the money.
Nigga,
even if that
to torture.
Nigga, it was both of them, but even if it was just him, it's fucking gone. I spent it on my family. You guys are delusional. Do you think I have a bank account full of tens of thousands of dollars? I couldn't afford my fucking electricity bill. What is this concept? What is this concept? Do you think I'm secretly hiding thousands of dollars? It doesn't matter.
No, it's just
hell?
Punishment for the sake of punishment. For, in some ways, us rejecting her, but you especially rejecting her. She wouldn't have cared if I rejected her and you were friends with her. She wouldn't have cared. She would have said, I wish the guy well. Right?
Wait, say that again?
She's punishing us both.
Oh, wait, no. Truth Seeker said this.
Rejecting
Hold on. You're so insane that you don't understand. That proves your mom loves you so much. She said, Grace, take the money, just get away from him. She wanted you to save yourself. Right, so I took the money, but I didn't get away from him, and now I'm being punished for that. That's what's going on. If I had gotten away from him and had all that money, she wouldn't have asked for it. But because I didn't get away from him, that's what I'm being punished for. She's not mad about the money. She's mad that I didn't get away from him. That's what's really going on here. Because you're right. You're right. She didn't care about the money. She didn't ask me for some of it. She didn't. She didn't even occur to her.
No, I offered her money loads and loads of times. She never took it. I never really understood. I offered to fix the car. I was like, leave the car here. I'll fix it. No one needs you riding around in something that's like not fixed, even when she was in a criminal state.
It's good that I'm getting punished for not like running away from my dad. What the fuck right does she have to punish me one way or the other for whatever relationship I want to fucking have?
Why don't you have one of them just come up and make the argument?
It's fine.
What is
The
argument?
link is out there.
What is it that? And you can say like, and my dad.
My mother deserves to punish me for having a relationship with my father? There's no fucking way that's true. Even the worst divorcees generally will say, my children's relationship with their father is none of my business.
Or I want them to have a good relationship with their father. And here's another interesting thing, Grace. When she got the restraining order against me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have, like, she didn't have to do this thing where she included you. Like, she could have just been like, oh, Grace, you're welcome to come anytime. Right? There's no real, and also you would have been susceptible if she said, oh, can you give Maggie a ride or whatever, right?
Yeah.
To like helping out. Okay, but she saw it as like, no, you fucking betrayed me. She betrayed me.
She didn't let my siblings see me, yeah. And if
Why
I tried to see them, I got the cops called on me.
Why were you brought into that? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, but I didn't give her the finger in that conversation when she said, stop sucking his dick and take the money. I didn't give her the finger. I just said, Mom, you sound crazy. I don't know what you think is going on here, but like, I think like at that time she was actively running away or abandoning, whatever you want to say. And I was like, I think we need to figure out like a solution for this situation because I'm currently mothering your kids.
All right, but Grace, you're getting caught up in something. I'm just trying to say that the content here between you and me having struggle sessions is boring. The content between you and your mother is where the action is.
I agree with that.
And whether you can do something or not, like it is kind of boring, and we're lolcows for me to be sort of attacking you and you attacking me. Get to the core of the issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you said like it's just sad that me and you go back and forth, I agree with you. Yeah, it's just sad. But this is really, hold on a second. I just want to say this is the heart of my problem with chat is that if chat thinks that I should be punished for having a relationship with you by my mom, that's wild. I don't think that could possibly be true. So like it's only okay if I have the money and I spend it in a way that she wants me to.
Well, what if you had a relationship with me and with her? Would that be okay?
Apparently not, because I've been trying to have a relationship with her and she refuses to engage. And everybody else says, well, if you just got away from your dad, she'd talk to you. So she's punishing me for having a relationship with you. It would be the exact same if you refused to talk to me because I was talking to my mom or living with my mom. That would just be punishing me for having a relationship with her. Wouldn't it? If it was the opposite situation and the only reason you didn't talk to me is because I was living with my mom.
Well, let's put it this way, Grace.
But I wanted to talk to
Grace,
you,
Grace,
you'd be
Grace.
punishing me.
Let's just try something as an experiment. If you had done what your mother said and taken the money and used the fact that you like had your name on all the leases and said, actually, Dad, you got to get out of there. I'm abused by you. Okay. Mm-hmm. What would my experience have been of that? Like you just said, actually, I've just determined that I'm a victim of you, like all these people want you to do. And you say, like, I'm going to need you to get out of there within 24 hours. I hate to say it, but I will call the police after that. I've been abused by you. And, you know, you've got the RV. but everything else is in my name and whatever, okay?
Well,
Which is what she wanted you to do, right?
okay. You would have legally had to leave.
No. How would I have taken that? What would I have taken that as on your part?
A betrayal?
A betrayal.
Of course.
Yeah, a betrayal.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so you're saying she took it as a betrayal the other way around. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. You would have seen it as a betrayal.
But if I'm just trying to like say this, but if I had said, okay, I don't want to leave, but you're like, I'm not okay with you guys not being together, you know, and you said like, I'm trying to think of how it could be flipped. Like what she did is like, if I had tried to make some kind of accommodation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what she did in regards to you with me. You see what I'm saying? If I did the same with you with her, I guess you know you'd have to say, okay, let's say I fantasized that you and your mother were both lesbians, which I have considered on both, or you know, on both of your parts that you may be lesbians
Sure.
for solid
There's
reasons.
evidence, yeah.
Oh, there's ample evidence. But what if I said, oh, okay, well, you're having a lesbian incest relationship, which is, hey, why not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another Thorpe allegation. But if I said, okay, well, you guys can have a lesbian incest relationship with each other, but could I still live with you? Right?
Uh-huh. That would be
But then
crazy.
if you said no, we have not only is it incestuous and lesbian, it's exclusive. And you are not like, you're not really like one of the cool kids here sexually and incestuously. Wouldn't that be an indication that I don't have a problem with the sexual relationship? I have a problem with getting rejected by you.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
And by you, right?
If you had asked it of me, yeah.
And then I would feel betrayed by you, not your mother.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you felt like me and you were friends, and then I did that.
Yeah, like we had this thing, we were doing the streaming career, and then you just like utilized all the trust I had given you to fuck me in the ass, which is what she thinks happened, or whatever. I'm just saying it wouldn't be about me being jealous of her leaving me.
Mm-hmm.
Because what would I care? It would be about her taking you from me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If
I
you
can
had
see
said
that.
like, "Oh, tell me more, Mom," right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this. Let's rock this together because I love you and like whatever. We can get a big place together and I can use all this money for you and the guys and
Mm-hmm.
fuck that guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would have felt personally betrayed by you,
True.
not really by her.
No, not betrayed by her. No. You would have felt like you hate her. Or like fuck
Yeah.
her. But you would feel betrayed by me.
Right. And think about this. What was your mother's relationship with you when you were 15, 16, 17, 18 years old? Who was paying the bills? Me?
No. Me and her.
Primarily you, though, right?
When I was 16, 17, 18,
Didn't it all get transferred? Anything that got paid by you. You had the card. I didn't have a card. Remember?
I mean,
You made the payments.
well, for a little while
You
there.
were trying to buy the house. Remember, you were trying to buy the house we were living in.
Yes.
I wasn't.
Yes. There was a time when I was helping you guys, then there was like a non-period where I like didn't do any of that. I just went to school and I was like, fuck it, do it yourselves.
Right.
And then I moved out.
But what I'm saying is we both trusted you.
Yes,
you
you
had the
did, but
passwords. You had
you,
the even when the money
yes,
came in, you were totally in charge of it on behalf of both of us, right?
yes, yes.
The money from the houses. I didn't know how to get in the account. Remember?
Right.
Remember?
I remember paying National Grid
You had
bills,
the
paying,
account.
yes,
You paid the
yes,
bills.
yes.
You made sure the rent was paid by putting stuff in the bank account from the investment account.
Yep. I did the
So who fucked
transfers.
her
Yep.
over? You did. If anyone fucked her over, you fucked her over.
I could see that.
I like technically things were in my name, but both of you know, like if you had wanted to do that, you could have both screwed me
Okay,
over.
wait, no, I can see what you're saying. So, you both trusted me, and I picked you and rejected her.
Yes, right.
That's true that you both trusted me. You
Right.
both trusted me with all the accounts and the passwords and everything.
Let's say this. She trusted you so much that she was willing to let you have a sexual relationship with her husband and your father and be on board with it. That's how ride or die she was. Crazy as that
Yes.
might sound,
She
that's
was
how
willing
ride or
to
die she was.
concede that. Yes.
Because how
Yeah.
else do you explain that picture you sent to her? It's like, yeah, doesn't bother me. He's crazy. Can you imagine her sending no, can you imagine John sending me a picture that I genuinely think is him and his mother having sex and me saying, well, you got that pussy, now what you gonna do with it? Like,
I cannot imagine
do you
that now.
understand how accommodating that is? Like, and how crazy I'd have to be to not see that that's not my son, nor is it his mother. But like, this is where we got to mentally. But it was not about shaming you. It was about keeping you in the game, right? And even the whole thing about like, it's not even about like, even if you say like this bizarre, right? Okay, it's crazy to say you don't have to suck your dad's dick anymore. Okay, what that means is not like it is wrong to have a sexual relationship with your father. It's like saying whatever that guy, right? First of all, it's assuming that's what's going on.
Yes.
Secondly, it's assuming like you're doing it out of some sort of duty or something, which is her transferring her own thing. It's like, I'm sick of dealing with his sexual issues. You must be also dealing with his sexual needs. You don't have to do that.
Right.
Just like me, we can both be free. Thelma and Louise, let's buy our car together and ride it off a mountain, right?
Yeah.
But it's not really about like, hey, Grace, I'm concerned about you. Or like, hey, your dad, it's just like, you don't have to, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't need that job anymore. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like saying like, you don't have to work at McDonald's anymore. You've won the lottery.
Right.
You don't owe it to whatever,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's bizarre, but it's not what's claimed here like sexual abuse. It's just like, hey, get away from that guy like I did and we can be buddies, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, I would say that was the mentality of what
it's
she was
not
saying,
even really
yeah.
like shaming you. It's so bizarre to not think like that. You'd be like, what are you talking about? This is where the mind had gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I know you're doing this and it's brutal. Didn't she at one point even say like, it hurts your jaw?
Yes.
Right? It's like,
she was like, by the way, about the blowjobs, it hurts
That's
your
your
jaw,
problem?
doesn't it, Grace?
Is that it's like a lot of strain on your jaw? Like, don't you see?
Yes.
It's kind of like, hey, Grace, the problem is you think you're locked into something you're not locked into. It's not about like the moral aspects of that thing or even whether that thing makes any sense. It's just like, come be with me. I'm not judging you. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
Get
it was
away from him.
non-judgmental at
say,
first.
she's not going to say, come be with me. She's just going to say, get away from him. But the implication is, well, then you'll come be with me. We can talk. And John and her mother always said, like, until you absolutely fuck your dad in the ass, like fuck him over. I'm
Yeah.
not talking to you, right?
That's
He
true.
said
They
that a
both
number
say
of
that.
times.
Yeah.
You're like, why can't I talk to you, John? He's like, not until you basically kill me, right? That's what they want. They like, you got to
Or
put him in
toss
jail
you out
for
on the
life.
street destitute. Yeah.
You got to put him in jail for life. We know he didn't do anything, but like, you've got to like, he's not part of the family, but you can be part of the. You see what I'm saying? It's all about bringing you back in. And John sat there. I've heard him like sitting there crying and crying. Grace, I miss you. I miss you. He never contacted me and said that. He never said one word like that to me ever.
No.
They worship you. And part of that is the envy at the object of their worship because it's an obsession. But it doesn't have anything to do with me. Because why wouldn't John say, I love you, Dad? I don't know. You betrayed me. He doesn't ever say that. He's like, I don't want to talk to Dad. I want to talk to Grace. Grace!
Yeah.
I love you so much.
Yeah.
And isn't he the voice of your mother?
I would say he agrees with my mom. Yeah. He's on her side.
He's her voice, Grace. Word to word. I mean, he has other thoughts, but when it comes to this, it's all from her, obviously. He doesn't even have any knowledge of what's going on. Right?
Okay.
Well, he like we said, like, remember we said, like, if we're going to the library, hey John, come along. He's like, I don't want to. Okay, so he's not interested until, you know what I mean? He just is interested. Do you not understand what I'm saying? He's not interested in reality. He has this thing, like, I've been somehow a victim here, which he got from his mother.
Well, there's two things. First of all, yes, they both have said they'll only talk to me if I stop any communication with you and kick you out or put you in jail.
Well, here's
or
John
whatever.
right here. Watch.
And then,
okay.
no, I wanted to say the second thing was
I'll go down.
John,
no, hold on a minute. I'll go down and see if he.
Well, the second thing was I was talking to my brother John over text, and I eventually wanted to ask him what his problem was with my dad, and he eventually got into like, he treated me unfairly in childhood, and I was like, okay, but that doesn't really seem like worthy of being so angry at me or him. Like, you maybe, yeah, you can both call in. Sure, Lalo. I have no problem with that. Well, I mean, here's the link. If John wants to come up, it's fine with me. I don't think he will, though. I don't think he will. Grace, I've sent you text. You ghost me. That's true. But they're just like random text of like songs you want me to play on stream, which I don't respond. That's true. That is true. 'Cause I'm not sure what you are doing. I just don't really know. Like, are we friends? Are we not friends? I don't really know. And I sent you money, like $1 to unban you from my Discord, yes. And I did unban you, I think. I mean, John, sending $1 is not really the same as sending, like, money that's, like, you just wanted to get a message to me. Grace, do you love John? Yes, as a person, yes. As a human being. As my brother.
Grace, I'll do my Donald Trump. That's wonderful, Erica. You forgive the assassin. I hate my enemies. I hate that fucking guy. I fucking hate him. Fucking die, loser.
All right. Well, I'm frozen. Okay. So let's see. Where do we go from here? Okay. So what do we do now? Totally stuck and frozen. Do you still not know why John doesn't like my dad? No, he told me why he doesn't like him. All right, so I thought it was interesting that my dad said there's.
I thought that would provoke him to come on.
No. He's not giving me free content.
I would absolutely, like, if I met him in the street, I think I would absolutely owe him, like, to beat the living shit out of him. But I'm not that kind of guy, but, like, I think that's what he deserves from me. Like, punch and then stomp after punching. That's what he deserves, but... And I absolutely believe that's true. What a fucking person. Can you imagine punching your own father in the head several times? Whew. The state you've got to be in, and then not, and then try to get him put in jail for you doing that? Can you imagine? And then never apologizing? Whew. I could never imagine hitting my own father at all, let alone like that. What a maniac. Truly, like, evil human being. How is God going to forgive you for that if you don't ask for forgiveness? Like, you really think God is going to forgive you for beating your father on the head when he was trying to help you? Keep you out of jail? Unreal. No, John would go running away. He's a coward. Total coward.
Okay, so you and Mom trusted me with basically everything. You trusted both of
But
you.
I would
me.
enjoy hearing about your brother, like, just having a horrendous experience.
I'm sure that's true. Yeah. So you and Mom both trusted
Painful,
me.
Writhing in pain. I'd love it.
You and Mom.
Hopefully it would wake him up. But go ahead.
You and Mom both trusted me with everything. Your children, your money, your housing, your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And that was true for a time that there was this sort of limbo. Because actually what I would say is when it comes to when I was 15, right? You know how I say, like, I became friends with you? We sort of had, like, a non-existent relationship at that point, me and you. Like, we just didn't really talk at all, I would say. I mean, here and there, it wasn't like it was, like, hostile, but it just was, like, kind of non-existent.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Mom had cooked up a relationship with me. So, like let's say on the relationship scale, she was here and you were here, in the sense that she had a relationship with me. She would, work with me. She would clean the apartments with me. I think she felt bad about what happened at Abyssinia.
Yeah, she did. She did. Yeah, no, she didn't hate you. She felt a lot of sympathy for you. It's true. She was. Yeah. I'm not going to say that she just like bad-mouthed you all the time. It's not true.
Okay. But then I didn't really have a relationship with you. Then I started to have a relationship with you. And I would say around maybe, I don't know, 17, 18, it was about equal in the sense that, like, I had, I guess you would say, equally intense relationships with both of you.
When you were 17 and 18?
Let's just say it was from 7 to 15, it was Mom. And then me and you caught up. And so then I had sort of like an equally intense relationship with the both of you. And I chose you and rejected her. That's true.
Absolutely. That is absolutely true. Yeah.
And so that's a different way to look at it. Because
what
at
I'm
that
saying
point,
is,
you both had equally...
If I can say, I think that you think you tend to think that she sees you as the other woman who stole her husband and took their family's money. Okay. But that actually doesn't really make much sense because she had already long since given up on my relationship with her.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's actually going on is that she sees you as betraying her, who was willing to do anything to remain, like to keep you as a friend. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, I had
Exactly. Ben is the other woman. That's right.
So this is just punishment for betrayal of her.
That I kind of like became irresponsible and that I lured you away. But that you shouldn't have, right? Because like you're in the middle, right? She's there,
Mm-hmm.
I'm here, you're in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And she's pulling you back, and she still pulls you back. And she wants to break you or something. I don't know. I don't think she knows what she's doing. It's crazy, but it's really not about me. It's not about winning me back. I never, she's been able to talk to me the entire time. She never once had a conversation with me about our marriage or our relationship or said like, I like to work things out. Not once. Not one time.
I don't think you.
Not
I don't think
once.
she ever really cared.
Not once.
About
It's
you.
just a shit show from the beginning, and she knew it. Not once. I'd like to work things out with you. Or let's have a conversation about our marriage. Here's my argument for it. Not once. It was just you that she was obsessed with.
Hold on a second. Truth Seeker says, no, Grace, not punish, just not supporting or hurting yourself with self-destruction. Don't you see that?
That's how she sees it in her mind. Yes, very good.
That, I believe
That's
that
really
is how my
helpful.
mother sees it. But you'd have to say there are certain incidents that are objectively punishments. Like when she asked me to see her and then changed her mind, asked to see me the next morning, and then I came over and she said, actually, I don't want to see you.
But
Go
Grace,
away.
a punishment is always like
Is that not a punishment? Is that not a way to hurt me?
But a punishment is a way to make you it's supposed to make you see something. Right?
Yes, right.
I mean,
correct you.
Like you mean it as just strictly punitive, like to hurt you.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of it punitively, yes.
Like she says to you, I'm in the car too. She says to you, Grace, I really miss you. I really want to see you. Do you think I've gotten a text like that?
No.
Would it be
No.
hard to send it? No.
No.
Never once. Never like, I miss you. We had something great.
No.
Nothing. Just like sit and spin, nigga. Right? That's all I get.
No, she doesn't. You have texted her before the restraining order. Yeah, like you said, you were like, let's meet up, let's talk. She said, let's have sex, whatever you offered her. She's like, nah.
Cemetery
she just like
sex.
Ghosts or whatever. She's not interested.
No, she's like, no.
She's not interested in you.
Yeah, so it was not a problem emotionally for her to break away. It was already, and I'm telling you, it was dead. It was DEAD. Which is yet another reason why she's like, oh, okay, well, like, I guess I'm stuck in this marriage, but like maybe Grace would wanna take on some aspects of this, right?
Wait, hang on a second. I just want to read this. I know that I'm not really listening to you, but this is so perfect. She doesn't want Ben. She wants you, but you are inaccessible apart from Ben.
That's
true, but that's fucking crazy. Do you not see how that's like a stalker saying, if I can't have you, no one can.
Yes.
If I can't have you, no one can. Don't you think that's like stalker behavior? If that sentence right there? Who cares if I'm not accessible apart from Ben? She doesn't have the right to separate me from my dad or any relationship I choose to have.
What it means by accessible. Like mine, controllable. That's what it is, controllable. Of course you're accessible. But she does not understand how to relate to others.
She wants you as her child apart from his influence. But I'm always going to be influenced by my own
Can I
dad.
make a point? Can I make a point? Your mother made a 10-point list of how she wants to reform our relationship. Okay, and I basically I was like, okay, because it was like you can't criticize anything, you can't. And I ended up saying, well, what you're saying is not only can't I exist, but I can't have existed. And she's like, yeah, I guess it does mean that. So that's also true of you. She wants a relationship with you in which not only don't I exist, but I have not existed. Because instead of saying like maybe you're saying something true, she'll say, well, that's because your father brainwashed you into it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like she hates honesty.
Wait a second. If she cuts you out of her life because you interact with Ben, that's her right. Okay, that would be
No, it
true.
isn't.
Hold on a second. No, that would be true. She could just be a bad mother and say, like, I'm gonna hurt you for having a relationship with your father. The problem is, Hans, she's not cutting me out of her life. She isn't resolving this thing with my dad.
Well, that's her
which
right
drags
in the
me
sense
in.
you can do it. Yeah.
And she's like literally the storage unit, right? She's actively keeping this thing going when she could send one line in an email saying, do whatever you want with that crap. I don't want anything to do with it.
Right.
So she could cut off from me if she wanted to. That would be giving me closure. But she won't do that. Am I crazy? If she just wanted to cut off from me and my dad, the storage unit would be out of her hands and the divorce would be over.
Here's another one. And I'll just say this, like, right? The way that she could, if she believed this, because this is the purported thing here, right? Let me just show you this. If this is what it is, Maggie is 16 years old. I can visit with her, talk with her unfettered anytime I want to. Right? Currently.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I could drive by the house, pick her up, take her on a vacation with me. And there's nothing that her mother could do to stop that.
Yes.
Because she
you
doesn't
full
have
rights.
custody. I have full parental rights.
Yes.
And yet this was being seen as this thing. And also we can do the whole, like, she's 16 and it's the state of Rhode Island. So I also, like, that's not a problem.
Right.
Okay. So.
I know the point you're going to make. Let me make it because
Sure.
You offered my mother full custody, which means she has
Right.
control over whether Maggie sees you or not. She could have taken that. Hold on. She could have taken that offer, and Maggie would not see you until she's 18 years old.
And then she has
currently
full custody.
She has full custody. She could call the police and say, "Bring her back." You would not have any rights to see her.
Right.
You offered her that in court, and her lawyer read it with her. Currently, you can see Maggie.
She said,
Hold
I need a
on.
month
Currently,
to
you
think
can
about
see.
that. I need a month to put my daughter in this position to think about that. Then said, I need $10,000 that I know you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
So if you care about your daughter, like, it doesn't make any sense.
If she wanted to protect Maggie, she would have taken that deal. Sole custody. You offered sole custody. It would be legally sole custody for her.
Because she knows I don't have $10,000 anyways. She knows I don't have $10,000.
Yeah, this thing about money, she's not like.
There's no way I'm going to come up with $10,000. She knows that. So having this thing extend indefinitely means she does not, in fact, care about me having full access, which I do, to all of my children at any time I want. And I even remember we took Joey once, and I just wanted. He was like, I don't know if the cops are going to call. We went to the police station. The police said, this is a weird situation, but like, you have full parental rights. And I actually told her lawyer what she had been sending to me, and said, like, you better stop this because this is harassment. And her lawyer did tell her to stop it. Do you know what I mean?
Told who to stop what?
Like, she can't even send texts to, let's say I picked Maggie up. She can't send texts to Maggie saying, be careful, your father, blah, blah, blah.
No.
That's harassment.
Right. She can't
I have
she
full
can't
rights.
say that.
Like, no, bitch. You can't do that. And I'm sure her lawyer said, like, yeah, technically speaking, like, yeah, you can't be doing this. It's true that under the restraining order, she had something, But once there's no restraining order, I have full parental rights. Full.
Yeah. Right. So if you were a threat to Maggie, the best thing to
She
do
has
would be
no
for
more
her to get
custodial
sole
rights than I do.
custody of Maggie and all the other minors so that you can't have
I could have
access to them.
Maggie, like,
But wait, hold on a
sleeping here
second.
tonight.
You offered her sole custody, and she said no in favor of holding out for money that she knows she will never get from you.
But you know what I'm saying? I could have Maggie sleeping here tonight and permanently sleeping here
Yeah.
in this apartment.
Right.
And the cops aren't going to do anything about it
No.
unless she herself says I'm here against my will. If
Right.
I lure her like I lured you
Right.
with my whatever it is that appeals to 16-year-old girls, that is so horrendous, I would call it being a nice guy. There's actually nothing she could do, and her daughter would be right. So she's actually choosing not to do what she says is her most important priority. See, it has nothing to do with that.
It has nothing to do
nothing
with
to do
protecting
with me.
kids.
She doesn't
No.
give a fuck. Obviously, I could even say, like, she has Maggie go on trips to the Caribbean, right? And she just goes, Mom, I'm going with Beliza or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And it's like, yeah, okay, I'll see you in a month. She doesn't give a fuck about her daughter. I remember being in part of that whole thing. And the other mother was like, yeah, she didn't fill out any of the papers. Like, she doesn't care at all.
No.
She could be sex trafficked. It doesn't matter to her.
Maggie lives
That
at her
doesn't
friends'
matter.
houses.
She
Maggie
lives
lives at her
elsewhere,
friends'
yeah.
houses. Yeah.
But she could obviously say that and then just be with me for a month. It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter. She doesn't care about that. It's about you. It's about you not
No.
being able to have a relationship with your sister.
No, informer, listen. He said sole custody and he would pay child support.
Yeah.
He said
I
sole
said I would
custody.
catch up
he
on
said
child
he'd
support
catch
that
up on the
day.
child support if she took the offer, like pay back all the arrears and continue paying
Which
child
would
support.
come out of your bank account. But we were like, okay, we'll do that. Right. That's why it was so insulting.
She
And
said
we're
no.
committed to pay it until Joey turns 18.
She said no to sole custody with child support from my dad.
Yeah.
Money
Which
and
would have been
custody
money
of
in
the
the bank.
kids.
Yep.
That's insane. Why would she not take that? That's why I was so angry afterwards. Because that's what you claimed you fucking wanted this whole time. I wanted this to be over.
Because it's more fun to torture you, which is working.
Yeah, it's true. It's working.
Because you're never going to end up you're never and here's the thing.
No, wait, hold on.
You're
No.
never going to pay enough. You're never going to pay enough. You're going to pay and pay and pay and pay until you say no.
Well, yeah, because listen, I like
'Cause
basically.
you don't tell-
Basically, no. Listen.
I-
You
no,
You went into court. No, hang on. Let me say this.
No. You don't tell a person from that family no. You don't ever say no to them. You are dominated. That's the only way they understand anything. Domination and control. Husbands, they assume 100% divorce rate. 2 generations deep now.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. That's just money. But I fucking own your ass. And we ride or die together. You listen to my crying and whine. You don't say, I'm not listening anymore. And fuck you and go get a job. You do not say that to these hoes. You do not say that to these hoes.
What I'm saying is,
I'm going to make
you were
pay.
in court. You were in court. And metaphorically speaking, you pulled your pants down, bent over, and said, go ahead.
Yeah.
Put the strap on, fuck me up the ass. I don't have my kids. I pay for you to abuse them. Whatever. I don't care. Let's end it.
Because you don't care.
Go all the way into
Because
the
you
hilt.
don't care. Because it's like you took the same position as your siblings. I just want resolution.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So I was like, all right, yeah, fuck me in the ass. I've already been fucked a million times, and you're not going to do what you can do to help me. So whatever, at least we'll get some resolution.
And she said,
And when the judge was like, I don't know
No.
about that, I was like, good. I don't want to get fucked up the ass. But you were like, you know?
because she doesn't care about fucking up the ass. She wants to fuck with me.
Yeah.
She doesn't care because she had an opportunity to do it.
Yeah, fucking
would
me
have
in
been
the ass.
You would have been legally obligated to pay child support for the next How old is
Yeah.
Joey? 13? 5 years for one
Yeah.
kid and 2 years for another kid.
Based on a lie, and the whole thing started on a lie. It's just like totally
And you wouldn't be able to
utter
see those kids.
humiliation, just like stiletto to the balls, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's all based on her torturing you. It's all based on her torturing you because you're not going to help me. No, she did say no. I'm going to think about it.
It's all for the 10K, but decentralized. You have to understand this. Her
We
lawyer...
were
when-
owing basically $5K that day, right? Or 3.
yeah,
or
the
4K.
arrears are like whatever, $5,000. Yeah, so she would have had it in her pocket that day. She knows that's true. Okay, so the 10K, right? Decentralized. My dad had a lawyer briefly. That lawyer communicated with my mom's lawyer. My mom's lawyer said 10K and this is divorce is a deal. My dad's lawyer said listen, Ben, they don't expect to get the 10K.
Yeah.
It's a judgment that they don't expect you to ever pay.
Yeah.
But if you agree to the judgment, the divorce is over.
We can do it
So-
right now.
If you say, yes, if you say
I could have done
it's
it
about
actually.
the
I was
10K,
on the phone, I think. I could have done it through the phone, got divorced.
Yeah.
Would have been great.
If you say it's about the 10K, her lawyer, my mother's lawyer, told my dad's lawyer, we don't expect to see that money if there's a judgment.
And then it was offered half. Whether or not that, was okayed by her. It's like it's not about that.
And then they said $5,000.
$5,000, that's it? That's all this can be based on? Because the judge at the last thing, he's like, well, we're going to be spending multiples of $10,000.
Hold on a second. Riza, no. He's saying do it. No, then at the last hearing, my dad said, whatever judgment you want to make, do it. Put a judgment against me. Fine.
I said $2 million.
Have sole custody, have child support, and put whatever judgment against me you want. I'm ready to end this. And my mother said no. She refused to pursue the fact that she could put a judgment against my dad. It could have been over that day. Do you guys understand? She said no to all of it. He said, put the judgment against me. He said to the judge, go ahead and put a judgment against me, whatever she thinks. That's a good question, Vogue. What does Courtney want? Because when my dad said that, I remember the judge looked at my mom and her lawyer and he was like, okay, what do you guys want to do? And my mom talked to her lawyer and her lawyer said, we need another month. What do you need a month for? What else could you possibly ask for? A judgment, custody, child support? What more could you ask for? What more could you possibly want? So, yeah, what does she want now? What does she want? She got everything she asked for.
Yeah. Well, plus, I mean, legally speaking, of course, post-separation, she liquidated tons of assets that were worth tens of thousands of dollars that I could I could make a super solid case like I want that money. Like I'm in way better position that way than she is.
It's a really good question, Vogue. It's everything she asked for.
Well, why don't we go back to the storage unit and say, what is she looking for here? What is she looking for here? Honestly, anyone?
And you know what, guys? I just want to say this. It's October 14th. That hearing was on September 15th. No response about the offer. Nothing.
What offer?
The offer you made. They said they'd think about it. No response. No
they said
counteroffer?
no. They said we want the 10K.
No, it was like unresolved because you said give me the judgment, and they said no, we're not going to do that. We're going to think about it.
No. They said 10K because the judge said, well, you better bring $10,000 And then he said, well, all right, I guess we have to do a trial because we're not going to get any resolution. He said, get a lawyer or bring $10K in a suitcase.
But why
They're
couldn't he just
sticking
put
to
it?
their guns. They're sticking
could-
to their guns.
But why couldn't he just put a judgment against you for $10K? Well, you got what I'm saying?
Well,
He can't force you to bring cash into the courtroom.
yeah, they can. Sure, they can. He can't force me to
What?
do it if I don't agree to it, but you can set any conditions you want. You could say, I want the title to the house or whatever.
Okay, so she said I need $10,000 cash.
I saw it. Well, I don't know if you
And
were
not a
there, but there was a
judgment.
guy who was like, he had sold a house or whatever. The judge was like, you need to bring like $30,000 certified check here by 2:00 this afternoon. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
They can say that. It's not civil court. In civil court, you can only have judgments against you. Yeah, he can't make a judgment, but I can agree to have a judgment. He can't make it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So you're saying she went
If
back on
I
the idea.
agreed,
I
I
see
owe
what
you
you're
10
saying.
grand. So we're going to put this as like a civil thing. There's a judgment against you for 10 grand for her. Okay, then she can then, I think, just that's what my lawyer was saying, basically.
Okay, so she
If you agree to have a judgment.
Previously, she was okay with you having a $10K judgment. Now she
But that
wants
wouldn't have happened
$10K
either, you know?
cash.
It wouldn't have happened last minute. Because you've dealt with this before. Remember all these negotiations we used to do? Okay,
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you want? Can you write one sentence? Can you write one word of what your complaint is? I'll get to you. I'm having trouble with it. It's just torture. I think it's just because she's super ashamed and like just won't say what the truth is. She's ashamed of herself, right? She should be. My daughter rejected me. My daughter, who I worshipped, rejected me. Which you did.
I did. I stand by it.
Yeah.
Well,
And she's gonna fucking pay for rejecting
she
me.
forced me to reject her. I said I had problems with her. And then she acted even worse. And so I was no longer on her side.
Right.
She pushed me into that.
Well, think
I
about
was
it,
not
Grace.
at first
Think about it. No. Think about
super
this. No,
anti
just-
her.
Grace,
Sorry, go ahead.
think about it. You're a loser your whole life. You take dicks constantly. You're high for 5 years straight. You drink like a fish until even fraternities are telling you, right? You're a lonely loser with 2 dogs that have become human, all right? Okay. Then you meet a guy, okay, and it's troubling. But then, what enters your life? Someone who truly loves you and is beautiful, amazing. And what do you see it as? What do you see that little baby as?
A gift?
No.
Your friend?
A friend. Finally, I have a friend. I have a friend who loves me, and I'm so excited to be friends with this person. That's what happened. I love everything about her, and she loves everything about me. She's dependent on me, right? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I finally have my ride or die, and I would die for her. And she would for me too, right? And the answer is wrong. And I can abuse her and she'll know that deep down I love her. I tried my best, but I'm ride or die. I'll even say, like, you can do sexual stuff with your dad. No problem. But just let's be ride or die friends. Hey, what are you going to do with that dick? I mean, it's crazy, but that's like her version of, that's a certain version of ride or die. And that is why people who don't have relational capacities shouldn't get pregnant, shouldn't get married, and should not have children. Because they will make the child into the friend that they've never had. Can you imagine if Ruby got pregnant by Dalmatian dog? Can you imagine how unhealthy it would be?
Yeah.
Can you imagine how unhealthy it would be? Ruby's never had a friend, obviously. No one loves her, and she's never loved anyone else. Obviously, her entire life, right? But she has a lot of energy, right? So
Mm-hmm.
can you imagine she has this child and she's like, "Oh my God, you're everything cinnamon is times a gazillion. You're the crack of all cracks," right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she convinces herself somehow that all this stuff is healthy. She doesn't care if Dalmatian dog is there for the kid, although she would prefer it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all about finally, right? It's a real danger for women who don't have relational capacity to say, my child, I'm locking in, and it feels so right that I don't see the problems with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she hit all the red flags of that. Like the first thing is that you favor the child over the child's father,
Mm-hmm.
which was I told her a million times, don't do this crazy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes.
child needs parents. She was like, I don't care. She just didn't care, you know. I was just a bill to pay. I mean, I was just a guy who paid bills, you know what I mean? And she's like, oh, okay, I guess. Right. And I was like, what are you doing? You know? It, but she was absolutely obsessed with you. Absolutely obsessed with you. And look at you, you're a remarkable child. You're an amazing child. You're a vibrant child. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And so in her mind, she worships you. And yeah, she gets a little crabby at times, but she love you deep down. And she always did tell me that. I love Grace. Like she's my number one. She's my like she she never really trash talked you.
So she is punishing me for rejecting her.
Spurned. Yep. Because she doesn't even know, like honestly, she doesn't even know if she's male or female, straight or gay, right? It's not really even about that. She just is like
I
a
believe
you worshiper.
this thing that she like is obsessed with you and wants you back. It's not true. She does not care. She was down to like have sex with Hormax, or kind of like it's not
Yeah.
about you. It's
She has no
she
respect
wasn't
for
in
me
love with
whatsoever.
you. She didn't really care one way or the other.
Well, why did she take all this action against me and not one thing against you? Not one thing ever. No action taken against you.
But she has taken action against me.
What?
She's been cruel to me.
She goes deep down, Grace, deep down, you know. It's conflicted. Even at watch this it doesn't make any sense, the behavior, right?
Well, watch this. This is her obviously being mad at me. This isn't her saying
Okay, but
I
also
love
being
you.
hurt, Grace, don't you get it? What I'm saying is, how do you think your mother expresses like being disappointed by another person? You know.
By
You
acting
know.
sad and rejected around them.
And angry too, right? Whenever you
Yeah.
didn't do what she expected you to do, you got rage and victim mentality, right? She doesn't
Yeah.
know how to say, I don't know why you're treating me like this. Did you ever have a conversation like that?
No.
Ever in your life?
No.
What do you get instead? An immature person, right? Someone who doesn't know how to relate to others doesn't have that conversation. Instead, they either lash out or play the victim.
And you're saying she's doing both here, playing the victim and lashing out.
This is more lashing out because she's saying like, how dare you? Well, you know that routine, right?
Yeah.
How dare you do this to me, your mother? Have some fucking respect. Right?
Let's watch it. Let's watch it. I want to see if I can see what you're talking about.
This is you. Well, what are you doing here? You're mocking her.
Yeah, I'm making a spectacle out of what she's
You're
doing.
saying, I want her to show herself to be crazy.
I am saying that, yes.
And
am saying
I
that.
think that's fine. I think it's good content.
I'm saying she looks crazy, and I'm gonna film it and get people
And I
on my
love
side
it.
because she
Crazier
looks bad.
the better.
Yeah,
Crazier the better.
that is true. I am doing that.
I'm just filming this because I haven't seen a court order, so I have no reason for her to be here, but whatever.
He has no idea what the fuck is going on.
No, but you did say, like, okay, like, there's a legal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're sitting, well, let's just be honest. You're sitting here loving the banging around of stuff because it sounds crazy.
Well, it makes
And
her
you're
look like
sitting
an
here
angry
going,
person.
she can't even get up to the second or third shelf here. She has no idea where to start.
Yeah.
And she looks crazy.
Well, and I like the slamming because it proves that she's an angry person. Like I've been
Yeah.
trying to say, like she's angry. Why is she
But
throwing?
But see,
why
you
is she
won't smile.
slamming?
You won't smile and go, yeah, I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. She's making herself look crazy, and she knows I'm filming it, and she knows I'm loving it, and she's seething,
Yeah.
looking crazy, which she does look.
Right. Why is she slamming her own stuff around in the storage unit?
Why is she going into a storage unit that she's had access to for almost 3 entire years, full access at any point? It doesn't make any sense. Right?
Yeah.
It's showmanship here.
Yeah, she knows she's on camera now and she's doing this.
Well, she knew she was going to be on camera.
Yeah. So this is her way of punishing me for rejecting her?
Yes.
How is she punishing me by slamming
Absolutely.
this stuff around?
Letting you know that she is upset.
That's true.
I mean, are you
doing that,
kidding
yeah.
me? You don't know what a person who lacks relational capacity, how they express that they feel rejected by others. They lash out and they play the victim.
Yeah.
And they refuse to talk when someone asks, hey, what's going on there, buddy? I'm not talking to you. It's just immature behavior 101. You're like, well, I don't get it. Really? It's like, yeah, really. And it got to you.
Yeah. John's not going to help her with this. He thinks she's
No.
He doesn't care about this.
No,
thing.
if she really wanted to one up you in a way, what she could do is just go in there and sell the expensive stuff and fuck us over. But she doesn't have a friend who would do that with her. She doesn't have a single person on earth who would help her out with anything, even for money.
Yeah, but she's fucking me over regardless, right? Because I pay that $900 every month and she doesn't have to lift a finger, does she?
Right?
Does she? She doesn't have to lift a finger. And then I get myself in there and I'm like, wow, this is overwhelming. Let me see what I can do. Right? And then I have to go to court. She wins. She's
and there's
winning.
no I mean, like, it's
She's winning.
ongoing 24/7 torture of you. But I do think that ultimately, and I said this to her, like, I know this is hard to hear, but like, I do think she knows that this is going to end in her demise.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think she wants you to take her out. That was the conclusion I came to. Can you imagine?
I think she wants to win. She wants to win.
Can you imagine accusing a man after living with him for 19 years, having 6 kids with him, that he abused you when he obviously didn't, and taking his children away? Aren't you begging? aren't you begging to be taken out? You've had it with life. It didn't work for you. You can't relate to others. It's not worth living. I get it. I do agree.
Oh no, Vogue. I have paid 900 for maybe I don't know, 6-7 months.
It's an endless tantrum.
Okay, this is the first moment. You could say I was doing aggression by coming in and filming,
I
but
mean,
now
you're like
she
30 feet away from her at this point.
yes, she
You weren't
stops,
impeding anything.
puts her hand on her hip, stares right at me, and we begin a silent war. I forget what happens next.
All right, like, do for me what you think happened prior to this in her brain.
I think she was like, okay, Grace is filming me. I'm gonna make a problem out of it, and then I'm gonna get the cop to tell her to stop filming me.
No, but I'm saying with all this stuff, do you think there was any sincere attempt to find any belongings at all?
No. No,
You think
I
it was
don't.
all just for show?
No, I mean,
You're just moving
I
boxes
don't think she
around
gives.
to make
What
it
the
look
hell
like you're
could she
doing
give a
something.
shit about in there? What would she care about?
Right.
The closest thing I could think of is like a box of old baby clothes, but she doesn't care about that stuff. I don't even think there's baby clothes in there, but like I don't know,
Well,
like
here's
an
another
old drawing
question. Here's another
drawing
question.
or something.
Here's another question. Why not ask you whether you know where item A, B, or C is? Do you know what I mean? Why not? Why do this like silent treatment thing?
Because she's saying like I didn't ask her permission to film her, so she's
Or on the other hand, why not say, "Hey Grace, are there any gold coins? Because that's all I'm here for."
she could have said that, yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think she wants anything in there.
I mean, I think she's there for the fantasy gold coins. I guess that is true. That's what she's there for. I don't think she
she's
gives
gonna
a shit
find him
about
in a
anything
random
else.
box on his. No, she doesn't.
I mean, she
She
could
should
have
have
said
come
like,
in with like one of those metal finders, you know.
Yeah.
Where's the gold?
I mean, she could have said like, okay, I'm taking a picture of this kayak. She doesn't take a picture of the kayak. The kayak's worth some money.
Yeah.
She doesn't take a picture of the kayak. So it's a standoff.
So at this point, as the police officer, he's saying, well, I don't know, right? Isn't he saying like, I'm not sure what happened here. Why did you stop?
Well, you can see what he does is he watches her. Wait. Hold on. He's just sitting there. And then he's like, okay, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to deal with this. Okay. And then he turns to me.
Right, because he's vaguely saying like she seems to be unhappy with something.
Yes, right.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
But what would it be?
I don't know. I forget what he told me.
Hang on, maybe a little bit further back. Just you can still film if you want. Just
Okay, so he says, you can still film, but would you mind moving back a little
So
bit?
he wants
Keep
to
in-
make it look like he's facilitating this because he doesn't want
Yeah.
to be here all day.
Yeah.
So he's giving it a shot that maybe this protest going on behind him
Is because I'm too close to her.
can be assuaged by you being told to move back,
Yes, that's
Okay.
true.
which is reasonable.
I
But
hang
I
out
think
further
he would,
back?
if you were to ask him, like, how much money would you put on that, like solving this problem? He'd say, like, oh, it's like, it's just to say I did something. It's no way that this is about this.
I mean, this is true. I can walk. I paid the rent. Like, he has no right to say that to me.
True.
It's like a cop coming in here and telling me to move my chair over. He has no right to say that.
Right.
But
He said it politely.
He
kinda-
said it
kinda saying,
politely. Yeah.
okay, this person seems to, I don't know the issue, but like maybe if you just move back a little bit, we could facilitate this. But you are, I think, her standing there like that, he's not even asking her, is there a problem, right? It's just like, okay, this
He's just
person is
assuming.
super angry.
Yes.
And
yes.
it is right. That is what that's signaling. I am super angry.
Damius, thank
What
you for gifting
about? I
5
don't know.
subs. Thank you, Damius. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted.
Hang on, maybe a little bit further back. Just you can still film it.
Why did you let her in the first place? Well, it was tricky. So there was no court order, but her lawyer had threatened my dad with a court-appointed, basically mediator for $400 an hour at his expense to come in if my mom didn't get to go into the storage unit.
And my
Which
lawyer
is-
told me, yeah, that's how it goes. I was like, what?
Right, which ended up being like a bluff because I talked to that guy. He's the lawyer who told me that I can't technically sell any of this stuff.
Right.
He was a nice guy, but he was going to do it as a friend of the court, so
Potty
it wasn't...
mouth.
Sorry?
He was a potty mouth.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He was like, yeah, these fucking people with their fucking goddamn, it was like,
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
It wasn't to me. I don't know. I didn't hear him
oh,
do
it was,
that.
it was fine because, like, it's just, that's what it is to be a lawyer.
The lawyer? The
Oh, yeah.
mediator guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
At least with me, I mean, he just must have seen.
Anyways.
Just, that way
If
you
I
can-
hang out further back?
like just step back a little bit, so she's not doesn't feel this.
All right.
That way she can get what she has to do.
I mean, this is my unit. I just like to film what happens in here.
I mean, that's fine. It's your unit, but are you
All right.
all on? Are you technically all on that?
No, it's just my lease.
Just yours?
Yes.
It is her unit.
Yes.
So, I mean,
This poor fucking guy. This is you, nigga. This is you. You're the cop.
Absolutely.
You're the cop.
This is the role I used to play. Yeah.
So her lawyer lied to you to let Courtney look around? Yes,
This is the
basically.
role I
It
used
was
to play.
yes, no, Vogue, I want to say basically it was intimidation. It was a threat that wasn't actually real, but so basically yes.
No, like technically speaking, her lawyer could have made the claim that she had a right to access this as marital assets.
But the
But she
fact that
didn't
my
even
dad
get around to like doing the paperwork in
No.
time.
There was no court order produced for this, and therefore my mom had no legal right as
Right,
of
but there
that
could have
day.
been at the last minute. There could have been something produced at the last minute.
Right, but there was nothing. So, anyways,
There was nothing. Yeah, you could have said, nah, not doing it.
I could have just refused this.
But we didn't know if last minute was going to happen.
we're allowing you to go through. And,
No, that's not actually true. To be
Okay,
honest,
so then
Grace-
mom says,
Wait, to be honest, Grace, that's not actually true because even if a court order hasn't been produced, whatever the court said does have to be obeyed. So then you'd have to go back to the transcript.
okay, but I'm just saying, even without
But there
the-
was nothing that could be presented to the police officer. If you had
Well-
said like, "I'm not opening this," he would have said, "Okay, I don't."
even with the court order though, I had no responsibility to let her into my unit. It's not my fucking divorce. You
that's not true though.
No, I can't be. Well, she could have gone back to the
I see
court.
what you're saying.
You could have begged me to open the door for her, but I
No,
could have
that
just sat there
attorney
and
could
said
have
no.
Forced you to open it.
Right. So,
Right.
yeah. What did somebody say? Somebody said something. Oh, no. Oh, no. My mom said something. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
so, I mean, technically allowing you to go through. And,
I feel like it's harassment, though, to film me. So she's doing another power move. It's a game of power at this point. I've asserted to the cop it's my unit. And she's saying, I feel like I'm being harassed. Right? Okay,
Yeah, which is
let's
crazy.
continue.
He's saying it's crazy. That's crazy. That's not what harassment is.
Well, I can film anyone I want in my property.
Of course.
It's private property. I can have cameras
Harassment doesn't
everywhere.
mean like I don't like this.
Right.
I mean, technically, it's her unit, so she can film if she wants to. Unfortunately, I can't.
It's technically her unit, so she can film if she wants to. So I took the win there for sure. She gets humiliated. And it's worse because it's on stream, and she knows that everybody on stream just heard that. It's a power dance right here, for sure. And she just lost.
Yep.
He tells her no.
I'm also filming, so I mean.
And he says, I'm also filming. Which is
You
true.
want to be filmed, bitch?
Bitch, you on camera on my chest.
We got 2 cameras up in here. If she harassing you, I'm harassing you.
Exactly.
Bitch, get to work.
I'm also filming, so I mean.
He could see at this point, I'm just saying psychologically, he could see at this point, there is not any actual purpose to this, and no one's going to get anything done on a practical level.
Right.
So he's like, all right, I guess I'll give this 10 minutes, and then I'm going to call it. You
Now,
know?
Juno, yes, right. He's saying, like, this is some kind of fight. This isn't
This is a
actually,
fuck show. Fuck
this
show.
isn't actually about taking a documentation. Now, Juno is right, though. It cost me $900, far more than that. So I get a short-term win, but in the long run, she's still fucking me up the ass. I agree with you. So this is only a temporary. It's a temporary thing. This is why she doesn't want to come on camera. When she comes on camera, she takes the L. But in the legal system, she so far has taken the W. Thank you, David.
Only because you haven't engaged.
Right. I haven't engaged. I've just
She's winning by using bully tactics. Hard bully tactics.
Yeah.
That are completely defendable against. But you've been so overwhelmed by the kind of violence of her actions that you've just been like, I can't.
I've just been cycling and causing problems with you
Yeah, it's
to
time
avoid it.
to like say like, okay, well, it is what it is. Punch me, I punch you back, and I don't give a fuck until you stop punching. I don't give a fuck.
She literally just tried in this clip, Adam's dad. She tried to get me like in trouble with the cops for harassing her. Don't give me that shit.
Yeah, if we did that and she was just Michigan, then maybe you could tell her. But because it's in her name, I can't really.
So you think there's just this, like there's actually no mental activity here in looking at the boxes or anything?
I mean, I think
She's done stuff in her life. She knows how you can do this stuff, right? This is not it.
I mean, looking at the boxes, what she's supposed to do here is take pictures of everything. She takes like 7 pictures the whole time.
Yeah.
And like looking through one random box here is not going to help.
She knows as well as you do that, like to really do this would take, 100 hours.
Well, yes, but even to just temporarily do it, you just go around and take pictures, like big pictures of every angle you can to see what you can see.
No, but the point here is having a police officer here to fuck with you.
Yeah.
And to force you to do this when she wants you to do this.
Yes.
And then not follow up and have you feel like you got porked, which you did.
Yeah. Imagine this guy joined the police force and instead of fighting crime, he gets assigned to this nonsense.
It's Warren. I'm pretty sure there's no crime that he's fighting ever.
It's Warren. There's literally police like activity logs that they post in the newspaper where they got a raccoon out of a bush.
It's always.
That's like the log for the week.
You don't come here because you want action.
No. I love the music. You're trying to mock her at every step and demotivate her all the way? I didn't say a word, Hans. You're just lying. I didn't say a word except to the police officer.
That's not true.
I didn't. All I'm doing is filming. Which you could say is, mocking her, but I didn't say anything to her for sure. I didn't say one thing. Why are the cops there anyways? At my mom's request.
So, just to clarify, she only legally has a right to be.
Imagine this whole encounter with TTS enabled. But you just said Courtney wins when she's not on camera and you win when she is. I think that is true. That's why she deleted all her live streams as well. So how can the point of this from Courtney to be to fuck with Grace? She's looking for the gold coins. That's an interesting point.
It's not to get, it's true. It's not to get on camera, but it's to force us to go from Texas to Rhode Island overnight at the threat and then just have to go through the shenanigans of this thing.
I think she was willing to be on camera if she could force us to drive like 26 hours up from Texas to be here under threat
for no reason.
$400 an hour lawyers on my dad's dime. So I think she was willing to exchange those two things.
In here because I'm allowing her to be in here. So she only. So just to clarify, she only legally has a right to be in here because I'm allowing her to be in here.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know what civil things they have going on in court, but.
Okay. I haven't seen a court order saying I'm ordered to have her in here, but okay. So it's because I'm allowing her. All right.
Did she know that you guys were in Texas at the time? Yes, Espresso Joe. Let me tell you the story. First of all, she watches all of our streams. My siblings have told me that many times, so she knew. Secondly, she texted me and asked me when I would be able to let her into the storage unit. I said, maybe sometime around here. She said she picked one of the dates, which I think was something the 15th. She said, great, see you then. I said, no, I didn't say I was committing to that date. I just said maybe sometime around now. Sometime around then. And then she just refused to respond. And I was like, I'm not going to be able to be there that day. I didn't commit to that. And then her lawyer sent my dad something threatening him with the mediator if he didn't show up on that day because I had agreed to it, which wasn't true. And then I contacted her lawyer and said, I never agreed to that date. And both of them just ignored it.
Yeah.
So that's the situation we were in, which is crazy.
Yeah. And there's another one. Now Alicia does hate me because I called her mid. And I said she had daddy issues.
That's also true. Yeah. So you have proof that since you've been back in your state, she hasn't tried any of it. So it was to fuck with your job on purpose. The Texas content. Yeah, no, she hasn't. There hasn't been a word about the storage unit since this incident.
Thing. Nope.
Not from. I've contacted her about it.
No pictures, no list of items, zero.
She hasn't contacted me about the storage unit since then.
Nope. That's true. And she had an injunction placed against me. She felt afraid for her life or something. I don't know.
Did she give you any idea of how long this is going to take?
No, I advise her can't stay long though.
All right.
It would be, do you want to get more closer pictures? Can you do that side too? Or no? Okay.
So another win for me in terms of the optics, right? Because I asked him how long this is going to take. He says, I don't know. I'm not going to be here long. I told her that.
I advised her, yeah.
Then he asks her, like, I'm not saying he was saying, like, can you speed it up?
Yeah.
But he was saying, like, did you get that side? Or, like, can we move it along? I'm not sure what he was trying to communicate there, but, like, kind of, like, checking on her, I guess.
I think he's trying to say, like, is there anything vaguely sane going on here?
And then she goes, yeah, I got it.
Right. She's being antisocial.
She's turned against him and she's like, yeah. No, I don't need it.
And you know why, right? Because she's like, Oh, I get it. You're a man. So, because Tits over there is got your ear and she knows all this about the law, I'm not gonna be able to get anywhere with you. You're gonna take her side.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Everybody
Right.
else does.
She's all. What my point is, she's already given up on the cop connection at this point,
Right.
and she's like, okay, he's on Grace's side.
Right.
She's humiliating me, so now she's
Exactly
antisocial
right.
towards both of us.
Yeah.
Not a long.
Okay, great, because I just got some other things to do, but I appreciate it.
Got stuff to do.
And now she's being openly aggressive. I wasn't talking to her. I was talking to the cop.
Yeah.
I just said I got some other stuff to do, which was true. I needed to sleep since we hadn't slept all night.
Yeah.
And she goes, got stuff to do? Which is stupid because, first of all, it makes her look mean,
Hostile.
and it makes, like, you can imagine the cop is sitting there saying, like,
But here's my question.
okay.
Did it go up your ass?
No, it actually didn't, because when she said that, I was like, oh, that was really stupid to say. That just makes you look like an idiot. Like you're like just angry. Like in my mind at that point, I was like, I like, you just look petty now. Like I'm not being petty. You're making me look like the bigger person here.
No, well, she's saying like, oh, you have things to do, Miss Fancy.
Yeah, well, she's saying, oh, you don't know.
It is a reasonable thing for someone to say.
Well, she's implying like you don't have anything to do, which is just stupid because
I know what
obviously
you
I've
do.
got other stuff to do.
You're gonna go service your father. Officer, you know it too. We all do.
Things to do.
I didn't even realize this. She keeps going with it. So she says, yeah, you got things to do? Things to do? Stuff? And I don't respond to any of it, which once again, whether you like me or hate me, makes me look sane to the police and to the cop and to the stream, and makes her look like she's just petty. Let's go back.
She doesn't care about looking crazy. I've seen her in this kind of situation before with people in authority. She takes the L and acts antisocial. It's really bizarre for someone who's like white, went to college. Like people don't generally do this, but I think she thinks it's like being a bad bitch.
Yeah,
and you
it's
can,
like,
to a certain extent, get those in authority to kind of be like, okay, I don't want to get in any shit with this woman where I've got to like manhandle her. You know what I mean?
yeah,
The squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Is the
Right.
idea here.
right.
But unless it really goes there, it just leaves a bad taste in the authorities' mouths, you know.
Mm.
You know, I'm just enjoying watching this and timing out RD for saying fucking retarded things. I just really like it. We can have a relationship like this. Put user in timeout. Bye.
Decentralized says, yes,
do
you did
something
very good in
else.
this interaction. See how you do not respond to her is the same she will do to you. It works to let the other one act up. That's true, Decentralized. Decentralized, look, this is the reality, right? I win when she's on camera because
Yes.
I come across as more reasonable and the bigger person. But she wins when it's off camera and she's not responding to me, because then I look like I'm obsessed with her.
Yeah.
It's definitely true, and I'm paying for her shit. It's definitely true. So in the long run, she wins because I only got her to be on camera for 20 minutes or so.
I had to ban RD. You can unban him, but I couldn't just. You ever notice that when you try to time someone out, it like doesn't work a bunch of times?
Yeah. So you just banned?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not super.
But when I
mad
went to
about it,
ban
one
him,
way or the
I
other.
got rid of him. I don't mind banning him. He sucks so much as a human being, but I kind of like him as a person.
Yeah, no,
Not as a
Anon J,
person. I hate him. I
I'm
despise him as a person.
I don't know. You could call it obsessed. I have deep unresolved issues. That's definitely true. And so she makes me look obsessed by not talking to me about them or
Well,
interacting
I
with me at
think that,
all.
like, if I'm right about what happened when you were a kid, and I was there, you were there, but of course you don't remember it. But I do remember a lot of language that was like so extreme about you that I know that that's unhealthy. And I do think it does give the child also a sense of being, you know, extreme attention being paid to them, which they do like, you know. I mean, you're an attention whore, and I'm sure you were when you were 2 months old too.
Oh yeah.
Slut for attention.
By the way, we got Courtney Alt in the chat. Fuck you, Grace, you whore. Immature piece of shit. Rope incest whore. I hope you end up as a crack whore once your streamer career failed. Whore.
Hey,
Hi,
Mom.
Mom. Nice to see you again.
Right. But also, if I can say, like, that's what you would call a female who's betrayed you, a whore. Because you can't say, you remember you had a friend and then you had a friend and then you like kind of moved on
Yeah.
from that friend to like
Yes.
a higher echelon of friends and kind of left her behind on the lower rungs.
Yeah.
She never really kind of lashed out at you, but if you can't really lash out at someone by saying like, hey, fuck you, you betrayed me for someone that you think is more cool.
Yeah.
What you do is you say, you're a fucking whore. You're a pig and a whore, slut. And I know you're disgusting sexually. That's what you say, right? Because if you just say like,
well, because it
hurt
makes you
me,
look
we were
weak
friends,
if you
it makes you look like a loser. Like, well, she moved on. There's really there's no like guarantee that if someone's your friend, they're gonna like continue to be your friend.
That's
you see
true.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think you've taken that, and maybe I've taken that too, to be more meaningful than it is.
Yeah, if someone
Because
like,
obviously she wanted to be like cohorts with you.
if you were to betray me, let's say, I would say like, you're a fucking asshole. I fucking hate you, you
No, you would
fucking
say what
asshole.
You're an F slur, you got a small dick, or
Yeah.
like all those things, right?
I
Like,
wouldn't say like,
I don't
maybe
think you would say you got a small dick, but like whatever, you're just not a real man, loser.
but I would say that
Brokey.
I would want to say that even if I felt like what I really was upset about that was that you had hurt me, because I
rejected
wouldn't
you.
want to say that you hurt me because that would make me look weak.
Right.
Damius, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Woo! We're getting through it. Now, I'm loving the analysis. Okay, I'm getting more into it. 5 hours in, I've relaxed a little bit.
Yeah.
But listen. I want to analyze this, okay, of course, but I also want to, like with the cigarettes, I want to, like, put something down that I need to put into practice, or I just don't care, and I actually...
You want to light some cigarettes, yes. I agree, and I'm starving also.
I just want to say, though, yes, I'll get you some food. If I don't put this to an end, then I need to admit that I just have a humiliation fetish, and I enjoy being humiliated by my mother.
Yeah, and that both of us are like bottoms to her.
Yeah. And I have no real interest in standing up for myself.
Yeah,
if I don't do something
when you
about
pay
this.
child support, or through me, then we just say like we love being fin-dommed.
Yeah, we're both gonna have to admit that
We love being court-dommed.
Yeah. If I don't do something about this, and the first step, I think,
I'll just sit there and
with
quote
that
you, and,
fucking
like, when
storage
Alicia's
unit.
like, I got another motion, I'll be like, yes.
Yeah. And I won't have this delusion that I don't like
You
it.
too,
I'll just
you'll
be like,
sitting in the back going,
I love it. Give me more, mommy. Dommy, mommy, let's go. I love it.
True.
I love it.
I love that. Yeah.
Give me more, mommy. I love it. Hurt me, hurt me, hurt me. If I don't do anything about it. So let's just say that's where we're at. Yeah. I love.
I agree.
I love and you guys, if I don't do anything about it,
Then
let's
we can
let's
be lol cows.
no
Every
listen.
month we'll just
we'll be
humiliate
lol cows.
ourselves. Yeah.
And listen, you guys should cut off from donating to me because that money is going towards a storage unit and child support that
Right.
I claim to be a victim of, and yet I'm still fucking sitting there paying.
Right.
So I should be fucking destitute if I want to do this humiliation ritual with my mom. Let her win. Stop backing me up if I don't do anything about this.
True.
Don't you think that's fair?
But maybe they like throwing their money away at useless causes too, in which case...
I mean, if you want me
no
to just be a
better
lol
place
cow,
than here.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I should just own that I'm a humiliation ritual lol cow at that point. And I'll have endless spirals with you about how to get things going while we both bend over and get fucked up the ass by my mother.
Exactly.
And that's what I should just admit to.
We could formalize it. We could have like an anal glory hole that she comes, brings a 12-inch dildo, and just literally fucks us each in the ass in turn. And we go, thanks, Mom. We'll see you next week.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not sure
And
what
then
to
we
do
try to
about it right
figure
now,
out, like,
Damius.
was
And
that
listen,
our
I don't
fault?
think it's yeah, right. Was that our fault? Are you
Do
to
we
blame?
like that? Do
Are
we
you
like
to
that?
blame?
'Cause
Am I to blame?
My rectum really hurts.
Are you to blame? Am I to blame? Who's
I
the
think you
problem
liked
here?
it, but I
Guys,
didn't
let's
like
get
it.
some
I liked
guys,
it.
let's
You
get some
didn't like it.
separation. Yeah. I need more space. He needs space. Let's get some separation. Let's try again. Let's go to the
Ding
I'll
dong!
be
Time for another glory
50.
hole.
I'll be 50 years old in this fucking storage unit saying, "Can't figure out why I don't want to sell anything in here, guys."
Yeah.
All right? So, let's be real about that. Let's be real about that. As to what I'm going to do about it, I haven't decided yet. Okay, obviously the 900 a month thing needs to stop. That needs to stop. That needs to stop. Okay? There are different options. But that needs to stop.
Yeah.
The child support needs to stop.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce needs to stop.
Yeah.
Those three things are the main goals. They need to stop. They need to stop. Or
Yeah.
I like this. Okay?
Yeah.
You had no problem for... No, I had a problem with it, Hans. I had a problem with it. I didn't like it. I knew it was, like, stupid. But I just couldn't figure it out.
Yes.
Well, no, this is where you guys come in again. Okay, so there's different options. I can default on the rent and have a bad relationship with my landlord. I can offer my landlord to pay the moving costs and say, you set it up, get everything out of there. But then, see, here's the problem. Then I take a huge L because I put all that money into it and I didn't get anything back. But the money
Wait a
has to
second.
stop going in. It's at the sunken cost fallacy has to end. We're
No, no,
ending it now.
I think you should go to your mother's house and ask her to have a conversation with you.
On stream?
Absolutely.
Okay. And she says no.
Well, and then, okay, and then, so in other words, you can go to the door, knock on the door. That's curtilage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't be trespassed for doing that.
No.
And then you could go to the bike path, which is public property.
Mm-hmm.
And just say, like, come out here. I want to have a conversation with you. Please come out here. I need to have a conversation with you about the storage unit.
She won't on stream ever. I think that's true.
Well, why not have a protest when you say there's a whore in this house that won't have a conversation about some storage?
Well,
Yeah, if Damus is willing to fund it, there is no harm, right? You can ring on a doorbell.
no, there's no harm in it. No.
It's not illegal.
just-
It's not even potentially illegal.
No.
And you could just pop in every day until she answers. It's doable.
Harassment issues. Not if I leave.
No, you can knock. I mean,
No,
It's
I
your
am
siblings.
scared. I am scared of her, though. I am scared of her. That's the problem. I need to grow a pair. I mean, there's literally no problem with doing that. What I was saying is she's not going to respond. So I was saying, like, if chat wants to see me make a decision about something that changes something, that's not going to change anything. She's not going to respond.
Well, it's no. Okay, Grace, here's what's interesting about it. Okay, she's watching right now. You know that, right?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Probably watching right now. Almost certainly it's 9 p.m. She's sitting there watching. Okay. If you go, like Damia said, if you go over there, you knock on her, it'll be good content.
It would be good content, sure.
Someone might answer. One of your siblings might answer. I think someone will answer.
Chicken suit.
Well, what's interesting about that property is there is a bike path adjacent to the back of it, and there's a sidewalk in the front of it.
Wait a second. Bike path. Bike. Mommy. Do we see a connection?
You can
No.
ride it on the bike path.
Yes, obviously.
But also the cars are in the back, so they can't really, there has to be at least these, you could do these things like where the reporter is like, could you tell us something about that? You know what I mean? Like, at least you'd have this moment where you say like, can you respond to what I'm supposed to do with this storage stuff? And at least you'd have this like, and then she slams the door and gets in her car. There's no real legal issue doing that.
There's no legal issue, no.
Well, it would be really interesting content, wouldn't it?
Mom, that's like a sweet thing to say, but I think you might be going a little bit far. Murder Grace Thorpe. Okay, no, but so here's the thing, right? I wouldn't want to take it too far because it depends on whether the chat wants to see that, okay?
No. Hold on a minute. You need to convince chat. Oh, okay, now here's where it really comes down to it. I'm not fucking providing this kind of content anymore.
Yeah.
And
you're going on strike.
You by yourself, it's boring. So they need to really like. Anyway, I don't know if you say like, okay, well, otherwise I'm going to sit here and annoy you. It's like, bitch, I don't think so. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to say, and I think they would agree with you. Okay, if I do like a confront my mother arc, and I do whatever, whenever, because I got nothing to lose here, which is true. You got nothing to lose. She's never going to take action against you, Grace. She never has.
I like this. Pay movers to load everything from the storage unit to a moving truck and deliver it all to her front lawn. I mean, that's like not feasible because she doesn't have a front lawn, but like.
Well, Grace, wait a second. Technically speaking, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She and I have marital assets
Mm-hmm.
that are not split up.
Yeah.
So if I give you permission to like whatever our marital assets, you can do that.
What, just give them to her?
Well, what I'm saying is like her car is not really her car at this point, right? It's a marital asset.
That's true. That would also be true of your cars, but yes.
Yeah.
But neither of you are allowed to touch each other's possessions, even though they're technically marital property.
Yeah, okay, but what I'm saying is like I just think that there are these like the fact that it's not resolved leads a lot of like gray areas where the cops are going to say, "Oh, you're going to have to sort that out in civil court." Those
Sure.
can be exploited.
Sure. It's true. I don't care what it is. I just want to start taking W's with her and stop taking L's. If I take another L, I'm just going to rope. That's it. It's over.
Here's what I would say. just drop the whole "I'm obsessed with my mom" thing. Just go, you can think that if you want. I am fucking with her maximally on purpose.
Actually,
And there's nothing against the law in doing that.
Damius, this is a good point because I actually did try to send my mother a certified letter to, let her know this, and she returned it. Like it was returned to address.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can bring her that very letter and just say, like, okay, well, you wouldn't let the post office do this, so I'm going to do this. It's a perfectly good excuse to go over there.
Well,
And also to
it's
say-
a reason to go
And
over
also
there.
to say, if someone else answers the door, to say, like, I need mom, because I need to record her receiving this because she's too immature.
It's also a reason to film.
That's what I mean, yeah. Do we get the 5 subs? Are you going to do it? Fuck that hoe!
So you're going on strike. Is that
You are
right?
obsessed with your mom. Why not just own it? Okay, you could say I'm obsessed with my mom. I want to end the obsession. It's not going to end.
I want to end the obsession. Yes, I
Right.
want to end the
So,
obsession. I want to be free. I want to be free.
I want to be free.
I want to break free.
Hold on a minute. An obsession, you want to keep a stasis going. If you escalate, you're trying to end something. And I think you should
True.
say, I'm escalating openly. Don't give a fuck. I'll go to jail. Don't give a fuck. They're
No,
gonna
I'm not.
really
I'm
put
not
you
going
in
to jail. No, I'm not going to jail because that's a win for her. I don't care what it is, except unless it's a win for her. No wins
That's a
for
loss
her.
for her to put her daughter in jail.
No, that's a win. No, she fucks me up the ass in every way she could possibly imagine. No,
They're
you
not
underestimate
going-
her.
Grace, I'm saying those police that's a rich town. Those cops don't want to put anyone in jail. They didn't want to put John in jail when he did what he did to your brother. It's a different thing than over here.
Yeah, over in the ghetto.
They're all about, like, let's not put anyone in jail. Let's talk it through, whatever. Okay. And they're also going to be very hesitant to put someone in jail when you have 5 siblings living there. Like, it's not really. Or you could say, it's my dog. I want to take my dog for a walk. Why couldn't you have the right to go there anytime? It's your dog. You can prove it's your dog, can't you? Yeah, you have all the communications. You purchased that dog.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, pocket aces. That's not true. Oh, this guy. You can say it once, idiot.
Bob, stop spamming.
Obviously, it's a chat GPT. It's not even something you wrote, so I'm not going to read it.
They're
How do I
saying you're
get rid of
breaking the
this?
no con. It's on Kick.
Oh.
There we go.
I don't have a criminal restraining order. It's civil. So
Grimace posting it. No, don't copy pasta.
oh, the idea being that I'm communicating through you. That has to be like pretty tight. It can't just be me encourage you to do something for your sake. That's not the same.
Yes, but maybe during the planning stages of this, you should hop off stream. because we don't want to give
You
Courtney.
should
other-
hop off my dick. Shut the fuck up. Bye. Good luck. I'm out.
Wait, no! Don't you want to have a more? Don't you want to have a more? Is that your strike? Is it over now? That's the strike, guys. It's over. Too late. No. Okay, we've sucked him dry, folks. We've sucked him dry, folks. All right. I saw that. Hand delivering a letter of
Hey,
intent
look.
is not illegal,
Hey,
and
look.
recording it is
Do
just
you have that
documenting the
letter?
handover.
Do you have that letter?
I don't have the copy of it, but I have it on my Google Docs. I can just print it back up.
You don't have the actual thing that was returned to you?
I don't. I lost it. It might be in the RV. I'll check, but the envelope itself and the letter.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
if Damus wanted to fund it, you never know where it's going to go. It's 8:50 p.m. You could do it tonight. And get some food.
The strike is over. The strike is over. All right. Well, I could do it tonight. It's not that late. But I don't think that makes sense, guys, because we should do it on the bike tomorrow. It's quite a walk. It's like a 45-minute walk. He has to stream or no food, suffer Ben. Okay, how about this? How about we decide this? How about we decide this? Save it for tomorrow. Just tell me if you're committed for the 5 subs. Before I commit. My dad just texted me. I hate you. Really, sincerely. Hatred. I can Ben has a way with words. I can see why. No, he's saying, listen. He's saying that I've been claiming for whatever, yada yada, how many years that I don't want to be humiliated by my mother, and yet I keep like letting her humiliate me. I can understand why that would make someone hate you, okay? I don't really care. Okay, the commitment. Okay, I think we should make it a time or something like that, okay?
Why are you lying to them?
What?
I said it in response to your, like, did you see what chat was saying about the restraining order thing?
Oh, I didn't even understand that. It wasn't a lie. Okay, that makes sense. The strike is over. The strike has restarted. That wasn't a lie, but I was misrepresenting. He was just saying he was responding to me copying that copy pasta in chat. Okay, whatever. Okay, so let's focus. Okay, so tomorrow, in order to do this, I would first have to go to the office. I would have to print out that letter. And I'd have to reword it because it's dated from May. So I've been paying the $900 since May, and before that, whatever. Redate it so it's like 30 days from yada yada. I can go over that with you guys. Print it out, get the bike, go to the bike shop, get the flat tire fixed, and then bike to my mother's house and deliver the letter to her. Does that make sense as a plan? I just said Gia and Vogue intent. That would literally be the plan. I thought you already gave her the letter. No, I tried to send it by verified mail and it was returned to sender. You're giving Courtney time to plan? Oh, that's true. But whenever I go live, she's going to know. Well, what if she's not home? We want her to be home. I thought you said she never responded. She never responded to the email and the verified, whatever you call it. It's like signed mail, certified mail. It was returned to sender. Gotta be in the evening. Unless she works night shift. Well, this could be figured out from my siblings. What's the point, though? The point is to formally notify her that I need her to deal with the storage unit one way or the other. If she doesn't get her stuff and pay me some rent, her half, then I'm going to have to get rid of it. If you're serious, do it through her lawyer. Vogue, I already fucking emailed her lawyer my official letter last time. I emailed her and her lawyer on a CC. I tried to do it through her lawyer. Her lawyer didn't respond. I'm telling you, I sent it to her lawyer. Oh no, not the trauma letter. No, this is the postal service doesn't work because she'll return it to sender. And I gave her address because I know where she lives. The emails don't work because her lawyer doesn't respond, she doesn't respond. The texts don't work either. Grace, listen this time, flirt with her. Deliver the trauma letter too. I actually texted that to her and she never responded either. Oh, we can do both. We can do both. All right, let's make a plan. Wait, what I was going to say, I need to do something tonight to prepare for it. Oh, I was going to say I could text her. But I don't know what I would text her. Because I'm pretty sure she reads my texts. So I can text her anything, guys. I can text her anything. You want to see my last couple of texts to her? All right. Okay, let's start with Friday. All right, let's see. All right, let me just make sure there's nothing doxed in here. Okay, this is the epitome of my current relationship with my mother, okay? Here we go. What's the best way to present this? Hold on. All right, hold on one second. Let me just zoom it in a little bit. Let's start with... Okay. All right. The last thing. This is when I sent her the email. I sent her the email of, I sent her the email of, like, can you please deal with the storage unit? No response. Friday, May 2nd. Hey, Mom, I'm day drinking and I just don't want to do this anymore. Hope you're doing well. I just want to be friends. I met up with Hormaxer. Did you see? Tuesday, May 6th. No response is brutal. Do you have Cash App? I want to send you some money. Use it for whatever you want. I've been making bank. Kiss emoji. Sunday, May 11th. Happy Mother's Day. Sorry it's a bit late, lol. Wednesday, May 14th. Wave emoji.
Grace,
What?
is this wrong?
Is what wrong?
Hold on.
Wait, no, don't show that.
Is it?
I see what it is.
It's a diagram of the male reproductive system.
I see that.
Is that wrong?
I don't know. It's on YouTube.
Can we add it to stage?
Guys, can we show a diagram of the male reproductive system on YouTube stream? I mean, it's literally YouTube video, but I've gotten streams taken down for YouTube videos that I play because you know why? They have higher AI. Don't show it. Don't show it because remember I showed that video.
Can you just watch it though in the back? This is my favorite. Ready? Did you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Yes.
It went like this. Boing.
But it had the squirt too.
Oh, I didn't see the squirt.
Oh, come on.
That's the best part. Well, it's a white background. It's hard to differentiate.
Oh, Grace, you've not learned a thing from your time with me about dudes.
Dad, I was just reading some really
Yeah.
juicy DMs. All right, I'm watching. Oh, I see.
You don't see it?
I see the squirt.
I
Yes.
think we should have that come on every once in a while. It's biology, bitch.
I know it's biology, but I showed a picture of guns once and I got a stream taken down. Not that it's against YouTube to have guns, but you can't live stream it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That's the problem. They really don't want you to live stream iffy stuff, but if it's a video, it's okay. I don't know why, but
Okay. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program.
strikes back on. Okay, Sunday, May 11, 3:04 a.m. Happy Mother's Day. Sorry it's a bit late, lol. Wednesday, May 14. Wave emoji, hi. Saturday, May 17. If you'd ever like to talk to me again, just let me know. Tuesday, June 10th. Just want to let you know, I genuinely don't think I'm any better than you. I've played out a lot of the same patterns you played out on Dad, and that's even more stupid because I'm his daughter. So, I messed up too. I thought it could fix everything like you did. You know that video of yours I reviewed on stream? Imagine to yourself what my video would have been if I had recorded one. I'm gonna have the perfect relationship with my own dad, some BS like that. Okay. So, yes, it's pathetic. Then learning how to milk the prostate. Okay. So, unanswered, whatever, unanswered. Again, I told you it. I offered to send her money to spend on whatever she wants. Okay. Then, Sunday, September 7th, I sent her the trauma letter. Okay. No answers, and she still keeps on texting. Well, Hans, I mean, who wouldn't? She's my own mother, you know? You know what I mean? It's obviously, like, it's tempting. Yeah, it's unresolved. It's not that she doesn't trust me. She's punishing me. You sure you have the right number? Yes, I am sure. I'm sure because if you scroll up, I don't want to show anything that doxes. If you scroll up when we were talking about the storage unit, this was the interaction. Sounds great. See you on the 15th. I think Alicia has contacted you, so feel free to ask her that question, which she didn't. My mom was just lying about that. So, anyways, it is real. That's her responses. Okay, then the last thing where I was trying to be a tough guy. I tried different personas on with my mom to try to get her to answer different things. So here I'm like writing her a letter about my trauma. Here I'm like trying to be nice. Here I'm offering her money. I'm saying Happy Mother's Day. It's like, it's guilt, it's sad, it's angry, whatever. I try all different sorts of things. Then afterwards, hey mom, glad you decided to go to trial. I look forward to testifying to your abuse in court. I'm trying something, It was after the court hearing. I was like, all right, well, she's gonna do this. I'm mad at her.
I just think it's funny. You should try that as like women, they like post their L's as like performance art. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like using vaginal fluid to write like, Dad, you weren't there for me, or whatever kind of thing.
Yeah.
You should just like print those out and just be like, it's an exhibit called Mom.
It's all over the place. I'll grant you that. It looks unhinged. Maybe it is unhinged.
It does not. It does not at all.
It's like different.
These fucking people on the internet, these fucking losers on the internet, those are like months apart. These people text like this minutes apart to total strangers and OnlyFans girls. Okay? You texting that much to your mother months apart is not unusual at all. What's unusual is no reaction.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
wrong about that, Grace. It's crazy.
Let me respond to this. Everything you messaged was not sincere.
Could you imagine if my daughter Maggie reached out to me and I did not respond to her, and then months later reached out to me again? You know what these fucking people would say about me?
They would say you're a terrible father.
And they'd be right.
By the way,
they wouldn't say, "Hey Maggie, take a hint." They would not say that. They would say, "What a fucking asshole you are," and they'd be right. Especially if it was like months and months of unresponded to texts. Of course, I respond to all of my kids right away unless I somehow miss something. And then I always respond to them. I would never let a single message go unresponded to.
I know that's true. I've seen it. But also, somebody
Never
claimed this
would
was
I.
coached. This was coached? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's just paranoia. I wanted to reach. There's tons of texts
Especially
like
when
this.
they send pics and they're my daughters. That's where the eggplants come in.
There's lots of different emotions going on, yeah, but it's not disingenuous.
Well, what is the point of responding to someone who's saying, Ben coached you? What's the point of responding? What are you going to say? No, he didn't. Think whatever you fucking want.
Well, because I want to convince them to be on my side.
But they'll say, well, Ben pre-coached you by being your father. It's like, what? Yes, my father has, right? But why didn't she pre-coach you? Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, I take different attitudes towards her when I'm feeling
Of
different
course,
things.
anyone
Yes.
does. If someone's not responding to you, you might be like, hey, please, could I talk to you? And then you might be like, hey, I'm calling the fucking cops if you don't come out here, or I'm going to take you to court. Of course you do.
Ben is right. You can't convince anyone that Ben believes Ben is coaching you. Okay, maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe I should just get rid of that. Your female D-dog. Towards my mother, I guess.
I'm just
you could
saying, all
say.
you can do is, like, you and I do have very different reactions to certain things.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's somewhat like if I'm. There's no point in being
look at my
invested
idea
in
of
telling
looking at
people.
this storage unit thing. You're like, I really don't want to do that. And I was like, I love the idea of doing this. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that we're one person is crazy. The idea that I force you to do something, I guess so. Like, I was like, I think this would be good for you. But, like, how's that different than, do any of you people have any relationships in life? Because pretty much that's how relationships work. And one person might be a little older or male and be a little bit more like, come on, just do it, bitch. Right? But I guess if you're completely autistic and completely, like, live by yourself, then you would say, like, those all seem crazy to me. Have you ever had a friend? Do you have any relationships at all with anyone that are extant? You've been internet brained, Grace. A lot of these people, it's like, it's just crazy what they're saying. Can you imagine, like, if Maggie showed you, like, similar texts to me and there was no answer?
My concept of you as a father would be shattered.
You would say, and if you said to her, hey, get the message, or she showed you those, right? And you said, hey, take a hint. How fucking horrible would I be and you? And they'd all fucking agree. All these fucking people would absolutely agree that I and you would be horrible people for that.
Yeah.
You can't respond to your own child saying things that can be responded to. How are you a human being? Ridiculous.
If that was true, I would say, like, you're a different person than I thought you were. I really would say
And
that.
I'd tell you to shut the fuck up.
Okay, so Dad back on
that's
strike.
I don't respond instantly to what you're saying. You're like, what,
No, yeah.
Of course, that's normal.
Question mark, hello?
That's normal in human relationships. But when you get to these things with people who are like, I don't know, there's always something wrong with people who should have I mean, other people could just, like, say, like, I don't know what to say to you. But, like, if it's a close relationship, the person who stops responding and you know what I mean, is the problem.
Well, if it's a close relationship, yes.
Yeah, well, unless you're being crazy. If you're just being crazy and it's just impossible to respond, okay, fine. But like, it would have to be extreme. And if anyone thinks what the way you were speaking was crazy, they're out of their minds. That's not.
They're not saying the
crazy
way
talk.
that I was speaking is crazy. They're just saying sending that many texts is crazy because she obviously doesn't
Over the
wanna
course of
talk
like
to
a
you.
year to your mother who is attacking you, who you have all of these fucking court dates that you have to go to. It's crazy. She's in the wrong here. You should exploit it for views and to win. Or I agree with you. I actually like what you say. Maybe you're a person who likes humiliation fetishes. So
Yeah, maybe
bend over right in front of your camera, bend over and say like, give it to me, mommy. Give it to me, mommy.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And she'll probably be over there getting off on that and being like, I knew it. I love it. Do it, Grace.
I'm going to do it if I don't do what I
it.
commit to doing.
Do it. Do it. Show them what it is. Go.
No.
All right, fine. I'll do it.
No, don't give her a win. Don't give her.
I don't fucking care. Give it to me.
No, that's me.
I've been a bad boy. Give it to me right in the butthole.
No, we should do it together. No, we'll do it together. Listen, keep going. We'll do it together. Wait. I love it, mommy. I love it, mommy. Whoa.
More,
mommy. More, mommy. I love
I
it.
deserve it.
I love it. I've been a bad girl. I'm a bad daughter. I'm a bad girl. I should be punished.
You didn't even. You got your back in there. You didn't get your. I got a nice crisp ass shot.
You did.
Both cheeks.
My
fully.
camera,
You did
it's
this-
hard to lower it.
Oh, my camera, right?
No, it is because I
That's
don't
what
have
all
a
the
gooseneck.
OnlyFans
I don't
girls
have a
say, "My
gooseneck
camera."
anymore.
And I tell them, I said asshole, not lower back, asshole. They said, well, my camera.
2 pancake asses. Courtney clings on to whatever she can and she pounds. She pounds.
She doesn't care. When she's got that strap on end, the smaller your ass is, the better, the deeper penetration.
Now it's Lala's turn. All right. No, it's honest. Now. You know, monetize, just spread the cheeks and go all out. All right, I'm ending the stream soon because we need some food. But I'm going to make a plan with my chat before I end. Okay. Oh no, I wanted to ask you a question. Before you go. You said you're going on strike. You're going on strike for my content, so it's either boring Grace or Grace deals with her mom. Okay.
Yeah, and
We
they were
agree.
like, add
You're
add
on
to
strike.
it the legal, add to it the legal issue. Like, it's not really good for me to be involved in this.
Okay. Now.
Why don't you make a decision to get your
Here's
bike fixed? Yeah, get your bike fixed. Ride over there and try to deliver the letter.
Here's my question though to you. This is a question for you.
It's a nice
Tomorrow,
bike ride, anyways. Even if you like, you
it's
know what I mean?
gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
What's
Now
the
listen.
problem?
Penn's ass was better than anything Braceface 96 ever showed. Listen, tomorrow, I need to do this. I'm going to do this later on in the day. So I want to ask you a question. During the morning, which is when you're the brightest, do you want to do some of your content? It's just, you can say no. It's fine. But would you want to include that? Like going over the Fugazi debate tomorrow, you know, like 11 a.m. or whatever.
I would like to do more of my content, yes.
Okay.
And I never even really got to make the point that we were supposed to make here. Did I? I don't think I made the point. The point is what
Sorry.
your content has been has been using me as a substitute for your mother.
I
And
agree.
you should replace me with her. On the other
I
hand, what
agree.
I want to do on the internet was what I started doing on the internet, which has to do with making intellectual points and you being an apprentice to me. And if you don't get that right, I actually don't see how you could ask anyone for help in any way.
I agree.
Although I totally understand you haven't seen this before. But what's the point of you doing IRL content that's basically asking your audience whether or not you're a victim of your father when you don't even have a problem with
No. You know what I'm doing? I'm asking my audience to fund me getting humiliated by my mother, which I then complain to them about and ask them to fund more. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Do you think your mother would go on stream with you and pretend to get and beg to get ass fucked live on stream?
If she was drunk enough.
Probably.
Maybe, yeah.
But the point is, she wouldn't see it as a joke.
No.
But she did ask you if you wanted to go to a bridge and consider jumping off of it.
With her, yes.
Yeah. That is her Kino side. Should we go, Grace?
I have to fix the bike before 4 p.m., which is when it closes. So that's the time limit. Okay, so let's say theoretically maybe tomorrow, depends on if you're up for it. I'm not trying to push you. I'm just saying we could tentatively make a plan that you will do some kind of your content in the morning and then I will carry out this plan later in the day. Does that work? And you're on strike. You're on strike for my channel. No more. Yo, Channel
I'll do
D.
you one better, bro.
What's good, Channel D? Let's go. All right. So here's the plan. Okay, so this is what I want to ask you guys, okay? So tonight I want to text her something. Okay? It could be like, hey, I'm planning on delivering this letter to you tomorrow. Just thought you should know. Or something. I don't know. We need to come up with something, but I think I should at least text her. So you people can see what her response is. What should I say to her? I'm willing to take any and all suggestions, okay? Tomorrow, see you soon. Please respond. Get Buttercup fixed at the local bike shop. Bike to mom's house and deliver letters. It's gonna be like Fat Camp all over again. Okay. The whole point was the element of surprise. Well, I think we've cooked our goose on that one because obviously she's watching, so. RTU 2.0. What time are you going to get the bike fixed to start the journey to Courtney, and are you committed for the 5 subs? All right, I will do that tomorrow at 2 p.m. Right? Yeah, that gives me time to get the bike fixed, and then it depends on whether she's home or not. It's obviously not going to work if she's not home. Actually, no, that could work. No, that could work because let's say I go over to her house, I knock on the door. If she's not home, then I can just wait for her to come home. Actually, that works. That could be good content. Okay, so 2, because I don't want to make it too late. Okay, so I will start my live stream tomorrow at 2 p.m. and we'll get this party started. You guys don't own a printer? Well, I have one at the office, yes. So Courtney, do not be home from 2 to 10 p.m. Well, how, it's just a flat tire. Get Buttercup's flat tire. It's just a flat tire. I'm pretty sure they can fix that. Welcome back. Wait.
Grace.
What?
I want to present something. Oh. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Worst case, if she's not there, explore the town while you wait.
Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, she lives in a separate town, but yeah, I could keep going down the bike path. There's like a bookstore and a Shaw's. Yeah, we'll
Oh
just.
my God, that's great. Just trust me. Wait. What the fuck?
Yes, Damius, I'm committed. The answer is yes. 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's definitely a reasonable time.
I was gonna show another part of my video where it's just sperm going through a passageway of milky secretion. They're not gonna stop that, are they?
No, we could show the sperm video, yeah. But guys, what should I text her tonight? I saw some people saying I'll be there tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Whatever you want me to
But
say.
I lost it. I X'd out of it, I guess.
We'll just go to your history.
Fucking
Damius gifted 5 subs! Let's go! Let's go.
Who cares if people say you're obsessed, Grace? Who cares?
No, I'm leaning into it. I am obsessed.
Who cares?
How did you guys know?
Look at the Lifetime movie.
We watched one yesterday called The Good Cheerleader, and then we watched one before that was called like The Naughty Plumber. It wasn't even about a plumber. It was the worst movie I've ever watched.
Oh, it was very disturbing.
Yeah. It was just like a lot of violence.
It was
no
super
reason, really.
violent and made no sense.
Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do a poll in the sorry, in the kick chat.
Exactly. You know, this is really great, Grace. I'm glad you say this. Embrace the obsession. It's part of what's keeping you from doing things. Like, because you don't care about any of this. Like, you don't care about what other people care about, right?
No, I'm
like
willing to
if
be
someone calls you
embarrassed or
fat,
whatever.
you don't care, but you're like super embarrassed if it seems like you're communicating too much with your mother. Like once every 3 months, you say like, "Hey, Mom, it would be great if you could talk to me. I've got practical issues." Like that's inconsistent. You know what I mean?
I agree. That is inconsistent,
You've
but I
allowed
enjoy
these
showing the.
fuckers.
I enjoy
control
showing
you
those.
into thinking that like crazy behavior is normal and normal behavior is crazy. Is that true?
I enjoy. Yes, true, but there are a lot of supportive people though. But
And
I
you're gonna
enjoy
end
showing
up being,
those.
Hold on a minute.
Listen.
You're gonna end up being a lol cow either way. But
Oh
at least
yeah.
if you escalate, you might break free of lol cowdom, but like you are
True.
taking it up the ass 24/7 and trying
Mm-hmm.
to like help me or you have me help you get it out of your asshole. Like it's just like, you know what I mean? We're basically
Mm-hmm.
sitting here all day with like your mother's dildo up your ass going, this hurts. Why don't you go ask her to remove it? She's got the, the analogy.
Speaking, the analogy fails. Speaking of unanswered texts, I just got one from the Roopster. We have a bunch from her. Your life is retarded and you look terrible. Get help. Actually, wait, I'm not going to show this because she might porn vomit because she's obviously watching. Your life is retarded and you look terrible. Get help. Ben is very crazy and unwell. There are a lot of people who would support you if you needed help. Read Bible and pray, please.
Why don't you give her a response?
Chat, what should I say to Ruby?
Go fuck yourself with a 10-foot spiked pole. Shred what's left of your fucking whore pussy and your asshole and impale yourself on it.
She just sent it 4 minutes ago, Gia. All right, wait, I wanted to do a poll. Should I text my mom tonight? No, and I was going to say the reason why I liked showing those texts was because I have had this private sort of like thing with my mom where she's made me upset or whatever because she won't respond to me, and people don't believe it, and it's like, well, here it is. Like, I get that it could be seen as embarrassing because I can't get over the fact that she won't respond to me, but that's what's going on. Like, these are the private conversations.
It's embarrassing that a grown woman can't do better than that. It's embarrassing.
All right. More people are saying yes. It looks like yes is going to win. Vote in the poll, guys. Vote in the poll. It's kick only. So YouTube people, you're missing out. Say, hey, Dad. Hey, Dad and I are going to your restaurant at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Will you be there? That way you know she won't be at work. Well, she's watching the whole stream. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but... I'm using Mackenzie's. Dear Ruby, eat shit and die whore. I'm going to use that one. I sent it. Did they make a plan? Yes, we did, Juno. I made a plan. I saw the signs. When they opened up my eyes, I saw the signs.
You should have sent her the video of the penis getting erect and then squirting. That's like the ultimate kind of like, yeah.
I love it. What did Channel D say? Somebody said good idea. I have concept of a plan. I already served.
Grace, that's it. It's 9:30. Fuck you.
All right, well, I'm wrapping it up.
You know the whole origin of this? The whole origin of this was, hey, Grace, I want to do some of my content too. 6 hours later, and what have we done? 6 hours of content about you and your drama. Can I at least get like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich since I don't get to do any? Oh, dude, bro, I'm scheduling you in tomorrow. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely going to get to it.
I'm scheduling you in.
But Damius Octavius just wouldn't have it if I didn't. I know we woke up at 1:35 p.m., but like Damius Octavius, after all. Oh, I promised him. I'd love to do some of your content, bro. I love what you've been saying about whatever it is you're talking about. Anyways, can you watch a Lifetime movie that has no shred of intellectual, artistic anything? Until I'm tired. Oh, do you want to tell them the story what happened last night? I stupidly asked you at like midnight. I was like, you know what? Because we had a hard day. Tough misunderstanding. Totally my fault. I was like, just make me a hamburger. I love those hamburgers you had given me, and I had eaten like 5 of them. Not a problem because hamburgers are tough for me.
He loves my hamburgers.
But I was like, make me one of those beautiful hamburgers. First, you were making it, and then you just dropped it right on the floor. Because whatever. You're like, don't distract me. And I was like, what? So then you made it for me, gave it to me. I ate it right before I conked out, fell asleep. Talking to you in the morning, like 10 minutes in, I'm like, okay, there's a little fart coming. I'll let that through. Not a fart, just a full-on shit. Never happened to me before. I really was like, you know what I mean? Like, I even felt it coming out, and I was like, that's a fart. And then I was like, that wasn't a fart. Great.
The funniest part was he's sitting there talking to me like everything's normal.
I feel like bitches who menstruate through everything. You know what I mean? Because I got up and I was like, I think I took a shit. And when I got up, you're like, yeah, you did, dude.
He was just talking to me. He's like, so anyways, the thing about the streaming is he went like that. He went like,
yeah, because I was just like, I'll just pass this. They'll just kick this one out. No biggie. And I was like, whoa. Anyways, it's because of 2 things. Because I ate right before I fell asleep, and also I don't have a gallbladder, which helps break down like fats. So.
Oh man! And then he kind of like scooted off the bed. It's the worms. Yeah. And then I had to get it went through the sheet, by the way.
Oh. Was a doozy.
Oh. Ben laid some worm eggs. Tropic was right. Tropical W.
True. All right, I gotta go. Wrap it up.
All right. Whew. Oh, that was... What a revolting man. It was genuinely so innocent on his part, but I saw it. Ruby responded. I said, Dear Ruby, eat shit and die, whore. She said, keep winning, queen. But seriously, try reading the Bible and praying for guidance. This is demonic. You know what would be interesting? I want to text my mom tonight. What do you think I should say? She read it. She's typing. Let's go. Oh, imagine if she says something boring like, don't do it. Say you're sorry and congrats on the dub. Ooh, interesting. Sorry for what? Congrats on the dub, I agree with. She's genuinely doing this as if she's not watching my stream right now. She's typing. No, Court W. Yes. Court W. I'm blocked in all your chats, you pussy. Guys, is Ruby banned in Kick Chat or YouTube chat? Is she? Because I'm pretty sure I checked yesterday and she wasn't. I'm pretty sure. Ruby's obsession with you is probably even greater than yours with Yorny. She isn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. She isn't. Oh no, she was. Say sorry for being a horrible person. Okay, well now Ruby's getting boring. That's not the point, Ruby. I think she's been a horrible person. You're unblocked in Kick Chat. Drop the link for Ruby. Okay. Sorry, I actually thought you weren't banned. Okay, that's an interesting... So you guys don't care if I text her like in a sincere way. Okay, whatever, then we won't. Should I tell her I'm coming to visit her tomorrow? She said, great stream, super normal stuff. Glad to see you and Daddy thriving. 4 days off cigarettes, bitch. More than you ever did. Well, more than you could handle. Grace's Ruby voice is just... Ruby's terrible at sarcasm. It's very obvious. Alright. Hey, this is to my mom. I'm thinking of visiting to you tomorrow. I have some things to give you. That's it. I sent it. Whatever. She won't respond. Ruby didn't respond. I win! No comeback! No comeback. Dirty, cigarette smoking, nicotine stained, tar lung having ass bitch. No response. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Ask her to go over tomorrow, strip down to bra and panties, and have the we're both women talk. I don't want to get sexually assaulted again. Ruby's typing. Keep spitting in a cup. It's deaf, not disgusting. Have I spit in a cup today, chat? I don't think so. This isn't really that entertaining, to be honest.
No, right about Robbie. Why was Robbie so fat?
She said, didn't catch earlier. I was at work. Maybe you should get a job too. Might build some confidence up. Maybe Robbie should have gotten a job before he pulled a fire alarm at a hospital and committed suicide by CO. Might have built his confidence too. Maybe then he wouldn't have been 400 pounds. She said, lol, you're so mad. No comeback. That's what I thought. All of a sudden, can you stop with the side profile? It's brutal.
Grace, fucking end it. I'm
Okay.
starving. It's ridiculous.
Sorry.
We're definitely going to start smoking if you keep behaving like this. That's not fair.
Low effort. Talk to you later.
Starving.
By the way, keeps texting me after I insult her dead brother. She does not give a fuck, guys. Does not give a fuck about old Bobby. All right, 2 p.m. tomorrow. Gonna get some food. Thank you guys for helping us through this. Adios.
She doesn't care about Bobby. No one did. That's why he killed himself.
Damia's gifted a sub to Ruby. Welcome to the club, girl. The last person she said who mocked her dead brother, she said, I love you too. Yeah, I think she might. She's in a toxic monogamous relationship with him.
Grace.
All right, bye. Love you.